can't have a jury trial. That's unconstitutional. Remember, this is a civil case. I mean, these arguments are kind of nuts. They really are. Because look at this. If the NLRB is declared unconstitutional, then the EPA can be declared unconstitutional. Any administrative federal agency can be deemed unconstitutional. Because a corporation is nailed, for example, under OSHA laws, for example, unsafe. Well, again, no jury trial. It's administrative and also executive. Therefore, safety laws nationally or in California are unconstitutional. Those agencies are unconstitutional. And why are they doing this? I mean, they've never done this before because these companies are looking at the court, the Supreme Court, because guaranteed this is going to go up. And you have a Supreme Court now that is very anti-governmental agency. They do not like federal oversight of anything. They're looking at the states, could probably do whatever it wants. California, of course, will always have very pro-labor, very anti-business. I don't understand how business even works in California, why people start businesses and companies don't move out en masse. And there are a bunch of reasons. We talked about it, the weather, the technology, the education of the workers, I mean, all of that. You know, the worker skill level. But the bottom line is California will always, always be pro-union, pro-labor. Now let's go to Alabama, Mississippi, Texas. What do you think's going to happen there? Unionization. Matter of fact, California, we're a union shop here at KFI. You have to be part of the union. That's the negotiation. You go to, and I don't even know this, but I'd like to find this out. I don't have time to ask Siri. I'm willing to bet that every radio station in Texas is non-union. I'm willing to bet that virtually every business is non-union. And so to declare on a federal level that the NLRB is unconstitutional rips apart federal oversight, the agencies. And they might win. That's the issue. I mean, this court is going to change the way we live in this country. Which, by the way, people bitch and moan about this court. Oh, we don't want this court. Hey, read the Constitution. You were perfectly happy when it was a super liberal court under the Warren court, under Earl Warren. And now it's gone the other way and become super conservative. And all Donald Trump did is follow the Constitution. I know it's hard to believe. Follow the Constitution. He nominates and the Senate confirms. And he was able to nominate 3 judges. And he got the nomination through because you had a Republican Senate who confirms. Hey, you know, the rules were followed. You don't like it? Too bad. Them's are the rules. And this court is going to overturn a whole lot of stuff. Roe v. Wade. You think? All right, coming up, the response to the State of the Union, which has been going on for decades. In this case, it's a Republican response because the State of the Union is by a Democratic president. It goes the other way, too, when you have a Republican president. Now, that response can make or break a political career. How important is it? It can be very important or not important at all. But this time around, it literally became an SNL skit. It was that entertaining. And I'll come back with that because this is just fun. And that's before Steve Gregory comes aboard at 8 o'clock talking about what happened at the Oscars. He was there. And then Wayne Resnick and me, do they have a case on this Monday morning? Let's check in with Amy live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Hollywood's biggest night is in the books. Oppenheimer was the evening's top winner with 7 Oscars, including first Oscar wins for actors Cillian Murphy and Robert Downey Jr., and also director Christopher Nolan. Emma Stone won Best Actress for Poor Things, and Divine Joy Randolph won Best Supporting Actress for The Holdovers. Hundreds of protesters showed up for the Oscars. The LAPD broke up the protest at about 2:45. Organizers called for a ceasefire and denounced what they called Hollywood's active support of genocide of the Palestinians. Voter turnout in Southern California, pretty dismal for the primary election. 19% of voters in LA County cast ballots. It was also 19% in Riverside County and even lower in San Bernardino County, just 15%. 26% of Orange County voters turned out, and San Diego's voting rate is at 25%. Might change a little bit as more mail-in ballots are counted. We'll check some problems with the KFI in the Sky next.
It used to be where you made a decision to sell your house. It was an easy one. You listed it, you paid 6%, and then the broker would take over and go ahead and arrange for prospective buyers to come through. You had to paint, clean, and repair. You couldn't be there when a buyer came through, and you had offers and counter offers and contingencies, and you had to live a spotless life, which none of us do. And so it was not easy. Now it is easy. Well, it used to be easy. Then it got not easy because mortgage interest rates have exploded. So let me tell you a very different, easy way to sell your house and still get a fair price. And that is with directbuyers.com. No commission, no listing. Nobody even walks through your house. It is that simple. You get paid in cash within 10 days or less, and they'll even arrange a $15,000 cash advance before closing. That's directbuyers.com. Call 844-242-SELL, 844-242-SELL. Visit directbuyers.com.
Becoming sunny with highs in the low to mid-60s, 50s with gusty winds in the Antelope Valley. This report brought to you by Caltrans Clean California. Got a crash in Encino on the 101.
It's going to be the 101 freeway as you head westbound there. We don't have sight of that crash. It looks like it may have been cleared, but both sides of the freeway are pretty slow. Eastbound side starts to slow from Topanga Canyon on all the way to Studio City. Westbound side slow from the 101. From the 170 over to White Oak, where we did have that earlier crash. Some big closures to report. Topanga Canyon completely shut down there between Grandview and PCH because of a rock slide. Also PCH itself closed between Los Flores and Point Magoo there, just north of LA County. Same situation. Big cleanup is needed. Will Coles, driver, KFI in the Sky.
Fleas and ticks suck. Literally. Stop sucking with Seresto, the longest-lasting protection for 8 continuous months in an easy-to-wear collar for your pet. Stop fleas and ticks from sucking and search for Seresto on Amazon today. They sell locally. In this week's Marketers Report, we learn about the value of local influencers in uncertain times. From Allison Griffin, head of marketing at State Farm.
The economy is tough for everyone, and taking a step back and understanding the pain that your customers are currently going through because of a tough environment is really important. We have 19,000 agents across the country, and they understand what's going on in those very unique communities. iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, connected, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel but at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Simply starting is what matters most. That's why with Peloton bikes, you get thousands of classes, so you can find the one that will get you going.
My name is Jody Bixby. Welcome to your low impact rides.
With instructors that take the guesswork out of working out.
I'm here for you every step of the way.
And Peloton Entertainment, so you can watch your favorite shows and live sports as you ride. Get started with a Peloton bike or bike plus rental at onepeloton.com/bike/rentals. Terms apply.
BMW i4 N50. It's 100% electric and 100% BMW. Experience the power of over 500 horses stampeding in a whisper as BMW M-engineered handling takes you through every twist and turn. The complete suite of intuitive technology keeps you connected. The pure performance keeps your heart racing. The BMW i4 N50. Silence has never said so much. BMW, the ultimate electric driving machine.
See a SoCal BMW Center today for exceptional offers, or visit SoCalBMW.com.
If you're looking to sell your home, call Seller's Advantage. They'll make you a cash offer with no need for repairs. With Seller's Advantage, there are no agents that can close in days. They buy with cash. They may even offer a $10,000 advance to help with moving. Check out the reviews online. Call for no obligation offer. 888-321-AS-IS. 888-321-AS-IS. 888-321-2747. SellersAdvantage.com.
Don't worry, self-happy with Seller's Advantage.
DRE number 01961658.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations like 24/7 comedy.
They were really going up holes. The bag will be empty.
When you need to laugh, just open the free iHeartRadio app and search comedy.
Should we call someone? No, that's his face.
iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
I don't know why my meal's more expensive because of weather events. I always say to my wife, hey, baby, I don't know if we can afford this meal. She said, why is that? I go, weather events. Weather events. She said, what are you talking about? I don't know. I heard it in the news. Weather events. I don't know what that means.
The Tim Conway Jr. Show.
You know anything on the menu that hasn't been affected by the weather?
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI, AM 640. Bill Handel on a Monday morning, March 11th, as we continue. Coming up at 8 o'clock, Steve Gregory, who was at the Oscars last night, and we'll talk to him, and then they have a case with Wayne coming up also. Now, a little bit about the response to the State of the Union. Actually, it's been going on for 30, 40 years. So you have, for example, in this case, a Democratic president giving the State of the Union address, and then immediately following, you have in this case, a Republican rebuttal. And it goes the other way too. Republican president, Democratic rebuttal. So this time around, they had Republican Senator Katie Britt of Alabama. She is the junior senator of Alabama. And as I said earlier, these responses can make or break careers. Some are very well done. Some are just ridiculous. Well, last night it hit, it wasn't last night, I'm sorry. It was, what was it, Wednesday? I'm trying to remember the day of the address. Thursday was the State of the Union. The last few days have sort of blurred for me. Anyway, Senator Katie Britt of Alabama delivered the response. And they tried to make it homey. Now, this became insanely entertainment. That's it. That's what it's become. And social media exploded, mocking everything from her, quote, acting class energy to her decision to make the address from her kitchen. And then the argument is maybe some people in the GOP say, I think that that's where women belong, and her breathless delivery. So because it was so wonderful, Saturday Night Live piled on this weekend. Scarlett Johansson, a surprise appearance, and she's portraying the senator in the opening sketch. And let's do a couple of takes on this, because this is very funny.
Tonight, I'll be auditioning for the part of Scary Mom. And I'll be performing an original monologue called This Country is Hell. My husband Wesley and I just watched President Biden's speech, and what I saw was the performance of a permanent politician. But me, I'm not performing. I'm not.
Yeah, and then there was the whole issue of, remember the cross she was wearing? So Saturday Night Live made a big deal about the cross is huge. You can buy this cross. It was crazy. Former President Trump, of course, praised her for delivering what he called a great speech that was compassionate and caring. If you watch the Academy Awards, Jimmy Kimmel actually got a tweet from the president. I thought it was shtick when he read it. I thought it was part of the show. It was real. I mean, it was, well, it's all part of the entertainment. And she blamed Biden for the border crisis, and he, quote, invited it with his executive action. So during the speech, she tells the story of a woman she met on the Texas side of the southern border who told her about having been sex trafficked by the cartels. starting at the age of 12. Quote, she told me not that she was, not that she was raped every day, but how many times a day she was raped. We wouldn't be okay with this happening in a third world country, but this is the United States. And we have to start acting like it. And President Biden's border policies are a disgrace. The problem is, the story this woman told, it happened in Mexico, and it happened during the George Bush administration, but that doesn't matter. You take a fact that happened in another place, in another administration, you bring it here and say, look, that proves what our border is like. And wait a minute, it had nothing to do with our border. It was the cartels. Who did it? So, nobody cares. The problem is, nobody cares. It's this crazy. It really is. And so, how polarized are we? Facts don't matter at all. As a matter of fact, facts do matter when you misstate them, lie about them, put them in other places, other time zones, and that's what happened last night. And her delivery was so ridiculous and breathless. I mean, it was crazy. It's worth looking at that little speech on YouTube. Well, let me put it this way. It's no surprise. It's only helped. The base thinks that it's great. The base thinks that from her kitchen is great. By the way, did you notice that her kitchen counters had nothing on them? No toaster, no coffee machine, nothing. All right, coming up. Steve Greger. We're going to talk about the Oscars. I've got two questions I always ask of Steve. And he was there, as he has been for the last 20-something years. So we'll talk to Steve coming up, and then do they have a case with Wayne at 8:30. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
If it doesn't affect you, we're not interested.
KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Leaving the family behind. I'm Amy King, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A man accused of ditching his family while running away from a crash in South LA has been arrested.
Police say the man left behind a woman, her 5-month-old baby, and a 7-year-old. All three were taken to a hospital. The infant was in critical condition, and the 7-year-old was complaining of body pain. The man crashed his car into a power pole around 2 a.m. yesterday. Photos from the scene show the car's hood smashed into the pole with blood outside the car's passenger door. Reporting live in downtown LA, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
News brought to you by Service Champions. A man in Wilmington has been fatally shot by 3 guys who went to his home. Police say the man in the house went outside last night. There was a confrontation. One of the guys outside shot him. Police say the shooter and 2 others then got into a car and drove off. The 3 are said to be between 15 and 20 years old. A stretch of PCH has been closed in Malibu because of a rock slide. It was reported late last night at Big Rock Drive. The road was closed in both directions, so Caltrans crews could clear the road. The highway was still closed this morning because debris is still falling. The LA DWP says it captured more than 13.5 billion gallons of stormwater last month. That's enough to serve nearly 165,000 households for a year, or equal to filling more than 20,000 Olympic-sized swimming pools. The city captured 8.4 billion gallons of rainwater in February of last year. Members of tribes in Southern California have graduated the first ever Native American Leadership Academy at the LAPD.
The ceremony was a celebration of partnerships.
We wanted to bring them in and not just introduce them to what the LAPD does, but introduce them to LAPD and humanize our officers.
Deputy Chief Don Graham organized the 8-week academy with a focus on transit.
We're focusing on communities that are not normally seen. That we could bring them together with our partners at LA Metro, tell them about how to access the system, how to navigate the system, about all the programs that are available to support maybe people with lower income, and that was a big hit.
Mama Pat's a member of the Tiwa tribe and says she loved every minute of each class. She was one of more than 30 who received certificates last Thursday.
The takeaway is that we are now high profile in our trauma, and through this, hopefully more people will take note of those support systems that we desperately need in our community.
She says there are more than 300,000 Native Americans living in the LA area. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken is set to meet with Caribbean leaders in Jamaica as part of a push to solve Haiti's violent gang crisis. ABC's Shannon Crawford says yesterday the U.S. military airlifted some U.S. Embassy staff members out of Haiti.
The State Department is urging Americans in the country to leave, while acknowledging that regular citizens may have few or no safe departure options amid escalating gang violence.
The gangs attacked main international airports last month, stopping Haiti's president from returning to the country. They also raided the two biggest prisons, releasing more than 4,000 inmates. Oppenheimer has won 7 Academy Awards at the 96th Oscars, including one for Best Picture. The film went in with 13 nominations. Christopher Nolan won for Best Director. Robert Downey Jr. won for Best Supporting Actor. Emma Stone won the award for Best Actress in Poor Things. That film also won for production design, hair and makeup, and costume design. Divine Joy Randolph won the Oscar for Best Supporting Actress for her role in The Holdovers. She played a cafeteria manager mourning the death of her son. Did very, very good, too. Barbie won Best Original Song for What Was I Made For? You can see more of KFI Oscar coverage at kfiam640.com/Oscars. And a film following a team of 4 people who fix and maintain musical instruments used by students in the LA School District has won the Oscar for Best Documentary Short. Makers of The Last Repair Shop say the win is a victory in support of music education. They're also trying to raise money for the repair program. And as you heard Bill mention, Steve Gregory is going to be on with him in just a few minutes to talk more Oscars. We'll check some problems on the 10 with the KFI in the Sky next.
If you have varicose veins, spider veins, I mean, they can be uncomfortable, they can itch, they can hurt, but I'll tell you what they are, ugly. There's no way around that. And if you tried home remedies, cream, supplements, compression socks, nothing works, and you don't wear shorts, let me suggest calling the folks at 800 West Med. Schedule a free, no-obligation consultation. What West Medical can do is erase those varicose veins fast with their state-of-the-art varicose vein solutions. This is very high-tech. And you can return to normal activities almost immediately. West Medical's dedicated vein specialists, and they are specialists, bring decades of experience and have helped thousands of patients, and of course have superb reviews. Treatments are covered by most PPO health insurance plans. Call 800 West Med, schedule that free consultation. Visit westmedical.com. That's 800 West Med, or visit westmedical.com.
Southland weather from KFI, some low clouds, clear and sunny skies. Highs in the low 60s at the beaches, mid-60s for Metro LA and inland Orange County. Low to mid-60s in the valleys and Inland Empire, 50s in the Antelope Valley. Some areas of drizzle overnight in the IE, otherwise just cloudy skies. Mostly cloudy tomorrow, highs in the mid-60s, warming to about 70 for Wednesday, mid-70s with sunny skies Thursday and through the weekend. It's 50 in Los Alamitos, 40 Santa Clarita, 49 in Orange, 48 in Pasadena. The KFI Market Report brought to you by Revive Real Estate. The Dow is trading down 209 points. The NASDAQ is off 58. S&P 500 is up 43.
Revive Real Estate will buy your home, then renovate it, then sell it, and pay you again for the additional profit from the renovation. Go to KFIRevive.com to see if your home qualifies.
Checking out a crash in downtown LA on the 10.
The 10 freeway westbound right around Central, we had reports of a bumper and a car door in the roadway. And now we don't see anything, but we do see a lot of slow traffic as you head through that stretch back from the East LA interchange. You got a break at the 110, and then it's slow again from Western all the way out towards Robertson. Should have mentioned this off the top, but boy, we have a major couple of closures. PCH still completely shut down north of Malibu, and we have a full closure of Topanga Canyon. That's going to be Topanga Canyon between Grandview and PCH. That completely shut down. And a new crash, 60 westbound. In the Roland Heights, Hacienda Heights area, it's going to be 60 westbound at 7th Avenue. A hit and run crash being investigated there. Will Colschreiber, KFI in the Sky.
Hey, LA Dodger fans, step up to the plate for the Spectrum Season Ticket Sweepstakes. Visit a participating Spectrum store and enter for a chance to win our grand prize, a pair of Los Angeles Dodgers season tickets. Plus, hundreds of bonus winners can win a 50-inch smart TV. Hustle, sweepstakes ends March 17th. For more information and official rules, go to spectrum.com/2024-SWEEPS-LA. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18 plus in California. Odds of winning vary by location. Void where prohibited.
You'll never know the feeling until you experience it here yourself at Disneyland Resort. Because here, every and is beyond anything you've ever felt before. It's where it comes on Star Wars: Rise of the Resistance. It's every amazing feeling ever, all at once. It's that feeling when you're at Disneyland Resort, and there's no better time than now. Visit Disneyland.com for more details. Artificial reservation required parking tree.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. You are listening to The Bill Handle Show.
KFI AM 640, Bill Handle here. It is a Monday morning, March 11th, the day after the Oscars. And the Oscars are fairly important here in Southern California. Number one, because it's a company town and a huge number of the actors and actresses, and that's a little politically incorrect, live here. And a lot of the filming is done here. And also, our own Steve Gregory has been covering the Oscars and is there every year and has been for, I don't know, a couple of decades. Steve used to be an entertainment reporter and has been credentialed to the Oscars for how long, Steve?
Last night was 22 for me.
22nd time. And are you still excited about it, or is it kind of, you have to do it?
You know, that's a great question. I think once I get in there and I get settled, then I'm fine. Then I kind of get into the zone, and then I know what I'm doing and how to cover things. But the getting there, I don't like wearing a suit. You got to take a shuttle bus from the ArcLight Theater for security reasons and because of parking, and then you got to go through two different security. I mean, it's worse than going through LAX to get in there, and then you're cramped in there because they have just so many media packed into this ballroom, which they consider the backstage area. And so all of that, all of the logistics part of it is, I mean, they do a great job, don't get me wrong, but, as I get older, I get grumpier and I get more intolerant.
The winners all congregate. They go into that room with you, correct?
So here's how it works. So when you see on stage, someone gets a statue and they walk off stage. First of all, the statue's blank. Their name isn't on that statue. That's a dummy statue or a placeholder. They walk off stage and then they have a couple choices. A lot of times they might go back into the audience because either they're nominated for something else or their film is nominated for something else, or frankly, they don't feel like going backstage to do all of the pomp and circumstance. So they might just go right back out to the audience. If they don't, then they come backstage and they're going to go through this gauntlet of one-on-one rooms. They call them the one-on-one rooms. They're just booths set up in some big open area that backstage. That's sort of like the Today Show, CBS This Morning, Entertainment Tonight. They all have their own little booths, and then they'll do one-on-one interviews. Then they go into the photo room, and that's just nothing but photographers on these little risers. And then they'll be photographed with the official photographs from the Academy and all the different wire services. Then they'll come into our room, which is called the interview room, but that's the big room, and that's where all of the reporters are at, and that's where they ask the Q&A. That's basically, come up there, they give us these numbers like in an auction, and there's these big, large numbers on our cards, and then if we want to ask something of a winner or any guest backstage, then we have to hold our card up, and then there's a moderator in the room that literally looks around and says, okay, 108's up first, 321 second, and 112 is on deck.
Okay, does the moderator know who you are? No. How many times have you been able to ask a question?
That's something that's been a little controversial over the years because some people have been called on multiple times and others have never been called on. for some reason, the moderator has a crush on Sam Rubin, and he gets called on. Last night he got called on quite a bit, and others didn't. But she's supposed to sit there and keep track. She's got a notepad there, and she's kind of keeping track. But there's a bit of a strategy on how to, early on, I remember I was asking questions right off the shoot because I just wanted to ask everyone questions, and then I realized I was kind of overdoing it. So then when it came time for all the big winners at the end, I was never called on.
So obviously, the Cillian Murphys are the ones that have the most attention, and the Christopher Nolans. Was Cillian Murphy out there, and did he play the game, as it were?
Yeah, he came back. It was great to see him. Christopher Nolan came back. I was looking forward to seeing those two guys and the composer, but the composer didn't come backstage, even though he won Best Original Score for Oppenheimer. Ludwig Göransson. I was looking forward to talking with him backstage, but he didn't make it. And Robert Downey Jr. did not come backstage. Everybody else did. And it was interesting because sometimes what will happen is when the show is over, we're still working backstage, and then we've only got 2 hours to finish our work, and then they kick us out. So we have to wait in that 2 hours and hope that the rest of the winners from the night come backstage. Sometimes it bottlenecks. And then, or sometimes they just won't show up at all. So we're really just sitting there waiting to see who comes up next.
And, of course, coming back, I'm going to ask you the question I always ask.
I know you are.
The most important question.
Ready for
also, were you there, were you there when the first foreign film won Best Picture? You remember that, A Star is Born from Sweden?
No. Stop. Just stop.
Okay.
Stop.
Fine. We're going to come back and talk to Steve. I know. Come on. How could I not throw that in?
Too early.
Oh, yes. Coming back with Steve, who was there last night, as he is every year, and gives us the inside scoop, gives us inside baseball like nobody else can, because he's there. And, of course, he reports for us. And we'll be back with Steve. The question of the day, I always ask Steve, always, the most important question of all of them. We're coming back with that. In the meantime, let's check in with Amy live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The Muslim holy month of Ramadan has arrived without a ceasefire agreement in Gaza. Prayers were held late yesterday in Rafah outside demolished buildings. Some people hung fairy lights and decorations in packed tent camps. Families would ordinarily break the daily fast with holiday feasts, but food is scarce this year. Some parents of UC Berkeley students have hired a security team to help patrol near campus. They say they're tired of bringing safety concerns up to UC Berkeley officials, only to be told there's nothing that can be done to improve safety. No grand prize winner on Saturdays pushed the Powerball jackpot up to $532 million for tonight's drawing. Tomorrow night, a massive Mega Millions jackpot is up for grabs. It's estimated at $735 million. Some areas of low clouds making way for sunny skies, highs in the upper 50s to mid-60s. This report brought to you by Fantastic Sam's from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. Let's go places. We've got a crash in Fullerton on the 57.
57 southbound, right there at Yorba Linda Boulevard. Crash in a couple of the lanes there. We're on our way to see what's exactly going on. 60 westbound at 7th Avenue. The run still being investigated there. And another possible crash. This one actually looks like it's causing more slowing on the 60 westbound, right around, just before the 605, basically. And if you are trying to get through the canyons, like Topanga Canyon, PCH, those two avenues are completely shut down until further notice because of mud and rock debris that fell on the roadway. Will Goldschreiber, KFI in the Sky.
Me encanta el diseño de interiores. Busco combinar un estilo moderno y mitad de siglo, una galería terracota y una alfombra abstracta. Oh, se ve lindo.
Entregas gratis en un día para la decoración de tu hogar y millones de productos más. Lo que te gusta está en Prime.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year,
DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code iHeart. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code iHeart. That's promo code iHeart. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
A fraction of a raindrop, 3 grains of salt, at up to 100 times more potent than morphine. The tiniest amount of illegal fentanyl is all it takes to cause an overdose. Fentanyl can be mixed into heroin, cocaine, pressed pills, meth, and other drugs. It could be in your drugs, and you wouldn't be able to see it, taste it, or smell it. Learn more at cdc.gov/stop-overdose.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
In this week's Marketers Report, we hear about the importance of local radio from Allison Griffin, head of marketing at State Farm.
iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel but at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, trusted influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
If most of the public doesn't feel safe, it's because we're not safe. In Gascon's world, we're all wrong and he's right. You know how you feel. You know what you see. Most of those people in the streets are committing crimes every day.
John Cobelt.
If thefts are out of control, nobody can dispute that.
Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640. Bill Handel here. It is a Monday morning, March 11th. Steve Gregory, who is at the Oscars every single year. This is year number 22. And what he does is he gives us the inside baseball. And I love this every year because it's easy to report who won. Oppenheimer cleaned up. Cillian Murphy, Best Actor. Christopher Nolan, Best Director. Best Film, yada, yada. We do it. It was, as Mo Kelly said, it was Oppenheimer was Cillian's year. Now, Steve Gregory tells us what's going on behind the scenes. And Steve, the first question I always ask you, which I usually do at the top of the hour, was, how was the food for you guys?
As always, a spectacular spread.
For the reporters.
For the reporters, yes. For all of us in the media rooms,
backstage. It's probably the best shrimp cocktail I've ever had. We're talking big, thick, plump, juicy shrimp.
See that? Now, the Governor's Ball is catered by Wolfgang Puck, who has forever. Do you get Wolfgang Puck food?
Well, it's like this. So the hotel prepares it under the direction of Wolfgang Puck.
Okay.
But Wolfgang Puck brings his own caterers in to do the Governor's Ball.
Okay. All right. So, big shrimp. And then, you know what? We're not going to go through the other stuff.
Oh, yeah. Just real quickly, I'll just tell you. Sesame chicken skewers, beef empanadas with amazing sauce, grilled veggies, pastas. They had 2 or 3 pastas. They had multiple choices of sandwiches. The desserts were out of this world this year. Lots of cookies, petit fours, cakes, pastries. It was amazing. And then they pace it in a way like when you first get there, they just put out some nosh out there. They put a little bit of crudité out there. It's just some raw vegetables and some sauces. And then they work their way into some meats and cheese with more charcuterie, and then they just ramp it up.
Sounds great. All right, that's Neil. That was your report. That's Friday. We're done. I can't hear you, Neil.
Oh, is Neil talking?
He's trying to.
Oh, he didn't have me up. Yes, I'm very hungry now.
Okay, yeah, and you go hungry, I'm assuming, Steve. You have to. All right, let's talk about how it's run. And I had asked you that the breaks there are, in fact, timed to the commercials. So what happens procedurally when they cut to a commercial, or what happens with the director of the event itself?
So, these actors are all used to taking direction. So there's a director, a floor director, and all the regular characters, if you will, to run such a massive show like this. So at the very beginning, when we sit down, the pre-show starts at 3:30. So that's all the red carpet stuff. And
are you out there?
No.
Okay.
I quit going on the carpet years ago. It's a pain in the butt because you have to run back up, go back through security and all that other stuff. Then you miss the opening monologue and the opening show. So it was better for us if I just sit there in the room and get prepared and get ready. So the director comes on and you hear it in the audio. You don't see him, but you hear the audio instruction, and it goes out to the entire theater. It says, okay, everyone, welcome. Have a good time. Let's blah, 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 blah. And then he goes, and most importantly, don't F up. But he says
that's hilarious.
So everyone there's kind of a chuckle in the background. Then you hear the countdown, and then it starts. And then the opening little shtick with Jimmy Kimmel and Margot Robbie, and then it gets into where he comes out and does his monologue. And then when it goes to break, the breaks are in real time. It's live. So when that happens, then all of a sudden everyone gets up. They start shaking hands, and they start hugging, and they start seeing each other, and they go around, they get something to drink and whatever. And then there's a countdown clock that happens, or this is seen on the screens. We get it in the back, they get it out in the house. And so we're seeing the countdown clock, and then as it gets closer, the director comes back on and says, okay, everyone, stand by, 1 minute, take your seats. And then that's how they do it, and it runs like that all night long.
And it's difficult to do new things because the Academy Awards and how much can you do with them? But there were some new approaches this year, weren't there?
In terms of
presenting, for example, the 5.
They had done that before.
Oh, I had no idea.
Amy and I were talking about that earlier. They did that years ago. I remember when they first did that, and Amy is funny because we were thinking the same thing. When they started doing that, I'm thinking, oh my God, please don't have this happen on every category because it'll be 7 hours long. But no, I think it's a really classy way of doing this. So it's past winners of the category, and they were in the acting category. So past winners come out there and they say something very supportive or very complimentary about the nominees. And then one of the people that are up on stage will read the winner. So I think it's a great personal connection, and it's something that no one saw coming. A lot of what you see on stage, the people in the audience don't know what's happening. Even the most anticipated scene of the evening with Ryan Gosling singing, everyone knew he was going to be singing something, but they had no idea how it was going to happen, where he was going to be. And then you got Slash that came in from Guns N' Roses. You had Wolfgang Van Halen come in. I mean, they were performing. And, I mean, they were doing things, and that's one of the things producers like to do at the shows, always throw some surprises in there, including surprises for the audience.
All right. Giving it a grade, Steve, having been to 22 of these live events, and I know some of them are just horrible. How would you grade this Academy Award ceremony?
I don't like to do that because I don't like to put myself out there.
Okay. But all right. So let me ask this. Let me spin it another way. The buzz that you hear. You hear a lot of buzz.
I saw a lot of criticism of Kimmel's performance because he did a lot of what was considered offensive stuff last night. I saw a lot of that trending, and then I thought the show overall was kind of flat. It was, it's hard to top the slap scene around the world, and after that happened, and that kind of shook the whole process up. It was kind of flat overall. I thought. I mean, there's a lot. I always say every year, there's a lot that could be done to cut that thing down to 2 hours or to the length of a Christopher Nolan movie, if you will.
Yeah, one of the things I noticed now they have 10 Best Picture awards. Then it was Al Pacino didn't even go through the names of the 10.
Well, no, because they rolled those in during the night. That's how they have to get around having so many nominees. They roll in a quick clip of the nominee of the night. So that's why they do that. Coming back from the commercials, they'll roll that clip in so that you don't have to go through all of those at the end of the evening. And even with that, Pacino screwed it up. Did you see that?
No. Yeah, I didn't notice that he screwed it up.
Yeah, he did because he opened the envelope and
that's right. He opened the envelope.
Yeah. I see Oppenheimer.
Yeah,
it's like what? And then it's like, wait a minute. It was almost a La La Land moment.
Yeah, I thought that was purposeful, but I guess not.
He didn't really know what he was reading. So.
And then, of course, the outfits that people wear just completely insane. Those women spend thousands and thousands of dollars. And I guess the excitement level among them is this is the biggest thing that happens every year, and the biggest thing that happens in their lifetime.
Yeah, A, they don't pay for those dresses, and B, I can't believe those who do spend that much money to not
What up, Valerie? How are you?
Yeah, and they still get the swag bags.
Oh yeah, they're worth about $300,000. Was it $300,000 this time, each one of them?
That's incredible.
I think it was about $300,000.
What's in them? We only have a minute.
Yeah, so it's a lot of wellness stuff, a lot of getaways, and that's why some of the prices go up because it's like free airfare, business class or first class airfare, and then all resorts, an all-inclusive resort kind of stuff. So a lot of that jewelry, high-end jewelry, stuff like that. So that's why that price tag goes up pretty high. But because they don't get paid, presenters and nominees don't get paid to attend, and that's why they get those.
Now, does the Academy pay for those, or those?
It's all donated. It's all donated because it's trade.
What do these companies get for that?
They get a celebrity using their product, whereas they may have never gotten that product in front of that celebrity's eyes. It's absolutely it's been a very lucrative business model to give them. It's the same reason we do trade around here.
Yeah, but it's trade for us is we'll mention a pizza joint. And that's high end for us.
Yeah, that pizza joint got how much exposure for
sure. All right, so once again, let me put it on the table. Neil, you and I, any restaurant or any pizza place that's willing to donate pizzas to the show on any given morning, get a free plug. And Cillian Murphy will mention that pizza place. Let him know that, okay?
Yeah, nothing like pizza at 6 a.m. in the morning.
It doesn't matter.
I'm fine with that.
Doesn't matter. Pizza's like sex. As bad as it is, it's always pretty good.
How would you know?
Because I eat a lot of pizza. All right, Steve. Thank you.
Take care, pal.
All right. Coming up, they have a case with Wayne, and that's how we'll end the show on this Monday morning. Let's check in with Amy live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The story of atomic bomb mastermind J. Robert Oppenheimer has taken home 7 Academy Awards from the Dolby Theater. It won for Best Picture, Best Director for Christopher Nolan, and Best Acting Awards for Cillian Murphy and Robert Downey Jr. It was the first Oscar win for Nolan, Murphy, and Downey. The film also won Best Cinematography, Film Editing, and Best Score.
Not many controversies at this year's Oscars. I'm Steve Gregory. Despite 2 high-profile awards happening overseas, Oscar winners didn't spend much time talking about it. Jonathan Glazer won for Best International Film, The Zone of Interest. He said they finished the film about the Holocaust just as the war in Gaza began.
Right now, we stand here as men who refute their Jewishness and the Holocaust being hijacked by an occupation which has led to conflict for so many innocent people. Whether the victims of October...
Valerie, can you hear me?
War went to help to support a
ceasefire in Gaza. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
News brought to you by Cunning Dental. Officials in El Monte say the city's guaranteed income pilot program has been successful.
125 single female heads of household have received $500 per month since July to mitigate the economic strain caused by COVID-19. The RAND Corporation and USC Soul Price School of Public Policy studied the family's progress over the last 8 months. Preliminary findings released last week show reduced stress, anxiety, and economic strain, plus improved housing stability. Participants reported spending the money on food, rent, gas, and school supplies. The final payments go out in May. Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Of course, Japan, friend of Egypt, and I say this with a lot of pride.
The Egyptian Minister of International Cooperation has thanked Japan for signing an agreement with the World Health Organization to send aid to hospitals in Egypt that are treating Palestinians. Japan said yesterday it'll send $8 million worth of critical emergency medical equipment and supplies to help people hurt in the Gaza Strip. Egypt has been receiving severely ill and injured Palestinians for treatment since November after the start of the Israel-Hamas war. Princess Kate has apologized for a family photo released by the palace.
Princess Kate saying, like many amateur photographers, I do occasionally experiment with editing, and she offered apologies for any confusion.
ABC's Derek Dennis says the photo of Kate and her children was the first one released since she had abdominal surgery in January and was to celebrate Mother's Day in Britain.
But sharp-eyed royal watchers noticed Kate was not wearing her wedding ring, and one of Charlotte's sleeves appeared to be disjointed from her wrist.
Major news outlets retracted publication of the photo. Southland weather from KFI, sunny after some areas of low clouds, highs in the low to mid-60s at the beaches, Metro LA and inland OC, low to mid-60s for the valleys and Inland Empire, 50s with some gusty winds in the Antelope Valley. Mostly cloudy tomorrow with highs in the 60s, partly cloudy Wednesday with highs in the 60s to about 70, warming into the mid-70s Thursday and Friday. It's 52 in Dana Point, 50 in Rancho Santa Margarita. Let's check in with the KFI in the sky. Looking at a crash in Rialto on the 210.
Yeah, this one's been with us for a couple of hours. 210 westbound right before Pepper. Crash, well, it's being investigated there. It's slow all the way back from State Street on that stretch of the highway. The Cajon Pass looks a lot better than it did.
Hey, it's Kaylee Cuoco from Priceline. Ready to go to your happy place for a happy price? Well, why didn't you say so? Just download the Priceline app right now and save up to 60% on hotels. So whether it's Cousin Kevin's kazoo concert in Kansas City, go Kevin, or Becky's bachelorette bash in Bermuda, you never have to miss a trip ever again. So download the Priceline app today. Your savings are waiting. Go to your happy place for a happy price.
Astonishing Legends is supported by ZipRecruiter, Squarespace, The Greek Courses Plus, and Harrys.com.
An agent offered us a 10-year,
Well, this one's been a long time coming. I think it's fair to say that the Mothman and the Count of St. Germain were the two guys I was most interested in when we first concepted the show. We'll save the Count for another day, but tonight we tackle one of the most infamous legends in modern North America, the Mothman. Happy Halloween.
Select quote for saving more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, go to selectquote.com. 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 Select quote. We shop. You save. Full details.
Welcome back to Astonishing Legends. I'm Scott Philbrook, and this is Force Burgess. Human beings are under the control of a strange force that bends them in absurd ways, forcing them to play a role in a bizarre game of deception. Shock ballet, computer scientists, venture capitalists, and national Olympics. Join us tonight as we dive into the astonishing legend of the Mothman.
That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets.
So the story is too big for a single episode. We're going to break it into a few parts. And oddly, it has a lot more in common with Skinwalker Ranch than I originally thought of when I read the book, Mothman Prophecies, a long time ago. I read it years and years ago before we started the show. I think you're going to find a lot of that happening as we go forward in our journey with us and the audience. Yeah, there's more common threads that I never expected when we started out. I did not see that coming. Yeah, this has always been a big one for us, and a good one to do at Halloween. Yes, it's the perfect time of year for it, and it's not quite as everything in the kitchen sink as Skinwalker was, but there's some striking parallels, and I think you guys are going to hear them as well if you've been listening to all our shows. There's plenty of sync. Yeah, there's plenty of sync. Not quite as wide-ranging as Skinwalker, but you're right. as now we're on saying here, a confluence, yes, of phenomena happening here. If you've gotten your information about this story from the movie, The Mothman Prophecies, which I love, is a great movie, so I really enjoyed it. I know we have listeners who have already expressed differing opinions about it. Some people are upset that it doesn't convey everything that happened, but when you make a movie, that's what you have to do. And it did a great job of making it into a good bit of entertainment, but it also left a lot of the real story out, which is, as I just said, like, you can't do everything. You can't put everything in a movie. Yeah, exactly. The reality of everything that happened in Point Pleasant is that it doesn't all follow a suitable entertainment narrative. So, like a lot of folklore, the bits that don't fit into the structure get left out when the tale is told over and over in that environment. But what we do here at Astonishing Legends is we try to bring all the details back into the light, because that's the reality of the legend. And the beauty of the podcast format is that it's well suited for that. Now, if you've seen the movie, which came out in 2002 with Richard Gere, that's great. Forrest and I have both seen it several times, but if you haven't and you prefer to hear the real story first, we would encourage you not to watch the film until our series is completed. It'll be a lot more fun that way, and you'll know the true story that was the background for the film adaptation. Like I said, I read the book a long time ago. I can't even remember when, but it originally was published in 1975, which I didn't know. I thought it came out much later. Oh yeah, the second or third edition that came out later. I just procured, which I Instagrammed and tweeted yesterday. I don't even know if you saw it yet, Forrest, but I did. Hardcover, 1975 editions on its way. You know, it's very cool. And the author, the great John Keel, has a name in this field. Along with Brad Steiger, and actually they're longtime friends. They've been doing it a long time. So at this time, he was in advanced age. Yes. But during this time, he was in his prime here, out digging up the facts. Yes, when the story happened in the late 60s, he was a younger man. Astonishing Legends, as it is now, doesn't really afford us much joy to stay. We'd love to see the ability to travel to all the places we talk about. That is something that we'd love to do. And if the show continues to be successful and grow like it's been growing, maybe someday we'll be able to actually go to these places and report on them locally. Something I would love to do. So Legend. I think you did go there to well, that's one of the locations we'll be talking about. Yeah, that's why I brought this up. I'm excited to say that I've been to Point Pleasant. I stayed at Point Pleasant. And, it was pleasant. It was. And, I loved it. It's a great little town. I was born here near Death Valley in California, but I only lived there until I was about 2. My experience of growing up was in North Carolina, and the small towns were part of the fabric of my background. And I love small towns, especially in the South. You're essentially Opie. Yes, that's me. Yeah. Now you can be a very successful film director. Yes. Yeah. My hairline's not quite. No, but I know exactly what you're saying. It's a kind of suburban / somewhat rural upbringing, and it's much different than somebody growing up in a major city with a lot more freedoms, a lot more time to check things out, the environment around you. I loved it, and I loved Point Pleasant. I went there. My friend Jerry, who you may actually our audience will know because he's the one I interviewed for What's Got Me to You, which is one of the favorite episodes of people about the creepy girl. Yeah, the bug that went here. Anyway, Jerry was moving from California to New York when my wife and I had just moved a year earlier. So I flew across the country and we drove back together. I really hope so. We did one of those kind of non-stop trips. We packed up a U-Haul van and put a mattress in a way where there was like just a gap where someone could lay down so that you could drive and sleep and drive so that I would stop. We covered the distance pretty quick, but we did stop in Point Pleasant. And we stayed there at the historic Low Hotel. It's in the movie. Yes, it is. And it's an awesome, creepy old hotel. We just added a member to the Astonishing Research Corps who is a resident of Point Pleasant. His name is Michael Hyman. And he told me that either his grandparents or his great-grandparents actually used to own that hotel. But it was sold to a friend of the family. So that was fascinating to me. But anyway, we stayed there. It was definitely a spooky place. I don't know if it's supposed to be on it. I didn't experience anything like that. But we went around and checked out the area and went down on the river shore. There's a flood wall there. An old flood wall that's kind of cool. They had a door to get close up if the river came up because it's pretty close down to the water line. Did you see anything strange in the skies? No, we didn't. And these days it's pretty quiet. We'll talk more about that. I don't think there's a lot going on, or if there is, they're not talking about it. They weren't talking about it then either. But what makes this story significant is that we always try to impress on people that yes, we're telling you a lot of these things that happened, and there's always a general sense
to believe that, well, this place is a hotbed of activity, and that might be true, but these things are also very, very rare. Yes, in an individual's life, something strange that you might see or encounter that you can't explain might happen once or twice in your life. Right, and events are spread out. You get the sense when you hear the stories later that they're all compressed, much like it was with Skinwalker or whatever, but the truth is, these things take place over a long period of time. Now, in this case, yes, on the other hand, in this case, everything that happened in about 13 months. Right, the bulk of it, although there are loosely connected events bookending it that go further backwards. Oh, I saw this, I saw that, but the bulk of what most people attribute to as to being related to what has made this story famous took place over a period of about 13 months. But I think the number of incidents and accounts and witnesses, over 100 documented witnesses and accounts, that alone makes it very significant indeed, which is why so many people pay attention to the story and have come to love it. And as big as the story is here in North America, especially after the movie, which starred Richard Gere and Laura Linney, we know we have international listeners and folks who aren't familiar with it. So before we dive in too deeply, we want to give a brief overview of the story. In November of 1966, people living in the small town of Point Pleasant, West Virginia, which we were just talking about, and its neighboring communities along the mighty Ohio River began to see something extremely strange haunting the area. There were so many eyewitnesses that it's hard to say what the first official sighting was, but one of the ones most often referred to as kind of a starting point was a sighting by a National Guardsman on duty at the Point Pleasant 1,092nd Engineer Battalion headquarters. He was on the base when he saw an impossibly large creature perched high in a tree above a fence bordering the base. It was so big, he thought it was a man, and he stood and stared at it for quite some time. He couldn't make sense of it. It seems like it must be a bird, but it's too big. It was the largest bird he'd ever seen in his life. But to get someone else to come back and take a look at it, and when he returned, it was gone. So, this event on its own, you probably wouldn't even tell us as a story. You would chalk it up to misinterpretation. And whatever. This guy himself didn't come forward with it until he started to hear more stories. Yeah, at this point, it's not enough for yourself and probably for other people to hear. So, I thought that my mind must have been playing tricks on me. Whatever. I know tons of stories like that. And I have several friends that happened to where it's kind of first of all, well, that's weird. Yeah, and then later on, okay, that's beyond weird. You can really easily convince yourself in a one-off kind of instance like that you were mistaken, especially in this day and age. It's kind of like so funny. My wife will watch a lot of crime shows. Whenever they come on and somebody explains luminol, what luminol does, it's like we're in the Rocky Horror Picture Show. It's like, we know what luminol does. It's just, that's the same thing I would say about how people understand the value of eyewitness testimony, even if it's your own eyewitness account. In this day and age, everyone knows that it's not always the most reliable thing. So you have to take any kind of eyewitness testimony with a grain of salt versus when you see something on video, it's like, no, that's what I'm seeing. However, the problem with video is that the moment whatever you're seeing is out of context. You have no idea what happened before or after it. So it has its own deficiencies. But the National Guardsman, he probably would have never come forward had more and more cases not been coming out. Right. It reminds me of another military sighting. And forgive me for talking about myself here, but I believe it was Napoleon's nephew or something, some kind of relation, that saw the Jersey Devil fly near the post there with other people as well, and took a shot at it. It turned in the air. Remember this part? It's flying. It's this weird crypto creature flying in the air. He shot at it. It kind of did a roll in the air, kept on flying, and went away. But he wasn't the only one, so other people saw it. This is not the only time that this apparently has happened. Apparently throughout the ages. Yeah, again, like the Skinwalker, this might go back centuries. Right, and when you talk about this, and you talk about cryptozoology, which is firmly labeled a pseudoscience, frankly, by Wikipedia anyway. Oh, well, I know, but I love cryptozoology, which is the study or the hunt for unknown animals. There is discovering all the time, by the way. That's right, and yeah, nobody knew about him. This little cute purple face there. Right, so when you first see it, it's cryptozoological. Eventually, you can apply the scientific method to it and put it into a species and a genus and all that. And it's like, okay, now it's science, but whatever. The point is that people see things that they can't explain. And yes, sometimes the chupacabra, I think, probably is a dog with mange, sure, or whatever else. But there are other cases where people see things they can't explain. And that was the story with this giant human-sized bird that the National Guardsman saw. However, this story takes a whole
whole other turn almost right out of the gate. Because the very next day after the National Guardsmen saw this thing in a tree, a traveling sewing machine salesman named Woodrow Woody Dernberger had an encounter with an extremely strange man outside of Parkersburg, West Virginia, which is just north of Point Pleasant along the Ohio River. This man was not a Mothman at all, but he was humanoid, and he called himself Indrid Cole. His demeanor was extremely disturbing to Dernberger, to say the least. Although these two encounters are not necessarily the very first ones in this chain of bizarre events, they are as good a place to kick off the story of the Mothman as any. And so tonight, we're going to begin with Dernberger's encounter with Cole, a man who described himself, if he was a man, as a searcher. Hey Scott, have you ever tried searching for the perfect job candidate? Absolutely. For every gig, there's only a handful of people that are right for it, but finding them can be a job in itself. I know exactly what you mean. In fact, with my current project, I had to call and email nearly 100 candidates trying to find people with the right qualifications and experience. Well, that was before we got hooked up with ZipRecruiter.com. Instead of calling 100 people, I could have posted to 100 plus job sites with just a single click, including social media networks like Facebook and Twitter. It's also a great solution if you're looking for a job. You can easily post your resume on ZipRecruiter.com and get a notification anytime someone checks you out. As an employer, you can find candidates in any city or industry nationwide. Just post once and watch qualified candidates' resumes stream into ZipRecruiter's easy-to-use dashboard interface. The other problem with the old way is that you're then having to deal with a flood of inquiries. ZipRecruiter lets you quickly screen and organize job seekers to find the right person for the job, and fast. Find out today why ZipRecruiter has been used by over 1 million businesses. And right now, our listeners can post jobs on ZipRecruiter for free by going to ZipRecruiter.com/legends. That's ZipRecruiter.com/legends. One more time, to try it for free, go to ZipRecruiter.com/legends. And now back to Astonishing Legends of Scott Drobuk and Forrest Burgess. Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit about Woodrow Dernberger. I thought it was Dernberger, but I did hear, I think in the interview that we're going to have some excerpts from tonight. I heard it was Dernberger. It's spelled like it's Derenberger. It is spelled Derenberger, but I think it's Dernberger. Either way, we're going to call it Woody. So this story takes place on November 2nd. Outside of Parkersburg, West Virginia, where Woody Dernberger was a resident of Mineral Wells, West Virginia, which is about 55 miles northeast of Point Pleasant. He's a traveling salesman. He sold sewing machines. Yeah, he had a service van that he drove. On machines not only to sell, but to support his sales. Exactly. And he was coming back from Marietta, Ohio, right? Yes, driving south on I-77, just outside of Parkersburg, West Virginia, where 77 and Route 47, also known today as Staunton Avenue, intersect. This was in 1966. I want to point out something that Keel said in his book, to be referring to John Keel's book, Remarkable Prophecies, during the series. And one of the things that he said was that the interchange there, and I think I-77 was relatively new at the time. And he made some implications about it being an intersection for quite some time, and he sort of delved into a few references about ley lines, which people have mixed feelings about. Sure, that comes up again when we get down to the name of the character that we run into. I'll get back to that here in a second. But right now, whenever we do one of these shows, when something happens somewhere, I'm immediately on Google Earth. I've gone down to like Street View, and I'm there. Well, what I love, since we can't afford to actually go, we can't afford it. Where that really came in handy was the Somerton ad. You can see the intersection there. Yeah, and of course it's all changed. There's a apartment building there. But when there's a definite location of something happening, especially in the intersection or crossroads, that's still there. Well, you can find it. Yeah, I did the same thing. So I know that Marietta, Ohio, you have to realize it's kind of on the border. He's only about 13 miles away from Parkersburg. Right. But he's heading home. He's had a full day of work. Yes. Anyway, this is right next to another river, the little Canal River. Is it Canal? Well, I don't know. I did that YouTube thing where the lady said it. I don't trust Canal. She's a robot. Yeah, exactly. Can't trust her. They're taking our jobs. Anyway, the little river that we said is Sacramento, which is a tributary of the Ohio. Anyway, so Woody's driving down the road in his panel van, his sewing machine panel van, and a car passes him. It's flying by him as he's heading south towards Route 47. And this car is being trailed by a low-flying, very closely
Yes, the UFO is about 30 feet behind it, and the UFO itself is 35 feet long and maybe 9 feet wide, and it's floating and chasing this car that went by. So first of all, I'd like to know where that person is. Well, I've often thought about this. Were they in some kind of cahoots? Yeah, because it was the opposite of what you see in Close Encounters, where the cars are chasing the ice cream cone there. Yeah, but it's a similar idea. The car zips past, and I can't remember if the interview he described it as a black sedan, because then I started thinking, yeah, I'm not sure. By the way, the interview we're going to be playing excerpts from, we have a link to it in the show notes. You can listen to it in its entirety, the audio. It's television interview, it's audio only, and it's about 30 minutes, and it's fascinating, it's fun, and interesting to listen to. So, yes, and it's always been my just internal interpretation here that somehow those two vehicles were connected. As Woody describes it, it's much like the chimney on an old-fashioned kerosene lamp, right? Just like craft, right? And so it's kind of a weirdly shaped tube with flares in the end. Yeah, it's kind of end-to-end, so it's lengthwise, going down the highway, chasing or following, yes, in tandem, this car that zips past. Right. Now, what happens once it gets past, as soon as it gets past him, it goes up in the road in front of him, and it turns sideways and settles down low enough, and it does not touch the ground, but low enough that there's no way to go around. In fact, he tried to go around it. He had pulled off into the grassy field, and there was just no way. He also indicated that it did not come to an abrupt stop. He didn't have to lock up his brakes or anything. No, but it actually sort of slowed gradually. It gave him an opportunity to slow down. It meant to kind of get in front of him, slow him down, say to people, yes, stop, because it had some business with Woody. When I started thinking about the shape, you'll see pictures, of course, and artists will be pictured with them. And Chad's working on something too, which by the time the show goes up, you will have seen it. Yeah, you will have already seen it. For you that have not checked it out, listening to the audio first, it kind of reminds me, you ever seen those foot roller massagers that are usually wood, knobby kind of things, and you can put them on the floor, and I think you can sole your foot over. Yeah, kind of a more fatter looking dumbbell. Right, a small hand weight. Yeah, very light. So that's kind of what you have to picture here, and that's what Woody's talking about. What he means by the chimney on a kerosene lantern is that you have the old shape of the lantern, and then, of course, the smoke, and it has to get out the top somehow. So there's kind of tubular attachment to the top that's on a spring, and it kind of flares out at the end. So imagine two of those on the opposite ends of this bulging kind of tube. Yeah, that's kind of what he's describing here. Yeah. I feel bad about this tangent, but I'm going to go ahead and say it. It looks a little bit like a kelp ball. Oh, yeah. I don't know why that popped in my head. No, it's if you've ever had kelp wrap itself around your leg on the weird sitting and you're slipping, it comes out. But yeah, those little bulbs, it kind of looks like that. It's just one of the many thousands of shapes described as unidentified flying objects. And this one's kind of important because it's a little odd. It's not your usual saucer shape or not even your standard cigar shape. Right? There's some of the more common ones, and not even close to the black flying triangle yet. Right. It stops in the road in front of it, and a door opens. Now, I want to be clear about this. This door, I wanted it to be a Star Trek door, or I wanted it to matter to appear. Apparently, it had a good old-fashioned hinge on it, and it swung open, and a character, a gentleman, stepped out of it onto the ground. Now, I believe that Woody said it was floating 6 to 8 inches above the ground, 6 to 8 inches above the ground, with no visible land gear or anything like that. And just to paint the scene here, so this thing has turned on its side, and blocking the whole road, inside of the road. He is pulled over so that 2 sets of wheels are on the dirt berm next to the highway. The other 2 are actually on the pavement. Yeah. His lights are on. His headlights are shining directly onto this crowd. Yes. So he has a very good view. It's very well illuminated. It had been raining earlier, and it's stopped at this point. It was just sprinkling. So the conditions were wet, but you can clearly see this thing. Right. So the door opens. Swings out. I can't remember the hinge on the bottom. It was on the side, I think, like a car door. You can't see the hinge. It's not like poor workmanship. But he describes it as a very, aside from the fact that it's floating in air, it describes it as very terrestrial. Yeah. It opens its door. It makes a
Yeah, and he said it sounded like a car door. Actually, later when it closes, and this comes back to a whole thing, which is going to be an ongoing theme in this series, of kind of an overly terrestrial nature to these seemingly non-terrestrial craft. Some of them, yeah. That's one thing, though, that carries throughout all of ufology. There's every combination, every description that you can imagine. It's like the famous woodcutting, right? With all the things in the sky that everyone said they saw.
Yes, you're talking about the battle over Nuremberg.
Yeah, it's a different thing. That's got a lot of shapes, though. I love some shapes. When I was a kid, I was like, wow, that was also documented. Tons of townsfolk had seen it. It was, I don't know, early in the morning, 6 a.m. But the sun had already started cresting. And so it wasn't just one person, but now you're talking about a medieval description of very strange happenings. Yes, it's not that. We have a very sober individual who seems clear-minded and not crazy, telling a very peculiar story. So this guy comes out of the crowd, walking towards the car, and he apparently is walking across Woody's headlights over to the side of the car that's safely on the side of the highway. The right side of the highway. You wonder about this. Why is it coming to the driver's side? Well, exactly. He's following standard police procedure here. You don't approach on the side that puts you out in the middle of the road. You approach on the safe side, which is obviously because they park their cars at an angle. So that if another car hits it, if it like this, yeah, it hands off. But it doesn't keep people from hitting them now because he pushed it.
There's a weird psychological phenomenon that I think especially people who are inebriated or intoxicated just gradually drift. It's like a moth to the flame kind of thing that will burn them, and they drift over. They can't kind of help it. They're attracted to it, and they smash it in the back. The Department of Transportation works vehicle. Yeah, that's why they have a giant scorpion tail. Yeah, impacts. But this is all kind of planned. It's very smoothly done by this individual, and his whole deployment is very smooth.
Yeah, and here's the thing that Woody talks about. As he's approaching the car, Woody hears him ask him to roll his window down on his passenger side. The interviewer specifically asked him at what point he got this question. Woody said as he was walking towards the car, and what happened was Woody was hearing these messages from the guy who was getting out of the crowd in his head, and he didn't know it. No, he wasn't aware of it. He was so in shock about the whole event. He wasn't frightened. He made it very clear that he was scared. He thought it was, of course, just a car in a truck as it moves out of the corner of his eye. Then he gets a good glance at this thing. Imagine it, it's all happening kind of quickly. Thing turns on the side, that's weird. The guy steps out of this weird shaped object. So after he got out of the crowd, the door closes. The vehicle shoots straight up into the air. Now we can still see it. He says he kind of leaned forward. You can see it at the top of the windshield. So it's still in the sky, at 50 or 75 feet, hovering, but now passing cars are not going to see anything. And that's another interesting thing. Cars are now, and trucks are passing as regular traffic on the highway. Not very crowded, but every once in a while. And as they pass, their headlights are on, and they illuminate this individual. So, to Woody's mind, like, this thing's real. He's a real guy. He looks totally normal. But yes, he gets this request from the gentleman to roll the window down. Please roll your window down. I would like to speak with you. Right. He leans over, he rolls the window. This is pretty power windows unless you have a Cadillac or a Continental. Yeah, so he's reaching over and cranking that window. And he says, I would like to speak with you. And I think that is when Woody realizes that this guy's talking to me, but he's not moving his mouth, right? Which then greatly excites him into a mild panic as what is going on here. At which point the man says to him, instantly, you don't be frightened. You know tomorrow you should be happy. Woody says the man then told him that his name was Colt. He did not say a first name, he just said Colt. In this encounter, he never said a first name, which is something I think do. Yes, just say his name was Colt. He had a giant grin. He was grinning. He had his arms folded. He was wearing, you can probably describe this wardrobe. And keep in mind, Woody, their partner here, is describing this incident to Ronald Mays, who's the general manager of WTAP TV and radio out of Parkersburg, which is still there. Which is still there. It has a station. And this is the next day. So this is very, very fresh in his mind. He's very straightforward. He's not shaky. He's not flamboyant in his descriptions. He's very dead on. You all have a relative, I'm sure, like that. Stoic. Yeah, but friendly. And open, and it was kind of great for him to be telling this because you're going to get ridiculed. Oh, hands down. There's no way you could not know that. It's a small town, one of those places that everybody knows everybody else, and he knows that. But I think it was so compelling that he had to tell it. So he contacted somebody. So the next day, November 3rd, they arranged an interview. So Mr. Derenberger alleges that the contact happened November 2nd, 1966, about 7:25 p.m. These details are very fresh in his mind when he describes this gentleman named Cole. He didn't ask anybody his name. He did it in a very odd way. He said, "What are you called? What are you called?" So when he interpreted this, like, "Oh, you mean what's my name?" So I said, "Well, it's Woodruff Derenberger." And he said, "I am called Cole." So that was a little odd. So as this is unfolding, he kind of piecing this together, and he's looking at the man and noticing what he's dressed. It's very pretty normal. He said, like what you would wear going into town. He's wearing a dark top coat. Yeah, let's know the coat. It's a weather coat to be worn over your suit.
The Wall Street Journal says Justice Department is open to criminal investigation into the Boeing jetliner
Yes, it's zippered in the front. He said there was kind of like two top buttons. Those were undone. So you kind of see what's on underneath. And he said the top coat was very dark. Maybe, I believe, Ronald Maines, the general manager there, asked him to say, like, what kind of dark name?
And the names of the 25 employees at their Washington plant who worked on those bolts, telling the Senate Commerce Committee last week Boeing has yet to comply.
She says the Justice Department was already investigating Boeing over 2 deadly 737 MAX crashes. Ramadan has begun with no ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas, despite U.S.-led negotiations. The U.S. and Israeli officials are blaming Hamas, saying the terror group hardened its positions.
But U.S. efforts to reach a deal are continuing. A 6-week ceasefire would see 40 of the 132 hostages freed.
ABC's Jordana Miller says a ceasefire would also dramatically boost land deliveries of humanitarian aid during the Muslim Holy Month. President Biden says he regrets using the word illegal to describe a man charged with killing a 22-year-old nursing student in Georgia. Biden says he should have said undocumented person. The man from Venezuela, who is in the country illegally, is charged with murdering Lake and Riley last month. Former President Trump met Riley's parents before a rally in Georgia on Saturday. He mocked Biden for his apology. Trump's campaign says Biden should be apologizing to Riley's family. A new study by the Pentagon has examined reported UFO sightings from over the last 7 decades.
The Defense Department's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office found no evidence of aliens or extraterrestrial intelligence. The study analyzed U.S. government investigations since 1945 of reported sightings of unidentified anomalous phenomena, more popularly known as UFOs. It found no evidence that any of those claims were actually signs of alien life, or that the U.S. government and private companies had reverse-engineered extraterrestrial technology or hiding it. Sandy Wells, KFI News.
And Denver City Council is considering a proposal to remove sugary drinks from kids' meals. Lucky Pie General Manager Sarah Brown says her restaurant is ahead of the game.
We changed our kids' menus last fall to take off the sodas.
But Brown says most families are still drinking soda. If the measure is approved, kid combo meals across the city would only offer 2 choices, milk or water. Southland weather from KFI, some low clouds clearing to sunny skies. Highs in the low 60s at the beaches, mid-60s for Metro LA and Inland OC, low to mid-60s in the valleys and Inland Empire, 50s in the high desert. Some areas of drizzle overnight in the IE, otherwise just mostly cloudy. We're going to see mostly cloudy skies tomorrow with highs in the mid-60s, warming to about 70 on Wednesday, mid-70s with sunny skies Thursday through the weekend. It's 50 in Diamond Bar, 54 in Newport Beach, 48 in Palmdale, 53 in Whittier. The KFI Market Report brought to you by Revive Real Estate. The Dow is down 61 points. The NASDAQ is trading down 34, and the S&P 500 is off 11.
Revive Real Estate will buy your home, then renovate it, then sell it, and pay you again for the additional profit from the renovation. Go to KFIRevive.com to see if your home qualifies.
Checking in with the KFI in the sky. We've got a crash in East LA on the 5.
We just watched this one clear. It's the northbound side of the 5, just past Calzona. But the damage is done. It's slow all the way back from the 605, resulting from that earlier crash. Northbound side of the 110, actually southbound too, between the 105 and the 10. Pretty ugly, especially the northbound side. Don't forget, we have major closures in the canyons today. The PCH, Pacific Coast Highway, is shut down between Big Rock and Las Posas. Also, the the Topanga Canyon itself is shut down, basically from the top of the pass all the way down to Pacific Coast Highway. Westbound side of the 10, it is terrible from Western as you make your way on out to, all the way to the 10, actually, or on 405. Will Coltrane, KFI in the sky.
This, you'll never know that until you experience it here yourself. It's that feeling when you're at Disneyland Resort, and there's no better time than now. Visit Disneyland.com for important details. Park admission and reservation required for park entry. Inner peace. For me, it's the aroma of lavender and candlelit bath enveloped by a rainforest soundscape. Enlightenment, here I come.
Free one-day delivery on bath bombs and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime.
Hey, LA Dodger fans, step up to the plate for the Spectrum Season Ticket Sweepstakes. Visit a participating Spectrum store and enter for a chance to win our grand prize, a pair of Los Angeles Dodgers season tickets. Plus, hundreds of bonus winners can win a 50-inch smart TV. Hustle, sweepstakes ends March 17th. For more information and official rules, go to spectrum.com/2024-SWEEPS-LA. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18 plus in California. Odds of winning vary by location. Void where prohibited.
Every March, Jersey Mike's turns money from subs into charitable donations.
And March 27th is Jersey Mike's annual day of giving, where 100% of sales from every sub are given back to the community.
And to kick off all that giving, Peter gave me an apron. I'm honored.
Looking good, Danny. We've got subs to make, though.
Yeah, now I know why you gave me the apron. Join us Wednesday, March 27th for Jersey Mike's Day of Giving. Be a sub above.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code iHeart. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code iHeart. That's promo code iHeart. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com.
So imagine that's kind of the color, just a very dark, very dark bluish color. What he said was implicit blue shine, almost metallic. And then as the cars drove by, it glistened and kind of shined in the headlights. So he said, yeah, very shiny material, very unusual for the time, like what his wife would call a heavy material or a heavy fabric. And underneath, he said he had kind of a regular shirt, no tie. And the shirt was a little darker than the coat. And then he had regular trousers on, and those were a little lighter than the coat, but also kind of that same color, kind of a darkish bluish hue. But at least with the trousers, he said it looked to be made of the same material, that kind of metallic looking, very futuristic. Yeah, every spacesuit you see in the 50s been wearing usually the silver suit of some kind. But earlier I thought it was kind of maybe a flight suit, but it wasn't. So just kind of normal clothes, but yeah, no tubes on this one. No tubes, no bubble helmets, no breathing apparatus. He looks pretty normal as we described him. Thick kind of hair, dark brown, slick back kind of, but a little longish. And he said he had a deep tan, nothing unusual, not like a spray can formulation, but then maybe even outdoors and working or something, it looked like he was just heavily tan. That's kind of the physical description. And again, trauma. I think he would have said orange. Right. If that were the case. And maybe some kind of score on the end. It's nothing visually that's too upsetting, other than it came out of a big metal tube, which was, he described it as charcoal color. Yes. It made it kind of dulled out, real shiny. It's kind of a dark gray, very charcoal to describe. So other than that, the guy looks pretty normal, and he said that his persona was very friendly when he was trying to be calm, but again, to never
average human, anything happening in that appearance, that normally doesn't happen. So yeah, he was trying to keep, Woody got the impression he was trying to keep him calm as well. Yeah, and twice, Woody said, twice Cole asked him, you can either communicate with me by thinking, or you could just talk to me. Yeah, whatever's more comfortable for you, whatever works for you. Of course, Woody's not used to mental telepathy with strangers. Yeah, we're going to the strangers are annoyed, so that alone is upsetting. Well, the guy doesn't know. He's like, I'm not giving you the choice. Well, and that brings me to one of my favorite things that Woody said in the interview. He said that Cole then asked him what the city was and the distance, because they were right outside of Parkersburg. He says he indicated this by pointing. Well, actually, here, let's just play this answer.
How about I just get a taste of the Rockies? And she looked at me and rolled down my eyes.
Nobody says that.
And I was just so happy to be outside in the sun. It felt like grass. It was a great time.
You remember, I want to know whatever happened to this label. But you remember the old Henry Weinhardt's commercial where they go into a bar and the bartenders knew. Everybody asks for a different label. Like, can I get a Henry's? Can I get a Weinhardt's? Can I get a Weinhardt's? Can I get a Hayes? And then the last guy walks up and he goes, and he gives all the people lived in my no. I don't think I've ever heard of Weinhardt's. Henry Weinhardt's beer. No. Again, it's a label that went out. I don't know where it went. I don't know if somebody bought the name. They don't or they do make it. Or they don't make it. Otherwise, I have no idea.
Well, I'm going to do a deep dive on that during the break. Well, I met Weinhardt's at the game. And I was going to be right. She's
right. Okay. So my favorite part of that is when he says he didn't point. He gave the impression he was pointing. I love that he gave the impression he was pointing. So all of his communication is coming through into his mind. He gave the impression he was pointing. Well, there's he's standing there with his hands under his armpits. Right. He's standing with his hands under his armpits. I think not that he had weird reptilian claw hands. No. Yeah. Or dog hands. You know, dog hands. And no, actually, what he said that later when he went back to the craft, an arm reached out and helped pull him into the craft. It closed all that arm and the hand, and he said it looked completely even. Yeah, they're completely normal. And the door closed with a car door kind of does. A car door. Yeah, so we got a flying lantern chimney that has car door sounds. Just a solid American car door. What's interesting here is that you can tell by the body language, I think, with the hands under the armpits as non-aggressive. Yeah, you see people do that, especially with their hands are cold. They got basically their hands tucked under their armpits. So arms folded. It's kind of like, I'm not casual. I'm trying to reach out to you. It lends itself, though, to the whole idea that these visitors, and there's going to be more of them in this story, don't exactly know how to look natural or how to behave normally. Their body language is a little weird. Their voices are often described as sort of sing-song and kind of unusual run. And this is a way of standing that, yes, you're capable of standing like that with your hands in your armpits. Some people, I think, genetically are predisposed to maybe do that their whole lives, but it's not a majority of people. I think when most people stand with their arms folded, they stand with them folded in front of them, not necessarily tucking their palms up into their pits. Some people do that, but not Mary Catherine. Oh, Mary Catherine Gallagher, yes. Always great. Small Shannon for our yes. No, I think this again. That he's doing. He's trying not to scare this guy. I'm sure he's an intelligent creature. Maybe he realized, like, well, there's not much I can do. I just came down from a big level 2. He's going to be scared, and I'm communicating with him through my mind. But he's trying to be as nice as possible. But he does have some questions for Woody. Listen to this. As far as I can understand, this is all there's no spoken words. I knew what he was asking me. He stood there, his mouth did not move. He had a smile on his face.
It's not the grand. So it's not like anybody's expecting Ryan Gosling to have a scene.
So as the interview goes on, the journalist continues to ask him, did you ever believe in flying saucers prior to this incident? And he says, well, what would you think of a story like that if someone told it to you?
So the song that was performed, that was a giant rocker, was the one by Becky G. Okay, so she does the song. It's called, if I can remember, it's called The Fire Inside. It's from the Eva Longoria produced film about Cheetos. No,
Right, so there's all of that. First of all, I love the savers in that. I love the expression in Hard Family. You joked about me being OC, but one of my favorite things about the Andy Griffith Show was when they would call Barney and that, or Andy would call Ernest T. Bass, which no one's going to get. No, Ernest T. was the crazy guy who came out of the mountains and threw rocks at everything. That's right. There goes a happy man. There goes a happy nut. You know, obviously in the late 60s, people were calling each other nuts. They're not politically correct anymore. So please don't send any emails. If you,
these are the Peter Sellers from the, it's like, that guy's crazy. He was like, we don't say that now. He's like, what do you call them? Now. I was like, well, he's a little now. It's a little. Anyways, but no, here's what's an interesting aspect of this. If you don't believe any of this, you think like, well, he's just got an angle here. Maybe he's going to write a book later. Who knows? So far, none of this mob business has happened yet. Yeah. Okay. So keep that in mind. Yeah. Secondly, it's a pretty darn good piece of science fiction, and what I mean by that is his details are creative. They're not the old hackneyed, round saucer came out, the guy with 3 eyes and green skin and antenna. What I'm talking about is My Favorite Martian. Yeah. Just around the same time. Yeah. You've got to have antenna poking out of your head. It's none of those cliched aspects. And again, not that somebody with a story like that, but we've certainly heard some that did have those cliche elements, which were kind of fantastical. But here, you have a pretty unique story with a unique being and an encounter that if he is making this all up, it's pretty well done, I'd say. Yeah, because it's varied enough. It's unusual. It's unique. That doesn't validate his story. I'm just saying that, again, if you want to take the tack that you don't believe it, I would give him credit, though, for the uniqueness of this. Yeah, there was a lot of interesting things about it. The journalist went on to ask him what kind of noise the craft made. And he said it's kind of like a helicopter, but much, much quieter, hovering, a fluttering sound. He actually does an imitation of it. And he said the cold was 6 feet tall, 180 to 185 pounds. Oh, this is what I love. Is that 35 years old? Yeah. Well, Ronald Main's kind of tests him. He's very generous in the interview. Yeah. Well, he kind of tests him here. He said, well, I'll stand up here. How tall do you think I am? How much do you think I weigh? Yeah. And he nailed it. He said, I don't know, 150, 160. He was like, you're right on the dot. Yeah. So just seeing if this guy's way off or whatever. But yeah, so he was saying that cold was about 6 feet, maybe a little under that. Yeah, 5'10" or so, and about 180 to 185 pounds. Yeah. So he's good at that. And then he said the other, you talk about Main's testing because, so if he's talking to you telepathically, why do you have to roll the window down? But their burger said it wasn't raining at this time, but it had been raining, and there was a lot of water on the windshield and the street. Yeah, so it's easier for us to see each other. Right, because he's like, well, did he have to do it to hear you? He's like, well, no, he can obviously hear my thoughts. Yeah, he did it to get a clear view of him. I looked up the weather that night. I mean, it's obviously easy to talk about next morning. Right. There was just over 3/4 of an inch of precipitation in Harrisburg that night. That's kind of cool that you can find that out these days. Some places you can look up historical weather. Right. So that's kind of the setup here. He rolls down the window, and the questions are also interesting. Yeah, because it's not take me to your leader. He just wants to know some basic information about, so what are the lights over there? Is that where people live? What's going on? Again, he's not lost from out of town. Yeah, and he's looking for the nearest Howard Johnson's. Well, and that's going to be an ongoing theme again with some of these visitations that come up during the course of the Mothman story. Is the people who are arriving clearly have a more advanced state of technology of some kind, or at least appear to. They give the impression that they do, but they are often seen disoriented with regard to where they are and what time it is. The time aspect, especially. Yeah. So he asked him, how do you support yourself? How do you nourish yourself? Well, I have a job. I have to work for a living. Like, yes. Yeah. And he then asks Cole, or Cole gives that up. He said he was not clammed up. He was giving him information. Another thing was that had Woody not been so freaked out and scared at the moment, he said that he felt he would have answered more questions had he had the wherewithal to ask them.
Yeah.
But he was just like basically overwhelmed by the situation and didn't really ask him too much.
Yeah, he said he had a lot more questions now that it was over. Which is how anything is. It's usually what happens on hindsight. Yeah, if I get into an altercation with somebody, all the things I want to say don't occur to me till the next day.
That's the way when I was staircase. Yeah. He was asking basically like, well, what happens if you have to work for a living? And here's another interesting aspect. Again, be good science fiction right now. Cole then says, well, I'm a surfer.
I was told I was a sailor. He was a surfer. A searcher. And they know
yeah, I'm a searcher. So what is he searching for? It's a good question. What's gone lost or missing, or what does he have to corral? The other thing that's really interesting is the last thing, the sign-off, the last thing that Cole said to Woody. And these sign-offs are going to come up again with other encounters. The one that the movie made famous was, I'll see you in time. Which is not what Cole said. That's what another character said in another encounter, Vadik. We'll get down to that. He's the one that said, I'll see you in time. Cole said this according to Woody.
And he was getting into the tree, he stepped back from the truck about 1 step. And he said, Mr. Verlander, we will see you again. He didn't say I, he said we will see you again.
This whole story, Keel himself said he probably would have dismissed it. He has had no shortage of encounters with people who are fond of UFOs and everything, that tend to have a tendency to make things up or want things to be true.
Yeah, they want a little interaction, and they don't care how fantastical it sounds. People also want attention for bad things they do. They don't care where it comes from. They just want some kind of interaction, connection, and attention. We've certainly seen plenty of that with our emails. Yeah, sometimes people contacting us.
But the point is, Woody wasn't the only man who encountered somebody like this on that night. Oh no. Before we get on to the other accounts, though, did you happen to see if Ender Cole is online?
Yeah, well, he's got a website. Well, actually, he's just parked on a domain right now.
We can't figure out where to put it. You know what I bet he's doing? I bet he's looking for a great place where he can design it himself super easy.
Well, if he wants to do it himself, he should use Squarespace. Because if you're doing any kind of creative project, like creating a family album, or promoting your side business, or even organizing roadside interviews for your interdimensional travel blog, you need a website. And Squarespace is the easiest, all-in-one way to create your own fabulous website in days instead of weeks. With Squarespace, you can express yourself or promote your business with a stylish, professional-looking website that works for you right away. That's because the idea behind Squarespace is that you don't need to know all that stuff to have your own awesome website. They've done all the difficult coding and programming for you. All you have to do is choose from a collection of beautiful templates for your look, created by top-shelf designers, and then choose what you want your site to do. It's that easy. We're revamping our own website, and with just a few clicks, I was able to preview and compare several cool-looking theme choices so we can get an idea of what it'll look like. And Squarespace can handle all our e-commerce stuff, right? Absolutely. Squarespace can do all that. Another thing we don't have to worry about are all the updates, upgrades, patches, fixes, and all the other stuff that the alternatives expect you to fix. Also, themes don't become obsolete and discontinued. Squarespace has your back with their award-winning 24/7 customer support. So check them out at squarespace.com. Register a domain name of your own and start your free website or online store trial now. When you're ready to launch, use the offer code LEGENDS to save 10%. Squarespace, make it beautiful. So as I said a few minutes ago before the break, this story might have been dismissed. Woody's story is pretty fantastical. There's a lot of things about it that don't make sense. If you have like a framework of how things might work with UFOs and laws of physics, and his story is very unusual. It's unusual, it doesn't make sense, and so therefore it's gotta be false. Or it's so unusual that it doesn't make sense in a cliched way. It seems more real. Exactly. Well, it certainly would seem more real that Woody's story wasn't the only one describing this type of encounter. So I'm going to read a short section from John Kill's book, The Mothman Prophecies. This is regarding an incident that took place on November 2nd, 1966, the exact same night that Woody encountered Cole. The way the story came to Keel is that an elderly man went to visit a reporter who became a very good friend of Keel's and was someone that he worked with frequently and visited with whenever he was in the area researching the Mothman and the other goings-on, as my grandmother used to say, in Point Pleasant, West Virginia. Her name was Mary Heyer, and she was the star reporter for the Messenger. Mary had an elderly man come into her office and say, "I've just got to tell somebody this story." And I'm going to read it right here. He said this is coming straight out of Keel's book. The story he unfolded seemed totally unbelievable to Mrs. Heyer, who knew nothing of UFOs at the time. But she knew the man and was impressed by his sincerity. And by the way, I want to point out that Mrs. Heyer was very well respected by all the locals in the area, as an upstanding journalist and someone you could trust. Yeah, from the Athens, Ohio Messenger. There we go, Athens, thank you. On November 2nd, 1966, he said, he and another woman were driving home to Point Pleasant from their job near Marietta, Ohio, on Interstate 77. As they neared Parkersburg, West Virginia, an elongated object appeared low in the sky and descended directly in front of them. They stopped their car, and a man emerged from the object and walked over to them. He looked like a normal man and was grinning broadly. He wore a black coat and kept his arms folded with his hands out of sight under his armpits. Just to interject, that's exactly what Woody described. The witness rolled his window down, and it was a very brief conversation. The stranger asked the pair, and he strolled back to the dark cylinder, and it rose quickly into the chill, drizzling sky. They debated whether they should tell anybody, deciding against it. But the Point Pleasant resident found himself suffering from insomnia, and when he finally slept, he had strange nightmares. He started to hit the bottle, something very unusual for him. Mrs. Heyer listened to his story, nonplussed, and made a few notes. A day or so later, the man's son called on her and asked her not to print the story. Several weeks later, she repeated the story to me, this is to John Keel, and recalled the man on her office phone. He verified the details and then said, quote, "Look, don't use my name. I don't want to get involved in this thing. That scientist fella told me." One scientist, I asked. A couple of weeks after this thing happened, a scientist from Ohio came to see us. He told us it would be better if we forgot the whole thing. How did you hear about it? How did he find you? Damn if I know. Did he identify himself? Sure, but I can't remember his name. But he seemed to know what he was talking about. I couldn't get much else out of it. That's the end of that story. But the main thing here is that this guy, who doesn't know Woody, actually came in and told Mary Heyer his story, and she actually didn't even think that much about it because it was so kind of crazy. Right? She didn't realize what was about to unfold over the next year. Unconnected. Yeah, unconnected. Yeah, the description's the same. The craft, the body language, the interaction, and again, the thing that comes up a lot, which we had already made an allusion to earlier in this episode, don't seem to know what time it is. Right, where am I? Yeah, they just don't know exactly where they are, and they don't really get our living arrangements. Certain things, small things, seem to, they're amazed to be fucked by them. Well, it seems like wherever they're coming, if you believe any of this at all, right? We always say that. If you believe any of this at all, it does seem like wherever these folks are coming from, they aren't able to gather a lot of information from here and take it back to where they are, or they aren't able to get information from there to here, back and forth. There's no connection. You bring up an interesting point, guys, in that the things that are science currently, contemporary science and science shows, for those who want to play semantics with, the model is that there are civilizations out there, and technically they are a huge, but maybe they're just like us. And they know about us because they've been receiving our radio television transmissions since the left of the turn of the century. So say 1930s on, beaming signals out into space. So they know about I Love Lucy, Gilligan's Island, and those guys would have to be close because I Love Lucy only just passed Pluto in the last decade, right? Or maybe those transmissions are getting sucked into
That to me is a huge
I'm just saying, that's the opening of Contact. Yeah, they know about us, they've been hearing about us, and again, that is another SETI model. Somebody's going to listen to us, monitoring us, and maybe that's what they're like nights out. Maybe it gathers, transmissions, and then sends them to the wormhole. I hope they get better download speeds than I do. Yeah, or upload speeds. But that makes sense. We get that. We're beaming, our radio signals are traveling at the speed of light. They're being beamed off the planet. If you're close by or have somebody to pick that up, they can. Well, you would know about all of our culture, about jobs, and our living gaps, known as cities, a multitude of information about everybody all over the planet. So if they're not able to get that, where are they coming from where they can't? Or maybe the vibration and the frequency is just off enough that it makes it difficult for them. They're able to traverse the plane.
A 15-year-old boy's been
But
shot.
there's some things, like you said, they only can get once they get here physically. Like, wow, are my clothes out of date? Or, you're right, you should have worn a shiny jacket. Last time I was there, they were driving Cadillacs from the 60s. Yeah, that guy's wearing tweed. I've got something. So, it's interesting you mentioned that. The other thing that's interesting is that it includes we call a man in black encounter. Yeah, always coming afterwards to warn you not to tell anybody. Destitute fraud for dollars. And this gentleman just thought he was from the university. Yeah, but obviously he's used to weird. His impression is that strange people from the university, he himself may appear strange to people who are not used to that from these rural areas. Just in his appearance, dark suit, shoes that were impractical for the area, facial hair at the time of the mid-60s, unless you were a college professor, beatnik, or musician, or artist, was not real comedy or cliche.
Riverside was ranked
Now
number
it's everybody's
35
got their growth, so things change. So your appearance may seem odd, but again, in his description, I think first one of the first people to introduce that was the author Gray Martin. Some of these are big concepts that have survived to ufology today and remain as their own concepts to this day. All right, so that's kind of the framework. We've gone over the framework of the setup at the beginning of the story. The intercalled encounter with Woody Sternberger is a important part of the story. It's something that everyone talks about. And again, it would be just kind of another crazy UFO story if it weren't for the fact that we had these other gentlemen coming into Mary Hires office and saying they encountered pretty much the exact same dude on the same night. It's a separate phenomenological, phenomenological, make up a word. I'm not even going to try after that. Yeah, no, it's a separate account of something that could easily be taken as something completely unconnected and different. However, it has been, in hindsight, by many people who study this, definitely connected, right? Because it's such a different thing, and that's what we see the confluence of different phenomena happening here. As we discussed the timeline, that did occur first. So first, we have a National Guard sighting there that chronologically is what we can find as the first occurrence. Something in the area happened. It's something unusual. I mean, it's just one guy. He didn't, when he went to get the other folks, he was there, but he saw something big in the tree that was human size, the largest bird he's ever seen in his life. Yeah. He didn't see it flying. He didn't see it land. He didn't see it take off. He just saw it sitting in the tree. In a lot of ways, that seems like one of the first, more significant ones. There are other sightings, we will detail more in the other parts of the show, that have occurred earlier and later, all over the world, and some also in the Ohio River Valley, but the descriptions are different. It's something that was white, or it had a light on it, or it was, those things are, when it comes to this specific type of description, the National Guard sighting, in a lot of ways, it seems like the first one, even though a lot of people say that the first one actually was November 12th, and the reason I make a point of this is because this is often, this happens a lot, folks, when you go to research something like this on your own, which we'll find, so there's a bunch of articles, they might mention an incident, and then if you kind of go, well, what's the source of that incident? And even if it's on Wikipedia or a site that you really respect, they seem to all kind of point to one blurb, maybe, that in and of itself. And just while you're saying that, a lot of people make fun of Wikipedia, but I want to be clear that Wikipedia has been found to be more accurate than Encyclopedia Britannica used to be. In fact, that was on the NPR, you kind of search that. And here's where the wording is interesting, the semantics of it, is that Wikipedia is crowdsourced in a way that very smart people who are really into this, who either study this stuff academically or just have studied it an amateur level on their own, but are really into it, put these papers together, they're edited, they're checked out. With Encyclopedia Britannica, there's on average 5 to 6 things that they might be errors, or more likely they are points of contention. As we've said so many times in our shows, it's like you may have the top people in a field in academia disagreeing on facts. So in Wikipedia, I believe it was found about 3 to 4 things per entry are debated. So less things on Wikipedia are debated than they are right Encyclopedia Britannica. But here we have one entry that was only first seen or only seen on the West Virginia Department of Commerce's website, wecommerce.org, where they claim this is the first sighting of the Mothman. And it's November 12, 1966, and it's a little story that goes, on this date, 5 members believed a grave in a cemetery near London in West Virginia, and they saw something that looked like a brown human being flying. So basically, this thing's sitting in the trees. It's off from the trees. It flies over them, flies low over their heads. And this is no bird. It looked like a brown human being that was flying. And so here we have the first sighting of the Mothman. And it's running flew over them as they were digging a grave, right? Yeah, their ceremonies, your stepfather. Yeah, I don't know if that's related, or if there's any connection to it actually being a burial site, but basically these are 5 men that reported seeing a large brown creature. Wait, we don't know if what's related. I don't know if the brown flying man is related to the burial, like he was there observing. Oh, right. I'm saying, like, oh, that's what they were doing. Yeah, that's what they were doing, yes. So that just totally related. Yeah, maybe nothing spooky about it, or wasn't visiting around or anything. So yeah, this thing is in the trees. They've seen large birds before, and that's the closest thing you want to see people attribute this to. It's a large sandhill crane. It's a large owl. There is one thing about this particular sighting that bothers me. Yeah, it's very interesting. There's a couple of things about it. One is that the only place that we can find it on the internet is at the Chamber of Commerce website. Right. When you go to Google Maps and you look at Clinton, right on the map, there's a mark that says first sighting of Mothman. Yeah, so someone's gone to the effort to put that there. So I have a couple of issues just for this particular claim. We can't find it corroborated anywhere. This story with the grave diggers, after people digging with grave, does not appear in John Keel's book. It does not appear in Gray Barker's book, which predates Keel's. I searched the whole book. It's not in there. So it's not in either one of those two books. And those guys, between the two of them, they left no stone unturned when they covered this stuff. Barker's book actually came out before Keel's. Yeah, 5 years before. Yeah, I mean, some people see Barker as a little more fringy than Keel, and there's a lot of, all kinds of things about it, but they knew each other. And there's some people that say that they were working together, or maybe frenemies, or I don't know, that kind of thing. But either way, that particular story is not reported in either one of those. So what I'm saying here is that we have this particular story about the grave diggers that's being reported in this town that is not Point Pleasant. It's been dated as being the first one. It seems a little bit like a one-up story. Like, the kind of story by the town of Clinton. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I want to know where it came from. I want to know who the people were. I want to see their written account, or was when they told the story, or is this just local oral legend? Okay, because you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the whole Billy Kid controversy. Sarah doesn't have to be Billy Kid, but there's a couple of different towns that all say he lived there. And the reason they say that is because of the tourism dollars. It feels a little strange, and also I want to say point blank, November 12th is not the first sighting. If you go with the National Guard sighting, that was November 1st. Part of it's definitely not accurate. Right, it's in the ballpark here, but as far as we can tell, it feels a lot like, hey, what can we do to get a little more of these tourism dollars that Point Pleasant is getting? Oh, well, that's interesting because, they don't say that they're using, we don't get trouble on this one. We're going to get a lot of angry letters from the West Virginia Chamber of Commerce. However, I will say this, they don't claim to have their own Mothman festival as Point Pleasant does. Well, you certainly couldn't do that. So, hey, come to ours, it's better. We did the first one. We're more accurate about that thing. Well, there's a Bigfoot festival, so anybody can claim that. It's just all over the place. So you can say, like, the first sighting of Patty in the woods. Yeah, nobody's going out there. Right. What I see happening here is that I think it's perfectly valid or plausible that 5 men did report seeing a strange, large brown flying man. Yeah, whether you believe that or not, or what they saw accurately or not, That may have happened. How far is Clinton in from Point Pleasant? 79 miles southwest of Point Pleasant. Clinton is southwest, I think.
I don't feel like the Mothman got down that way so much. I felt like he was going north, northeast along the river, staying close to the river.
Gallipolis. How do you say Gallipolis? I would say. Gallipolis.
With
nearly 53% it's Gallipolis.
2020.
Gallipolis, yeah. Gallipolis. So these towns are all along the river. The bulk of the sightings of this particular bridge, for lack of a better word, of the Mothman occurred there. So maybe there's more than one. Maybe there is. There's several more out flying. And you gotta start somewhere with the legend. Yeah, and I think what the Chamber of Commerce is saying, like, I don't think there's any big rivalry between Clinton and Point Pleasant. Of course, that's because who's got the better museum? No. There's only one museum. Exactly. There is only one. So it's all the state of West Virginia. So I don't see any collusion there of one upstream with who's got the first sighting. Yeah, regardless, it's folklore and it's probably silly to argue about it. Yeah, we're trying to be factual here. We are trying to actually have the timeline, but I think they're not so much. Well, yeah, it's more to the point I said everything occurred right there along the river, but there were some sightings that were actually pretty far away from there. And on the night of November 13th, 1966, now we get going here. Yeah, here's where things are picking up a lot of speed. In fact, 100 miles an hour speed. This is 13 days after Woody's encounter with Andrew Cole. Pretty fresh. Yeah, these events happening. Another point we didn't say that maybe someone did it. They maybe, and also I just want to say for the point about hoax or exaggeration or whatever, if you're trying to jump on the bandwagon of Woody's story is about a man and a UFO. This is completely unrelated to that in terms of the nature of the story. This is a more encrypted story. Yeah, it's associated by time. The point that we have mentioned in earlier episodes, especially with Skinwalker leading up to that, is that now we're seeing this pattern very much in general, and so the whole paranormal community, I guess, sees it as well. A lot of these strange things happen in junction. Same time, same areas, same place. It used to be seemingly unrelated. What is it? A Bigfoot got to do with a UFO, and then Chewbacca piloting the Millennium Falcon. Right? Like, what do these got to do with each other? Connections can be made, and we may have not said before, but people who study these things quite a bit will believe in one thing without the other. Yes. So, like, oh, UFO guy, Bigfoot is silly and stupid, and people that research that are idiots. And people say, ghosts? Oh, you bet. Bigfoot? No way. Right. UFOs? I don't know, maybe. So there's nobody that really takes all these into conjunction, and when you see recordage of the reportage of all this together, you may not see any kind of linked occurrences from the investigators. They may just use stuff like, well, I don't do wars. Right, but 100 people saw this giant glowing orb. Yeah, that's not anything I had to do with. Yeah. However, these are connected events here that are very interesting because, like I said, a lot of stuff, like a Spielberg movie, is happening in a very short amount of time. Considering the Kills book came out in '75 and Parker's book came out before that, right? There's no shortage of things in these books that I think probably inspired Spielberg to write Cloud Counter, I believe. So I think that's fair to say, along with J. Allen Hynek. Yeah, and Jacques Vallée, but Truffaut played Jacques Vallée in Close Encounters. So all this stuff, Spielberg was consuming this stuff for sure, which is awesome. All that. I don't know, very enjoyable, sure. But yes, we're talking about the home of Newell Partridge, which was how far away from Point Pleasant? About 90 miles. Salem is West Virginia. So you have a fair distance around the same time, I believe. At night, there's some other things going on with this seeing stuff closer to Point Pleasant. So this thing gets around. Yeah, so it's fast. Yes, and this is November 14th, 1966, which is going to be 12 days after, Woody Durberger encountered Andrew Cole. Partridge had a dog, his family had a dog named Bandit, who was a big, muscular German Shepherd. And he, I guess, was going crazy on the porch around 10:30 that night. Around 10:30 p.m., Wool was watching television, and he said the screen went dark. And then it came back on. These news publications decided, and then he heard a loud whining sound from outside that he said was kind of winding up his picture generator. I'm not sure if the TV is also seeing that sound. If he was coming to the television as well, that's outside. I think it was mostly outside. Mostly outside. Well, now the dog is starting to go crazy. He's been taking hunting, so he's very territorial. So Bandit, Partridge's dog, began to howl, grabs his flashlight, and goes outside to see his So when he got outside, he's looking at the barn about 150 yards from the house, and he shined the flashlight in that direction. And that's when he saw the two red glowing eyes that to him looked like red bicycle reflectors. And he said when he was a kid, he was hunting at night all the time. He knows what animal eye shine looks like. He'd seen every kind of animal you could think of, and he said these things were huge, and being 150 yards away, to have them show up from that distance, there was something very ominous about it. Yeah, no tiny little beady bird eye is going to give you that amount of shine, at least a diameter, from that distance. Bandit apparently was not having that fear. No, he leapt off the porch and ran towards the hay barn. Right. So he takes off across the yard there, and Partridge, of course, yells at him to stop, and he's like, what a dog sees a squirrel, sees red. Literally this time he sees red. Not hearing anything. Runs out after him. Now, Partridge goes back inside, he grabs a shotgun. Brits are so well off right now that this is what is consuming. This is not a man prone to fear. No, this is a man who's hunting. This is a man at night, in the dark. Yeah. With wild animals. Up against wild animals with his trusty shotgun. He goes outside, and here's the interesting connection to a previous episode I noticed. Partridge suddenly gets the fear, and he is too scared to go outside, and so he basically sleeps with the shotgun propped up next to the bed. Yeah, he didn't want to chase Bandit as much as he loved that dog, and he was worried. Yeah, he was so afraid that he did not go after the dog. Another manly man of the rugged outdoors, Terry Sherman, had the same experience on Skinwalker Ranch, where the dogs chased these threats of anglers. Exactly. Yeah, and Billy Love had this deep, dark feeling like, don't go after them. And a lot of times, with our outdoor dogs, they're big, strong. It's like, they'll figure out what they need. Look, they're wild animals. They figure out what they need to do. If they get in a fight, they know how to get out of it too. The fight or flight mechanism at some point will tell them what to do. Anyway, he's too scared to check it out. So he, in the morning, realizes that, oh my God, the dog never came back. And he was never found again. Yeah, so he gets up the next day, and he's like, I've got to go down there. And under the comforting feeling of daylight, he goes down to the barn, about where he thought he saw the eyes, and he sees these dog tracks in the mud from Bandit. And he can see the tracks leading down because the ground was wet, and it was kind of muddy. And then he sees the tracks right where he thought the eyes were, and they're just running in a circle, which Bandit never did. It's just kind of running back and forth in circles. He can't really figure out what happened, and there's no tracks leading away. Essentially, Bandit had vanished into thin air, similar to a Sherman Ranch experience. It is. However, with this story, and the things we're starting to put together about the Mothman, which clearly, as you've said in the past with Skinwalker and also with our interview with Linda Godfrey and the Dogman stories, these things need to eat. For all I know, the Mothman grabbed Bandit and took off. Oh dear. And we're going to find out something that maybe supports that theory here in a minute with the next encounter. Forrest, you like hearing about crimes, frauds, and scandals, right? You're talking about the upcoming election. Well, yeah, I am sort of. And I'm actually talking about the Great Courses Plus. And one of our favorite lecture series there, Forensic History, Crimes, Frauds, and Scandals. And I just got done watching the episode Bad Boys in U.S. Politics. Are you sure you're not talking about the election? No, but I am talking about one particular bad boy from our political history, Warren G. Harding. He had extramarital affairs and paid huge sums of hush money to cover them up. He put his inexperienced cronies in high positions, who then ended up embezzling large amounts of taxpayer money. He was involved in a corruption scandal with natural resources, and then he finally clocks out in what many people consider a suspicious death. Wow, and people think our current choices are unappealing. Just goes to show you there's nothing new under the sun, but you can always learn about something new with the Great Courses Plus. Exactly. And it's not just about politics, science, and history. You can learn about everything from health, fitness, and nutrition to food, wine, and travel. And these courses go everywhere you do, because you can watch them on your tablet, your phone, your laptop, or you can stream them on your TV at home. And now you can sample as many of these courses as you want with a month-long, unlimited, free trial membership. Well, thanks to learning all about him in this lecture and your endorsement, I know I'm voting for in November. I'm writing a warranty party. No, that was not an endorsement by anyone. Secondly, he's dead. And third, he's widely considered the worst president in U.S. history. Well, yeah, but at least he has experience. Start your month-long, unlimited, free trial membership now. Sign up at thegreatcoursesplus.com/legends. Again, that's thegreatcoursesplus.com/legends. There's a conspiracy afoot. Your voice is too crazy. No, car commercial? Come on. There's a conspiracy. Now back it down further. That's all I can do. There's a conspiracy to get you to pay about twice what you should be paying for quality shaving blades. Really? So who is it? The Illuminati, Spectre, the mustache wax? Mustache? What is that? Mustache wax? Come on. Yeah. It's who would want to keep you from shaving. That's the point. Who wants to keep you from using quality blades? I'm going to say no on the Illuminati. I've met a few of them, and they all seem kind of unkempt. No, I'm talking about the corporations that make personal grooming products and expect you to cough up around $35 for a pack of 8 razor blades just because they think you don't have any other choice. But now you do with Harry's.com. Harry's owns their own manufacturing plant in Germany. So not only can they make a high-quality blade, they can cut out the middleman and sell direct to you online for about half the price of your store-bought razor cartridges. And we're talking about a 5-bladed cartridge with a smooth friction fighter strip and now a softer flex gauge, just like the ones you're overpaying for in the store. And it's not just the blades that are top-notch. Their line of lotions and creams are high-end spa quality, too. If you're still not convinced, go to Harry's.com and check out these razors. You know, we've also had our female listeners tell us they like Harry's because ladies shave too, so it's not just for the pins. In fact, Harry's is so confident in the quality of their blades, no matter what you're shaving, they'll send you their very popular trial set, which comes with a razor, 5-blade cartridge, and shaving gel for free. Get your free trial set when you subscribe to Harry's.com, HARRYS.com. You just pay $3 for shipping. Plus, I have a special offer that's just for you guys. Enter the code LEGENDS at checkout and get a post-shave balm for free with your order. I've been a customer for a couple of years now, and I can tell you, really, you do have a choice when it comes to getting quality shave gear at a reasonable price. In fact, I just used it this morning, which is why I sound so darn smooth. Go to Harry's.com right now, enter code LEGENDS at checkout, and claim your free trial set plus the post-shave balm. That's Harry's.com, code LEGENDS.
And now back to Astonishing Legends with Scott Silbrook and Forrest Burgess.
The very next night, back in Point Pleasant, there were 2 young couples that had gone out in a car out to one of the spookier parts of town to hang out and probably neck. It was make-out point. It's what the locals call the TNT area. Well, and this is an interesting area, and when I stayed there, I wish I had gone there. I think I was too nervous, and also we didn't have a lot of time. Me and Jerry. Yeah, it's also very toxic. Well, there is a super fun side, but also there's homes. This is a very large section, and what had happened, the reason it's called a TNT area is because during World War II, they built a plant there to make explosives for the war effort, munitions and shells, exactly. But to conceal the plant from the air, from the prying eyes, they built bunkers to store the explosives in, and then the bunkers had earth on top of them. So from a large concrete dome, everyone knew the area was bird sanctuary. They went for a long time in a wildlife refuge and bird sanctuary on this kind of area. So from the air, with these concrete bunkers with grass and plants on top of them, that's pretty much what it looked like. Yeah, so it was a concealed operation, and therefore theoretically not a target to blow up, since it's creating this stuff. After the war effort ended, there was still a lot of toxic chemicals there. Like I said, it's a Superfund site for those of you that are not in the United States. A Superfund site is a site that gets earmarked as a particularly bad environmental disaster, and it gets access to special emergency funds to mitigate what had happened there environmentally in the past to make it safe. for nature and people are willing to continue using. You have to consider during the war, effort can be spared, so they were making ordnance there. And of course, some of those chemicals have leached into the groundwater, so the aquifers basically don't want to do well. They're starting drinking copious amounts of water. And some of the bunkers have been leased out to companies who were storing things there, and there was some company that was storing things there as recently as 2010. We have a link to this in the show notes. One of the bunkers exploded. Yeah, and it exploded bad. It blew the doors off. You can look at pictures of it. It's now just a hole. And that is part of the design, though, right? The heavy concrete reinforcement not only from our apartment to the air, but maybe if it's an accident. Yeah. It's also my understanding from Hughes, look, there were a lot of homes out there. Now, I don't know if the homes are still there. Look, it's 30 years ago. But there were people that lived out that way too. And when the Mothman sighting started, they had to deal with all kinds of people coming around. Didn't have a whole lot else to do. Once this story came out, everybody was like, hey, that's the perfect thing to do tonight. But at this point, that hadn't happened. The story about the Mothman wasn't really out there, even though the night before, Partridge had this weird issue with Bandit disappearing. This is the next night. Word's still not out about that. Word's still not out about all the strange things going on. And these two couples headed out there. They were very young at the time. This was Mr. and Mrs. Roger Scarberry. Linda was her name, I think. Yeah, Roger and Linda Scarberry. And Steve and Mary Millette. Yes. So they were driving in the TNT area. And Scarberry's 1957 Chevy. And they were looking for other people to hang out with, I guess, but the roads were deserted and nobody was out there. There was houses, but again, it's not very populated. And luckily they called the bunkers igloos. And they would have certain numbers, RS3 or whatever, and they're sort of mapped out and laid out in different areas now. So they came back there to where there was a gate that was unlocked and they could pull inside and sort of drive around. It's a classic sort of urban exploration. And it's also the great scenario for a spooky Halloween story. Right. Well, as they got up next to the actual plant where the explosives used to be made, Linda noticed something. And she told everyone, and they all looked upward, and they saw two bright red circles. They were about 2 inches in diameter and 6 inches apart. Roger slammed on his brakes. This is from Keel's book. What is it, Mary Millette said? The lights bobbed away from the building. The startled Forson saw that they were attacked. Just some huge animal. It was shaped like a man, but bigger, Roger said. Maybe 6.5 or 7 feet tall, and it had big wings folding into its back. It was the eyes that got us, Linda declared. It had 2 big eyes like automobile reflectors. They were hypnotic, Roger continued. For a minute, we could only stare at it. Couldn't take my eyes off of it. So they said it was gray in color and walked on sturdy man-like legs. And it turned, and I've seen this in a lot of reenactments, a lot of documentaries, but the way that it walks with the big wings, it's scary looking. Like, I mean, I know they're reenactments, but this is a thing that is better off in flight, because when it flies, and you talk about it flying, a lot of times there's not a whole lot of flapping. It's almost like it's effortlessly flying. It has the ability to leap vertically straight up into the air with very little effort, but it doesn't seem to walk all that great. We're not very graceful on the ground. Here's something that always found interesting, because what they did is they found that fake hoax clip on YouTube of the guy who's got the flying machine that he built. He takes off from the park, and it looks pretty real. We're talking like birds from a cloud here, right? But stand up, folks. But he's flying around, and it's something that he made, but we can't realize that human beings are too heavy. Birds have like little air pockets and little air bubbles in their bones to make them even lighter. Yeah, birds don't weigh very much. A sandhill crane weighs at the most 9-10 pounds, I think. Fortunately, look that up, because that is a big bird, and we're going to talk about it very soon here, but that's the closest thing to the ground to. Well, obviously, these legs aren't bird legs. And so what they're describing, though, again, similar to maybe the 5 grave diggers, yeah, similar to what the National Guardsmen reported. Everyone's seeing the same thing. Everyone's seeing pretty much the same thing. And the only difference is that you hear sometimes some people say it's brown, some people say it's gray, which would be an easy color mistake, especially in the darkness. It's similar enough. Yeah, Partridge is saying that he saw the same red bicycle reflector eyes. Those are big eyes. Yeah, I read a fair amount about eye shine. We're going to talk more about that when we talk about the other incidents and theories and that sort of thing in the other parts of this episode. But the eye shine, and red eye shine specifically, is something that you see
dark, and in some cases a lot better than it sees in daytime. And although this creature had been sighted in the daytime, the predatory behavior that it exhibits most of the sightings occurs after dark. It sounds too big to actually fly. So that's an unusual, paranormal, supernatural aspect of this. Not that I'm saying that it discounts the stories. You can certainly argue that. It seems too heavy, too big to fly with big, muscular, man-like legs. All right, so Steve, I guess, freaked out. He's like, let's get out of here. Roger's driving the car, floors it, they shoot out of the cave, they spun out onto the exit road, and they just headed for Route 62. And then they saw it again. Or another one just like his kill set. As they hurtled past it, it spread its bat-like wings and took off straight up into the air, according to Killspot. My God, it's following us, the couple of backseat cried. Roger swung on a 62. We were doing 100 miles an hour, like we said. The bird kept right with us. It wasn't even flapping its wings. I could hear it making a sound. You smell that? It squeaked like a big mouse. Followed us right to the city limits, Roger was on. The funny thing is, we noticed a dead dog by the side of the road there. A big dog. But when we came back a few minutes later, the dog was gone. So these guys drove to the courthouse and ran into the sheriff's office and told their whole story to Deputy Millard Houston. Millard says to Keel, quote, I've known these kids all their lives. They've never been in any trouble. They were really scared that night. I took them very seriously. So he got in his car. He follows Roger back to the TV area. They look for the dog's body. This is just a few minutes later. And he's gone. So they come back to the power plant. No sign of it. Houston switched on his police radio, and a very loud signal blasted out of the speaker, drowning out the voice of the police dispatcher. It was a loud garble of a record of a tape recorder playing at the ferry house. Deputy Houston, an experienced cop, were taken aback and said nothing. He switched the radio off quickly and peered uncomfortably into the darkness. Reluctant to really switch the old, but he was convinced. So that's the story. Mary Hire, who we mentioned earlier, was a journalist who worked with Keel, sent that story out over the wire the next day, and that's when it went global. That's when the Keel found it, right? Yes. And apparently some anonymous copy editor, they don't even know who it was, named this character after a Batman comic character from the TV series, and he called him the Mothman. I don't know a lot about comics after that. I know we have listeners that do. We have listeners who create comics. And apparently this guy tagged the creature the Mothman, and the Batman lore I can only find Killer Moth. That's actually the official, like, print version, official designated. So I wonder if on TV maybe they call it Mothman. I'm sure we'll get something else. The TV series was of course awesome, and so your impression of the Simpsons guy, which now I'm asking for impressions. He does like the ones that you do well, or he was actually called Killer Buff. Yeah, that's not a comic book story. That's upset nerd. Right. It was pretty silly. This was incorrect. Right. That's how he gets named. Like a lot of things, like Foo Fighters, like Kincaid's Cave, all these things that we mentioned. There's a little bit of misprint on the paper, and Tom should become Tom. Yeah, this happens throughout history, folks. But you know what? The bottom line is, this thing was fast. It flew almost effortlessly. It kept up with this 57 Chevy. He's got it floored, I believe, every bit. He could do 100 miles an hour. Oh, yeah. They were scared to death. The sheriff described them as being frightened. And on its own, this story might be, oh, these kids just got spooked. They saw a barred owl, which is what some people have said. Oh, it was a barred owl. It was a sandhill crane, whatever. But it isn't just this story. It's this story in conjunction with all the other stories happening at the same time. And these are just a few, just the first of a small number of witnesses that eventually will grow to exceed 100 people. Now, you can easily imagine that these additional people, some of them probably bought into hysteria, and they saw something that really wasn't this thing. But if you take 100 people, if even 10 of them are seeing something unexplainable, then this was still only just the beginning of a long series of events, many of which we're going to share in the next episode. You're going to hear about more encounters similar to this one, and some that are more bizarre and different again from the movie, kind of only deals with the Mothman encounters, but there was so much more going on.
There were Men in Black encounters that defy explanation. Ingrid Cole showed up again, at which point he shared his first name. Up until this point, he only said, "I call Cole." He showed up at Woody's house later, and this time in a black Volkswagen.
In that order.
It's breaking with tradition. Yeah, it's breaking with tradition. He likes both as a kid. Exactly. Yeah. And then there were more stories of Men in Black all over the place. And then another strange phenomenon too. Really strange stuff starts happening to Keel through this network of people that he knows who he describes as contactees, which sort of the first thing he wanted to witness a UFO, especially up close. He never goes into Heine. It was Heine that came up with the classification system, right? Yeah, based on the way people reported, it's a way to measure the intensity, depth of experience of your sighting or your interaction. Keel's approach to that and to dealing with people who have been eyewitnesses to things is to look more at the psychological impact of their interactions. And that's something that is really particularly interesting. And then when you take all this and you put it together with the Mothman, there was something going on there too, psychologically. Aside from the people like Little Partridge who stood on his porch with a shotgun in his hand and was still too afraid to move out there towards that barn, he had what he described as an eerie sense of fear. There was another feeling that people were having. A lot of people poo-poo this and are more than eager to tell us that it's welcome baloney, that there's often a deep down emotional feeling that's tied to the supernatural and experiencing the paranormal. And we personally never have. But we can tell you, a lot of people have told us and sort of come across as damn. And I believe they're sincere. So, again, a feeling's not something we can relate. But that is an interesting aspect that you bring up here because I had remembered hearing these accounts. And one thing that was recorded with these people, not all of them, of course, but the number, is that there was a deep down emotional feeling. Now, unlike this Partridge's feeling of fear, there was some of that. But the other thing I was describing, coming from this being, this creature, was a deep down feeling of despair and sorrow. It's an odd kind of emotion to be feeling from some creature like this, like it was trying to express something like sympathy, or was trying to help in some way, but it just did not have the communication tools. And when you look at it like, well, that sounds kind of weird and silly, that it was sad, but some folks think it had a message from Point Pleasant, a warning that something bad was coming to that sleepy little town. A human tragedy of epic proportions that would permanently scar everyone in that community. Well, that's going to wrap it up for part one of the Mothman. We'd like to thank ZipRecruiter, Squarespace, The Great Courses Plus, and Harrys.com for sponsoring us. We'll be back next week with the next part of the series, when things are going to get even stranger. Thank you to George Pickering, Ray Castaneda, and Sarah Cozumera for lending us their voices. Our show is edited by Sarah Voorhees, and the theme is by Judson Crane. Sound design is by Brian McCullough. Special thanks to the art and its lead researcher, Tess Feifel. But most importantly, we want to thank our listeners. You can find us online at astonishinglegends.com, as well as Facebook, Patreon, Twitter, Tumblr, Google Plus, and Instagram. Copyright Scott Philbrook and Forrest Burgess. Good night.
Jersey Mike's turns money from subs into charitable donations.
And March 27th is Jersey Mike's annual day of giving, where 100% of sales from every sub are given back to the community.
And to kick off all that giving, Peter gave me an apron. I'm honored.
Looking good, Danny. You got subs to make, though.
Yeah, now I know why you gave me the apron. Join us Wednesday, March 27th for Jersey Mike's Day of Giving. Be a celebrant.
Have you ever wanted to give back to your community, make a difference, help the next generation? You can have all of this and make a great paycheck too. EduStaff is hiring substitute teachers and paraprofessionals in your local school districts. Apply to be an EduStaff substitute at edustaff.org. School districts
constantly face a shortage of substitute teachers and support staff. EduStaff is America's #1 choice for substitute staffing, and we're hiring people like you to help our school districts. Apply to be an EduStaff substitute today at edustaff.org. Year round comfort when your home is backed by industry-leading legs, including expert conditions that regulates heating and air conditioning. Special savings opportunities and federal tax credits are available. So call 574-287-5046 or visit us online at greatlakeseating-ac.com/QQuotes to learn more. Have you ever wanted to give back to your community? Make a difference. Help the next generation. You can have all of this and make a great paycheck too. EduStaff is hiring substitute teachers and paraprofessionals in your local school districts. Apply to be an EduStaff substitute at edustaff.org.
Called Lake and Riley.
Hey, voice assistant. Programar cuarto nuevo.
Especificar el cuarto de la casa.
Pico.
Solo puedo agregar cuartos ahorita.
Eso, ahora que tenemos AT&T All-Fi, somos millonarios. Hay cobertura de esquina a esquina hasta el antiguo.
Recalculando. Ahora con AT&T All-Fi, agrega Wi-Fi de esquina a esquina. Obtén AT&T Fiber con All-Fi y vive como millonario. Disponibilidad limitada. La cobertura requiere sensores con cargo adicional.
Astonishing Legends is supported by Movie Watches, The Great Courses Plus, Squarespace, and MacWeldon. And we're back. You may have noticed that tonight's show is a little longer to download. That's because since it's our home special, we decided to post it in stereo rather than mono. For the sake of Ryan's wonderful sound design, we generally don't post Astonishing Legends in stereo because it doubles file size, taking longer to download, and using up more space when you're already overburdened podcast playback device. But what posting in cloud does to Ryan's sound design is a straight up crime. So tonight, pick out those headphones or play us back with the best system at your disposal. Because Ryan isn't fooling around, and we're coming at you in high fidelity.
And then like 10 minutes, it freaking hit. And I was like,
I don't know if that was completely necessary, but we're an independent show. We get to do it for now. I want to say thanks to everyone for all the positive feedback on part 1 of the series. Yes, please leave us a positive review at iTunes. We need as many as we can get in there to offset the occasional rabid trolls that pop up with a weed in your driveway. We haven't said how many parts it was going to be last week because sometimes we can't be sure until we start working on the topic. However, we now know that the Rock Man series is going to be 4. You'll have to brace yourselves, however, because there's going to be a dark week between parts 1 and 2 and parts 3 and 4. Part 4 will be a discussion of our theories on the legend, scientific and supernatural alike. The dark week is there so I can manage Halloween with my son and also properly install and subsequently take down all of the animatronics and fog machines that grace my front porch this time. That's going to be fun, but you know what isn't fun?
The different words that were used
Chased by the Mothman.
descriptors for a person.
You can't even say on the radio right now some of the words that used to be okay.
He would say it on the floor of the Senate.
I've heard other shows do it, pull audio from like the floor 30 years ago.
Welcome back to Astonishing Legends.
It's a completely different philosophy.
And this is Force
whatever is in the moment.
UFOs do not
Just
seem
like
to
most
exist as
politicians, whatever's
tangible,
popular in the
manufactured
moment.
objects.
But
They
it
do not
sounds like a
conform
very
to
different
accepted
person
natural
from
laws
who
of
you
our
hear today.
environment.
And not that
They
people
seem
can't
to be
evolve,
nothing more
but
than
this is a diametrically
transmogrifications to
opposed
bring themselves to our
As of
understand.
this weekend,
John
20% of registered voters across the state took
Join
part
us
in
tonight for the second part of our series on the
20%.
astonishing legends of the Mothman.
LA County was at 19%, San Bernardino County down at 15%.
All right, before we ramp back up
Orange
into this
County
thing,
tends
a
to be
quick
a
thanks
little
to
bit
everyone
more
sending in
active. They had a
pronunciation
slightly higher
information
turnout,
on the local
26%,
towns in
San
New
Diego
York.
County at
Like
25%.
Pointe-Presente.
The
I'm just kidding.
ballot
It's more pleasant. But seriously, we have gotten a lot of advice, and I want all the listeners to bring us and tweet at us and send us every kind of message you can imagine about that little town across the river. I want them to know that there are
in a presidential election year
conflicts
is
between
our
how people think the
primary
town that is spelled
turnout.
G-A-L-L-I-F-O-L-I-S
Very good.
should be pronounced. I love words, I love etymology, and
And if you think
a lot of
about
bugs and words,
the
but they
margins by
differ
which some
slightly,
things
which I find fascinating. These are people who live in the area. I don't know for how many generations you can believe that also makes a difference. Yes, I think it does. And for me, being from the South, I know about this is with all due respect, I've lived in North Carolina, but I'm going to say the bastardization of words. It's like you say, I'm not going to deep South, but Cajun is born of Arcadian. Right. And in North Carolina, sometimes syllables get dropped. I can't speak for West Virginia, but I'm going to say that probably happens. But you know what, Emily, my wife, had this idea. She was like, just find a book on newscasts. Oh, yeah, I should do this. So today I did look one up, which did jive with a lot of the recommendations we got
20%
for the town.
registered Democrats are going to come out.
We also
The
saw
Republicans have
Gallipolice
the onus is
and
on them
Gallipolice.
to
Right, or no, that's not Gallipolice. Gallipolice. That's what I should have said. Gallipolice. Excuse me. Gallipolice, Ohio. And then across the river is Gallipolice Ferry. I haven't looked that one up. I wouldn't be surprised if they're different. Because you know what it should be? Gallipolice.
I think that
If it was a restaurant in New Jersey, good. I love this film Gallipoli. But this is Gallipolice. Yes, I think that's something we were going to do on the road way back when we did
visiting
Knights of the Grand Circle like that over the holidays. Someone very kindly write it was saying, hey, gentlemen, Prescott is actually, that's how she said it. Yeah, press kid. Yeah, press. I cut you off like I knew, but I was only telling you the story. Yeah, just she said it's called press kid by the locals. So I asked a good friend of mine I work with named John. He grew up in the Phoenix area all his life. Has relatives all around that area. And I asked him, hey, people call it press kid. He goes, no, I've never heard anybody say that except for my stepfather, but he's from Alabama. And he calls it press kid. Well, you know, in the South, we have biscuits, not the Exactly. So my point is that I'm sure there's a lot of people that do call it Prescott. I've heard it on news reports from the area. Basically, I've heard it called Prescott by local people, but I've also heard maybe even who call it Prescott. So, you know what? Go with the one you like. Yeah. I want to make one other correction. I mistaken. I said in the last episode that my broadcast of Bible Lucy had just passed Cluedo in the last decade. I couldn't have been more wrong about that. In fact, today, Twitter user Chance Rubbage, who follows us, I love, well, if it had their real name, I would have said it. Okay, so I don't even know. It doesn't matter. But Chance Rubbage, who follows us, pointed out that at speed of light, which is also the speed of radio transmission on television, Cluedo's only about 4 hours away. So I couldn't have been more off base on that. But on the plus side, it did cause me to dig up the news stories that inspired my observation about I Love Lucy. Looking into the far reaches of space, I found two. One was an NPR story that Robert Crowley did. Yeah, before Radio Lab, I'm pretty sure. I don't know what Radio Lab's first episode was. He did the science reporter. Yeah. It didn't caught me, woman.
A man's been arrested for
allegedly running off from the scene of a single car crash. In fact, today, Twitter user Chance Rubbage follows us. I love Rubbage. If it had their real name, I would have said it. So I don't even know if it's that woman. But Chance Rubbage, who follows us, pointed out that at speed of light, which is also the speed of radio transmission, television, Cluedo's only about 4 hours away. So I could have been more off base on that. But on the plus side, it did cause me to dig up the news stories that inspired my observation about I Love Lucy going into the far reaches of space. I found two. One was an NPR story that Robert Crowley did. Yeah, before Radio Lab, I'm pretty sure. I don't know what Radio Lab's first episode was. He'd been the science reporter for a long time. This is an older story. And then there's another story. We've got both links about the propagation of live television and radio into deep space. Those links are in the show notes, so you guys check it out. It's fascinating. Okay, so last week we introduced you to the story of the Mothman, and we showed you how that story is really so much more than just the Mothman alone. It's symbolic for so much other phenomena. It's like the umbrella. The Mothman's wings are the umbrella over a series of events that, like I said, are not too different from Skinwalker. They run the gamut from, even start with cryptid cryptozoology because it's a creature, yes, but with him, he drags everything else with him. Yeah, it's a creature that doesn't behave like a animal, earthly animal. Yeah, it does not, because it would be a different thing if in the course of the story it occurred a behavior you could ascribe to other birds or flying creatures, but it doesn't behave that way. Even the chupacabra is behaving like a canine. Exactly, dog. It bites, everyone likes a lot of blood, but there's nothing really weirdly paranormal. That's a real true cryptid. It's not really like a dog, it's not
really like a coyote or anything else we know. Maybe it has mange, who knows? It's right ahead of your gate. We don't see it smoking cigarettes or wearing banana Republic clothes. Well, yes, and in some cases, the stories of the feeds, they resemble primate behavior. So you tend to think, oh, it's a more earthly creature. However, we have talked many times in the past couple of months about Bigfoot and Sasquatch being capable of something more than earthly travel. So, anyway, we digress already. We're 68 hours ago. We also covered the story of Indrid Cole when he encountered Woody Derenberger. We talked about Woody Derenberger's first meeting with Indrid Cole, who was a frighteningly calm, otherworldly humanoid that kind of defied description. And since then, we actually have been graced with another piece of artwork by illustrator Chad Lewis. We're very lucky to be partnered up with, for lack of a better word. He's doing amazing work for the show. I really appreciate it. It's less scary, but it's creepy. I just love it because just the expression of his face. Yeah. I call it a verge on the impossible smile. Yes. But he contained it. So it's just like, I'm very glad to meet you, but the big looks glad. It's like, we also told you the story about Newell Partridge, otherwise known as Merle, to his friends. It's very abandoned. The Mothman have succumbed with, or possible. Well, I mean, Bandit went out there and it went out there anymore. She never seen again. Marie pointed out he was a big fan of Snowball, Delphus. And you guys were bagging on him earlier. Well, she said, I got to thinking after these disappearances of Bandit and the three dealers on Stillwater Ranch that maybe Snowball knew what was up. Yeah, he was better at self-preservation. Control himself. That's one squirrel I don't want to hunt. Snowball might have been smarter than the other guys. With all due respect for Bandit and the Blue Heelers. Well, yeah, I think there was a little bit of evidence sources of information inside the body. Terry Sherman. No, but Terry Sherman, that's where he came to that conclusion. Now, and Merle, big muscular German Shepherd disappeared. But again, the other interesting aspect was the large dog on the side of the road. Seen by Linda Scarberry, her boyfriend, and the other couple. And when they came back with Sheriff, it was dead too. Yeah, well, they drove by. Yeah, but when you say by the side of the road, no, he wasn't walking out. He wasn't like sitting there waiting for a ride. It was great. It dropped. And then it vanished. And I took it from the time they filed the police report and headed back out to the area with Deputy Halstead. The dog had disappeared from where he may have been. Anyway, that's the other story we relate to you. It was about Roger and Linda Scarberry and Stevie Ray Roulette, who fled the Tennessee area at speeds of up to 100 miles per hour as they were being chased by the Mothman, who was keeping up with them. Yes, they were flying at Roger's 57 Chevy. Now it's time to go deeper on the story. Tonight we're going to take a look at some of the other legends surrounding this creature and more of the events surrounding those 13 months in 1966 and 67 that led up to a horrible tragedy at Point Pleasant that is still felt unexpectedly today. When you look at the totality of this story, it's easy to see how hysteria can creep into the consciousness of local residents. And people might begin piling on, their minds playing tricks on them. And that's an easy out for people that don't want to believe that something so frightening might exist. We'll talk more about the possibility of mass hysteria and other explanations, including supernatural ones in part 4. But for tonight, we wanted to paint a more thorough picture of all the other types of events that were occurring concurrently, including the additional Mothman sightings. Let's take a closer look at Point Pleasant and the Ohio River Valley during the 13 months that followed the first sightings of the events in 1966. According to John Keel in his book, The Mothman Prophecies, early on November 17th, just 2 days after the creature chased the 4 kids out of the TNT area in their car, the music teacher was sound asleep in her bed when she heard her small dog barking and going crazy around 4:45 in the morning. This woman, Mrs. Lori Groves, seemed to recall that the moon was out and very bright that night. She looked out her kitchen window and saw a circular object across the road. It was as big as a house and bright as
specifically his use of the words white flag. Now,
she told Keel that she was about to wake her husband up when the craft zigzagged away.
In Ukraine, some call for the courage of surrender of the white flag. Others say that this would legitimize the stronger party.
That a huge bird suddenly dove at his car and followed him for nearly a mile.
The stronger side is the one who has the courage of the white flag.
The day after that, Paul Yoder and Benjamin
Vatican came out,
a couple of firemen were out in the TNT area, so they saw a huge bird with giant red eyes.
Demons proposed by the interviewer to
say
indicate a
it was definitely
cessation
a
of
bird, but it
hostilities,
was huge.
a truce reached,
The creature was turning up
courage
everywhere in the area.
negotiation.
There were so many sightings like
Former
that. There were so many
President
people
Trump
that were
says
seeing
a
it and they would say,
TikTok
"Oh, it was a
ban
bird,"
would
but it's
empower
huge. And even the people
Facebook,
that said
which
it
he
was a
called
bird
the
had said
enemy
they'd
of the
never
people.
seen anything
He was on
that large
CNBC
in
this
their
morning.
lives. And
He
other people
initially
said,
came out in a
"No,
Truth Social
this
post,
was
I
a
believe,
man
backing
with
up
wings."
TikTok. But
Well,
he told
yeah,
CNBC
these people aren't
that there's a lot of
and
good
there's a
and
certain
bad
amount, and
with
this is something
TikTok,
that you
but
would
it
check out the
predicted that
movie.
it
I
would
know that some of you
help,
haven't seen the
that
movie.
banning it
Advise
would
you to
help
wait till we
Meta,
finish the
which
series.
owns Facebook,
They're not going to
double in size.
confuse a crane
President Biden
or
and other answers
something
even
that they
cited
would
as
describe as a
banning act if
Mothman,
Congress
especially
wouldn't
not a
pass it.
sighting in broad
Now,
daylight.
you've got to
They
follow the
know
money
what a
on
crane
this,
looks like.
because there is a billionaire
city
native
slicker
donor
might be
that
confusing
is behind the
because guess
scenes,
what?
a
They're
puppeteer
not out
there
in
in
nature as much
Congress.
as these
He
folks are.
is
They
said
know
to
their
be
surroundings.
bullying
They know
members of
their
Congress,
environment.
threatening to
They know
stop the
animals. These
funding
people
if
hunt,
they back
fish.
the bill
When they say
to
that they
order
saw
TikTok's parent
something
company
that
to
was
sell
not a bird,
the app. His
I
name's
tend to
Jeff
believe them much
Yass.
more than I would
He's a
some high
conservative
person
voice,
in
a
a big
powerful
city
one,
who
and he
never
has
seen
a
many animals
huge
except on
stake
TV.
in
It's
the
like the
company.
description Linda
Huge,
said.
how
This
much
thing had big,
$33
muscular,
billion
man-like
stake.
legs,
Wow.
not skinny bird
TikTok.
legs.
I didn't know it was that
And
large.
as you
That's
said
just a
earlier with
stake
Burrow,
of
these
Yeah,
eyes that far
exactly.
away, reflecting that much light, and
I
that
don't know
big
if it gets
around.
so
There's no
far as
beady
Biden
bird eyes. The
having
two
to
birds that you
sign
hear the
a
most. Yeah,
TikTok
some
ban,
the sandhill crane.
because they
And
also
very, very
talk about
large,
the
but not that big. But their
possibility
eyes have
of
wings.
acquiring
No, they still have tiny little
Like
beady
the
eyes.
answer
They
is
do have
could be
red
those
on their
that
head.
requiring them to sell
But it's
off
not
the TikTok
reflective.
portion
No,
of
and
it
the
to
red is not two
American
red dots. No, it's like a skull cap.
Feels like they did
Yeah.
that already.
Yes, their
And
crown
they
area.
had so
Yeah,
much
forehead
heat
area
over
of the
during the
bird
Trump
is just
administration.
red. It's not even really that
This
iridescent.
Yass
Right,
guy,
it's just one
Republican
red
mega
spot.
donor,
It's not
has
emitting
funneled
light.
$130
And it
million
wasn't even
since
reflecting
2020
light. And the other bird is the barred owl. Yes, which are large. No, we're talking huge. Barred owls are also nocturnal, as all owls are. I believe.
Republican
No,
lawmakers to
others,
use
yes,
Scott
you see with the
and
daytime flighter.
banks.
You do, but not
They're
as
also
much.
dirty.
I see one here in
They're
LA.
less than dirty,
Oh,
dirty.
it's near Griffith Park, so that's their territory. But it was weird because it was sitting
like you
at
mentioned,
a
it was on
fast food restaurant.
CNBC
You just
just
go out of the park. So,
Square
oh,
Box.
that was one of those plastic ones.
Asked
It's
the
got
guy
specifically pictures around because they think the owls
I do
eating.
believe
So
that TikTok
they're
is a
animals. They have
national
their
security
hunting
threat.
territory.
But he
and,
also on Truth Social
when
said
they're
if you get
giving
rid
up
of
to
TikTok,
females, and
Facebook and
there's no
soccer
bird
schmuck
that's
will double their
man-sized
business.
anywhere. Years ago, I looked at the pterodactyl because
Didn't
could those
didn't
really
seem like
carry
the
off
math
somebody?
behind the whole,
And those might get to be
the
about
Facebook
5
true
feet
He
from
is trying to say he doesn't want a monopoly of social media because that is an argument that can float.
Yeah, you know what? Wasn't there another? I thought there was some other giant. This is going to come up in the series episode. No, but there's larger ones, but there's no giant prehistoric bird that's, let's say, the size of a crocodile. You know,
this is not
there's
just
that famous picture.
it's not a political issue. It's not a international relations issue in terms of our relationship with China. It's a freedom of speech issue.
Oh, okay. Well, how long is it?
It
Well,
is
it's like a bus.
specific.
No. Yeah, you've seen that picture. Was
line
in
from
before
last year.
I don't
with
know.
Rothschild.
I don't know.
You should
Well,
be
back to
aware
my point is
of
that
those who
there's
use
a reason
fear
birds
to
are the
those
size they
Americans
are.
to really push
And
them.
they can only fly so fast. Now, Sandhill Crane is
earlier
great
than I
at gliding. But they don't really dive as smooth like a peregrine falcon glide doing 220 miles an hour down to the car. So that's another thing. I don't believe that they can flap and keep up doing 100 miles an hour. Anyway, well, you know, they broadcast it. Yeah. Well, there's a thing about Mrs. Gross's story, though, that I looked into just because that's kind of what we do here at the show. And she was talking about the craft that zigzag wave walk around 4:45 in the morning. On that day, November 17th, in West Virginia, the moon wasn't out at 4:45 in the morning. It rose at 6, much later that day, coming up a little after noon, and setting a little before 10 p.m. And on top of that, it was waxing crescent, only 28% of it was visible, and it wasn't going to be full until 10 days later,
at which point it would have risen at 5 p.m. and set at 8 a.m. Which better matches the 4:45 a.m. story for her. So on the surface, your first reaction might be, well, she must be lying. Maybe she made the whole thing up. Or maybe there's other factors that could be played here. She obviously could have been dreaming. Maybe it was a dream. She also could have been mistaken about the date. I don't know when Gil talked to her. He doesn't mention that in his book. But maybe she misremembered the date. Or maybe what she thought was the moon was something else. The question is, were her senses being manipulated? That seems to happen again and again with these stories.
You already
events
know
appear in a
this
form that you
sausage
can
bits.
understand.
I know, but
But
feel
you
like
see how conjecturing it as
there's something in there.
I don't necessarily think, oh, she made the whole thing up. I do think it's possible that it was a dream. Well, how important is the moon that you turned into something else? No, it didn't, but she said she specifically remembered that it was out very bright. Right. So, well, at least according to the Naval Observatory, it was not out at 4:45 a.m. on that day. So, was it a different day? I've often wondered, unlike the Delta Spring story, people say, like, well, we're already saw the moon, come on. It's like, well, no, I know what the moon looks like. Yeah, far away in another direction. And also, we've checked that. Yeah, in that particular story. We were able to find it was out, but it was not at the right point in the sky. And what is people telling him what he saw? Yeah. It is interesting, though, that on the very same day, the 17-year-old reported being chased by a large bird in his car around 7, which is pretty much right in front of Mrs. Gross's house. There's no way that boy could have known about her sighting. In fact, she didn't even tell her parents' family about it until 3 weeks later.
Absolutely.
Was that boy's name Tom?
It started off with a love story and it ended with
only
a
because I
rape
saw
and
an interview with a guy. He may have been older, I believe. I don't know if he was a shoe salesman.
Who needed to have that
Friday,
reaction?
he describes that. And mine that just stuck out is that, and we'll have a link to this documentary, which I believe was of Hawaii, that you've never seen before.
And
It
you're
was
like,
pretty well done. This
yeah,
thing was done in
and then
conjunction.
you're like, uh-oh,
It has a few factual errors. Well, there's a few things which are not fully explained, which leads to errors and kind of an error by omission. So they interviewed this guy, Tim Morris, and he doesn't look all that old now, so he's probably in his late 50s, maybe early 60s, but they showed a picture with Sandy O'Crane. Like, no, this is all due respect to the professor of wildlife at the University of West Virginia. Yeah, the guy, yeah, and he said, no, wrong color, speedy legs, that's not it. Yeah, but his name was Tom Urey, and he's him because Kill doesn't mention the name in the book in his book. Right, okay, look at his notes or find something else published about that particular incident to correction, but it could be the same guy. Yeah. Man, some of these Edward Cole type stories are so strange. I mean, think about it. They can manage to get to our dimension in a flying tin can, but once they step out, they don't even know what time it is. I know, and if he'd had about $100 on him, he could get a really cool looking watch from Newman to go with the rest of his outfit. Yeah, Edward's got a pretty sharp look to him. The shimmering metallic overcoat, the metallic looking pants and shirt. You know, if I saw him wearing a movement watch, I would just think that that's what they're wearing, a much hipper and fashion forward dimension than ours. Well, that's the point with movement. You don't have to go through a wormhole flying on the internet to look like a complete and advanced civilization. You can get a stylish quality timepiece at an affordable price because movement watches start at just $95. They have a wide selection for men and women, and when you want to switch up your look, you can get interchangeable straps to them with whatever you're wearing. But at that price, you really can't afford to get a couple of watches, like some for work and some for like really dressed to the nines. They also have chic sunglasses for when you want to go for that Men in Black new hotness look. I love the idea of finding it as a company. Two broke college guys wanted to wear classy, stylish watches, but they couldn't afford what was available to them in stores, so they started their own company. They figured they could sell directly to people on the internet and cut out the middleman's retail market, which means you get all the high-end design and craftsmanship at the best possible price. They've now sold over 500,000 watches in 160 countries. No matter where or when you are in the multiverse, you can look like $1 million starting at just $95. And with free shipping and free returns, it could be easier to step up your watch game and start looking like a sophisticated adult human who knows what time it is. Get 50% off today by going to movementwatches.com/legend. That's MVMWatches.com/legends.
Very clear that Sean wanted this message to get
later that same November, Kill reported that 5 teenagers were out for a drive when they saw a man-sized bird by a rock quarry.
Steve Gregory,
They saw them
Southline weather
and
from
turned
5 Market
and
Valley,
ran
the
into
highs
the
in the
woods.
60s for Metro
Most of us
LA,
saying no one
Valley's
believed
beaches,
them because they were
Lindsay, and the
kids,
IE50s
but they were
in
genuinely
Metro Valley.
scared.
Right now,
And another sighting, an
all
elderly
this thing
businessman from
Irvine,
Pleasant
it's slow on the 405 in
became
Oakland.
concerned he heard his dog going crazy outside his movie dog. He went outside and came face to face with what he described to Hugh as a 7-foot-tall, gray apparition with flaming eyes. apparently went into some kind of trance and lost track of time for a moment. I guess no one can say what happened to him as a creature during those moments, but eventually it flew away. He was so beside himself with shock and fear, and he looked so pale that when he stumbled back inside, his wife thought he was going to throw him a heart attack. Here we go with more sights in my yard. It's flying over my car. People everywhere are recording this thing. And you know what's interesting to me about it too is the sort of trance phase. A lot of people describe that. Yeah, that's very interesting that you mentioned the word trance, because I was watching one of the other interviews from this documentary where that's exactly described. And it's Marcella Bennett, and she was much younger at the time. She's on camera in this interview. Telling about this incident. And what happened is that her and her brother were headed to the AT&T area. This is relative to kind of the outskirts of the area. And she had her 3-year-old daughter with both in the car. And as they're getting out, her brother had noticed something unusual with the sound. Lights or something odd, and he wanted her to look at it. Hey, take a look at this. She had no interest. She did not want to look at it. As she's making her way to the house with her daughter in the car, there's some kind of figure that she notices out of the corner of her eye. Yeah, it's some kind of man or creature or something. And at that point, she goes into a trance. She falls down into paralysis, and she realizes that I just followed my daughter, but I can't help it. I can't move, and this thing is coming up to me. She can sense this thing's approaching, but she can't move. And she realizes that I have to get into the house as quickly as possible, and I believe her brother's already made his way in and out of the door. Well, she is able to regain strength in her legs. She comes out of it. She scoops up her daughter, and they run inside as fast as they can. And they slam the doors. Now the problem is, this thing has not gone away. It's still coming. It's making its way to the floor.
To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own city, go to iHeartRadio.com/.
And now it's peeking inside the house. So, well, mention that they're freaking out. They called the authorities. By the time they came out, because they had gone, of course, they were terrified. And to this day, she is terrified. And, I mean, was traumatized. It had to seek medical attention when counseling with that, because it was so different. It's not being spooked by a deer coming up to eat your flowers. What's fascinating about this, first of all, again, we go back to the trance. People are falling into trances. They're losing track of time. They don't know who's on his porch. It's like, it's got a hypnotic quality. Well, he mentioned that too. He apparently had a fascination with images of himself in his book. But yeah, that's not one of the part one, or we talk a lot about nocturnal sightings of this thing. Because we see it plenty of times in broad daylight. We're going to discuss it usually tonight. In broad daylight, it's a lot harder to mistake something for something else. Well, yeah, if the sun is out, you can clearly see what you're looking at. You're also less likely, as a general member of humanity, to be under the influence of something. I think that we did find a substance. A substance, yes. This is broad daylight with these people. And my question for you is, not that you would have these answers. This thing wants to be seen. It has no fear of being seen. In fact, it's like it's trying to make contact. Yeah, in some cases it does. In some others, it's kind of just doing its thing. Sitting in the tree, swooping down, flying around. Maybe it buzzes to somebody. That was the case of the 5 grave diggers in Glendon. Yeah, we got an email about it today.
AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
They saw this thing sitting in the trees. They all noticed it. A large brown man with wings. And it swooped over the car. Not real low, so they don't let them hit the ground. It's like somewhere. You talking about grave diggers again? Yeah, that was how they were standing in a hole. No, they're not all under the grave. Now that you said swooped over their car, they had a vehicle they arrived to the cemetery. They said it kind of switched the story. Even though they think that story might be made up. I'm not sure it's made up. It's unquoted. Well, except for by the West Virginia Chamber. It's ahead of it by a day or so. The first sighting. Yeah, there's no festival that they're trying to beat them out. This thing flies over, and it's not attacking them. It's not doing a trick or treat, but it doesn't really care that it's being seen. Yeah, much like a lot of people say with UFOs, they claim there's cloaking devices and some in a simple way, but in a lot of cases it seems like they don't care that there's a busy highway that people are noticing them. They're just out doing their thing. Yeah, same with this. But in this case, though, I would say these stories much more lean towards
when it
this
comes
thing.
to
If it is, as
history,
you have described, it's
engineering,
looking for some kind of
science.
interaction.
Not a lot of people.
Well, but it's not doing it very well. Right, and the other thought is
It is a
the
compliment.
method
It
that's
is a
similar to
compliment.
Indrid Cold.
If
These
people
encounters do seem to have a
have interest
psychological,
in
almost
things that
telepathic component to them.
most people
Yes,
do not,
emotional
which is why
telepathy of
TikTok is
sorts,
so popular.
too. Yeah, exactly. Let's talk a little bit about Connie
You know
Carpenter.
that Secretary of State Anthony Blinken
Had one of
is
the
in
most
Jamaica
intense
today.
sightings because
Emergency
technically
meeting with
it's a
leaders
trace
of the
evidence
Caribbean
case, which is, as we
push
all
to
know,
solve whatever's going on in
several episodes
Haiti
of our
is
show.
being
It's my
described as
favorite
a
kind of
spiraling
cases
crisis.
when leave
The
something
Prime Minister
behind.
of Haiti,
The close
Ariel
encounter of
Henry,
the second
gone
kind,
to
right? Here's
Kenya
trace evidence.
to
Yes,
ask
by
for
the
assistance.
and I don't know if this qualifies as trace evidence
stuck
or
right
it's
down
actually
in
physical
Puerto
element,
Rico.
but I think it
It's
does.
not clear if
Connie
he's
was
going to
Mary
go into
Hires'
this
niece. To
this
remind
meeting.
everyone who Mary Hire
What
was,
is going
she was the
on
journalist
with
and
Jackie
Tony
and
Pleasant
Shadow's
that wrote
eggs?
for The Messenger, which I think was based in a different
I think he
house.
brought it up after
Athens.
Amy
Yes,
left
Messenger.
for
Yeah,
a reason.
but she had an office in Point Pleasant where she
But
worked.
the
In
head
Athens,
of the
Ohio,
weekend
obviously,
was
but
the
Athens,
first
Ohio
date. I
is
don't think it's going to be
absolutely
viable because the time has
I
passed.
knew that Athens was in Ohio.
It's
I knew
2
that.
and 3 are
Or
still
was it
on the
Athens?
possible hatching
Stop.
window.
But anyway, John Keel and Mary Hire became
They said they
friends
stopped
and
zooming in
investigated
on the
together
eggs
during
because
the
it was
13-month
causing more
period
upset
that
and
we're
concern
covering in this
and
series.
curiosity and
So Connie
comments.
was Mary Hire's niece, and
They
on
said when
Sunday,
it
November
happens,
27th,
we do not have to know about it
1966,
instantly. We'll see
Connie
it
was on
soon
her way
enough.
home.
You guys asked for this when you put that
This is
camera
broad
out.
daylight. It was
you
actually
put
about
an
10:30 in the morning
camera
on a Sunday.
a few feet
Not on
away
my
from
time
a
zone,
giant eagle's nest.
You think
She
what's
was
going to
driving
happen?
past
You know
what's
who
now
was?
known as the
Speaking of
Riverside
which,
Golf
Russell
Club
Wilson is
in
going to play for
Mason,
the Pittsburgh
West
Steelers.
Virginia, just 25
That's
minutes
an
north
interesting
of Point
move.
Pleasant.
I saw
I don't know if I like that move for the
To give you an
Steelers.
idea of
I
the
guess the
area,
other option was
This is
Justin
only 10
Fields.
miles north of the
That was
TNT
it.
area, where the Mothman was thought to possibly live.
Oh,
The TNT area,
Russell Wilson,
which we mentioned
$39 million
before,
guaranteed.
Yeah,
part
the
one,
Steelers will pay
which
him
was a
like
former
1 point
military
something.
They'll pay him
munitions
the veteran
base
minimum
and
for a
storage
12-year
area
veteran is
for
1.21 million, which
ordnance.
means
They were manufacturing
Pittsburgh
and
pays
storing
just
it there.
over $1 million.
Yes, and that accounts for the
Denver
concrete
pays
crews
him
that were there. So there was a
$37.79
lot of
million to play for
really toxic chemicals that
another
leaked
My favorite
around,
meme
and
yesterday
therefore
was
the
just a
surrounding
guy
ponds. So
from
again,
his point of view looking down at
Yes,
an office, and the office
yes, it's
floor
also
is
part
just
of this
covered in
wildlife
cash, and he's
management
wading
area,
through it like you would be
which,
wading through a pool.
sites and
And it's like
areas.
Russell Wilson cleaning out his
It's gonna
office in
be,
Denver.
yeah, some area.
And
It's the TNT area. It's
superimposed
near
is the
me, exactly halfway between Point Pleasant and Mason, where the golf club was that Connie was driving by.
The
So she's
City
driving
of
past this place in
Anaheim's
broad
Planning
daylight when she
Commission
saw
is
a
scheduled
huge
today
gray
to review a proposal for
She couldn't help
Disneyland's
but
new
slow down,
expansion
try to
project, which is
figure out
technically an expansion, at least
It
not
was
in
over
terms
7
of its
feet tall,
footprint right
and it
now.
had
This
gigantic
project would
glowing
require
red
Disney to
eyes.
invest almost
This is
$2
in the
billion
daytime.
in
So
the
now we've got
theme
glowing
park,
red eyes
hotel
in the
rooms,
daytime,
entertainment,
which
training
rules
systems,
out
and
nocturnal
will still
eyesight,
have to be
which we've all
approved by the
seen,
city council
and which some
before
people have
it
every time
takes
they
effect. You may
photograph
see
it. We always say this in a description. It's almost
the
like
last
cliche.
couple months.
It's like
Because Disney came out
everything's
with this
got
plan
red
to
glowing
change
eyes.
some
But a lot of that
of
they
the
say,
old
yeah, it's just how you're looking at it at nighttime. I saw something in the mirror at night in the bathroom and had red glowing eyes. Well, maybe that
interactive and immersive
it's weird it's there in the first place.
Stories
You
that
can
I
say
told you,
maybe
like
there's a light shining off of it.
Coco or
But
Frozen
more
or
and more, it
Zootopia.
seems like these eyes are
It's
emitting
pretty
a
amazing
red
when I think of
or
where they
orange
are
glowing light.
now
What is that about?
with their
What is it about
attractions
their place that they're coming from?
even
That's
20
the
years ago,
normal thing.
25 years
Yeah.
ago.
So
So
Connie
25
starts
years from
slowing her car down
now,
because she's trying to figure out
that's
what
what
this
those
thing is.
attractions look
She
like.
said the eyes
Yeah.
were focused on her.
You know, with
and it
just
was
in terms of
staring
the
at her.
technology
And
that's
she felt a
available
hypnotic
and
effect
developing
put
now,
her into some kind of trance.
it's
She nearly
mind-blowing
wrecked her
figure.
car
This is the first time,
almost unconsciously, continued to slow
since
down.
the 90s that they've ever had a major expansion like this.
Pair of wings unfolded from this
First time since 2019 when they saw the immersive experience of Star Wars Galaxy's Edge.
There was no question it was human one, and not just a bird.
Yes.
Then it defied the laws of physics.
The most
as it
amazing part
slowly
about
lifted up off the
being
ground
is you
without
turn
making
a
any
corner
kind
in
of
the right
sound.
spot and you are, I mean, that's the term immersive, but you can't see any
to her terror
of Disneyland.
It made a
And I
big
think
line.
that's what's really great about it. And they're
Staring
talking about
intently
those
at her
other
the
lanes
entire
that
time.
the Coco Frozen
Connie
Ocean
floored it to get away.
that would be along those same lines.
It makes me realize how many Disney movies I haven't seen.
That would have encounters during the winter
I haven't seen
between
one of those.
1966 to 1967.
No,
Someone
I
had a
haven't
question.
I've seen all the others.
This kind of backs up that a part of her story
But your
about
favorite
what I was
was
saying
Frozen.
previously.
I knew of this story, I knew of Connie's story, and that's a couple of other things to add to it about her experience.
Depends on how up there you
But
talk.
you're saying, though, here, that it defied the laws of physics and slowly lifted up off the ground without making any kind of sound and pointedly without
Which is weird that after you finally saw it.
So that's the only time that's been described. Okay, so here we go. What it's saying is that this thing looks too big and heavy to fly, right? Within the laws of aerodynamics as we know it. There's no lift on the wings like a bird. You can't just shoot straight up in the air.
Took a good
But you're rocket, but you're Batman. Yeah, or Batman or Superman. Exactly, right. It unfolds its wings and just kind of floats up into the air, right? Shoots straight up. Yeah. The distinction I'm making is that now we're kind of out of the realm of some kind of normal, primitive biological element here into something even more paranormal. Yes.
The Legend of
Exactly. So high strangeness. Indeed, very high strangeness. And the fact that it can follow these cars at tremendous speed, the way the bird usually doesn't fly that fast.
Missing a leg.
Now, I haven't even gotten to the trace evidence part of this case. First of all, Keel had said that the minute he met Connie, he knew her story was real. And there's a couple of reasons for that. One was that he describes her as a very shy, reserved, 18-year-old. And as we said, his friend Mary hires leads. She wasn't seeking any kind of notoriety, and pointedly, one of the most interesting things about her was that her eyes were swollen.
Tripod also looks like he could kick your ass.
Both of them. She had conjunctivitis, otherwise known as pink eye, and it lasted for 2 weeks after that
My
encounter.
sister has a 3-legged cat.
Here's the thing about conjunctivitis. Keel reports that there's a version of it called conjunctivitis. I looked this up. It's also called actinic, if I'm saying that right, conjunctivitis. And it's brought about by exposure to actinic rays, which are green, blue, violet, or ultraviolet rays.
I just don't
You're
want
saying
the cat
that light
to feel
itself
like
can bring this condition on.
so
Exactly. Wikipedia states this, quote, most often the condition is caused by prolonged exposure to clique lights, therapeutic lamps, or acetylene torches. Other names for the condition include clique conjunctivitis, eye burn, arc flash, welder's conjunctivitis, flash keratoconjunctivitis, actinic ray ophthalmia, X-ray ophthalmia, and ultraviolet ray ophthalmia. Well, there we go. We're starting to make more sense. Now, Wikipedia goes on to point out that this particular form of conjunctivitis is prevalent among the children in the highlands of Ecuador. This supports the hypothesis that prolonged exposure to the sun and altitude in the less dense atmosphere is the main cause of the disease in that area. So the next question is, what is emanating from the Mothman, from those red eyes that's causing Connie and others to contract conjunctivitis? And then what about the people that are encountering UFOs as well? And why does Lois Lane get it when Superman uses his X-ray vision? Well, he never puts his eyes right at the But the point is that there's something being seen, it seems like, if this is the cause, because she wasn't the only one, and there was another young kid who he had the same thing, and he had one of his right eye really swollen, and as he told me, never really healed after that. So it's not just her. It is kind of like people who can really sunburn, your eyes get puffy. In these cases, it really does seem more like the bacterial conjunctivitis, where just weeping and it's just really swollen and red. So what are they seeing that is beaming towards them that is not usually of this realm? Here's the other thing, and this is a part of the reason that I think Spielberg probably should have bought this book, Close Encounters of the Third Kind. A lot of people start to figure out that they can come to this area, they go to certain places at certain times, and they have a good chance of seeing UFOs. That's how much activity was happening. And in fact, Keel talks about there was one particular point where he had gone to a known site that he and Mary would sometimes go to. And there were a couple of teenagers
Free
there, and they built a bonfire. And they had
for
built
music,
like
radio,
you're
and
gonna scare them
podcasts
away.
all in one.
Put that out,
Discover
I
new
want to see
podcasts
anything.
from our library.
Oh, were they trying to see? Yeah, they're there to try to see something. They obviously did the protocol. So, well, not as well as he, but it's mostly within these 13 months. Yes, during this period, since the first Mothman sightings and running up to the final point, which we're going to get to at the end of this part, right? That's also what was winding up everybody in this town. That when John Keel arrived, he said you could sense it. There was a palpable feeling of nervousness and
angst, and that's actually conveyed very well in the adaptation of the movie. There was a feeling everybody knew that something was up, and nobody could figure out what exactly it was. And to a certain extent, it could fairly be described as an ominous feeling.
Right, and for those of you who will just write it off as general mass hysteria, one, I don't think it really fits the definition of that. More so, yes, on the sociological scale, not so much on the medical, because there are different symptoms. But it's not as though there was a whole feeling of panic around a very specific thing coming into town. People just didn't know what was up because they're hearing these stories from a lot of people, as it's been implied, who are really decent folks. Not hoaxsters, not shucksters or hucksters, you know. These are people that are known in the town. It's a very small town.
Follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one
In fact, Linda Scarberry had to have the doctor call because when she got home, she collapsed on the floor and was just really bad state. The doctor had come to give her sedatives. Yeah, she was that bad.
Right, that's not a hoax situation. Could it still be misidentification? Yeah, could they have had a close encounter with an earthly creature that they just didn't recognize? Yes, but whatever happened, she clearly had PTSD from a really frightening experience. Oh, sure. A lot of people did, including Connie's husband, Keith Baker. This is the same Connie Joe. I think it's I'm pretty sure it is. There's two Connies in Kill's book, but one is this Connie, and the other one that we're going to talk about a little bit later. Her husband retired from the army by a strange man. So Connie's husband, Keith Baker, that's her married name now, he's on camera, and he's wanted to set the record straight because she's still so freaked out. All these many years later, and she will not go on camera and talk about it. And he describes that night. They were dating at the time, 15 years. Yeah, so affects her that much. Essentially, so long. I was counting. While you were talking. No, that's why you right. So he describes going over to her house. Now they're dating at the time, and so he knocks on the door. Her mother answers the phone and says, "Well, she's in bed, and she's not okay about her." So he was a visitor. It took a long time to get this out of her. For her, he described what happened. She was that shaken up. So people see weird things. I don't know. Like, do people feel this after seeing a macabre or even a Bigfoot sighting? I mean, there's people who claim to have seen Bigfoot. It's kind of exciting and sometimes upsetting, and sometimes they freak out. I heard stories of people who are in their camp with dogs freaking out, they're knocking, and the vocalizations, and they're frightened. But not like this. Yeah. This is there are multiple cases too of people who said after the encounter in their cars, for example, they had to pull over to the side of the road and they run. Does that then go along with some kind of radiation of sorts? That's a really good question. Now, I hadn't thought about that. That's a very good question. Because again, if this is kind of burning your eyes away, you get conjunctivitis, and you have all these other symptoms, like people getting sick, being sick afterwards for days. All right, so getting back to the group sightings, Keel had figured out, and Mary hired both. I just want to call her Mary. I feel like I know her. That's fine. God rest both their souls. But Keel and Mary had figured out. Keel and Mary had figured out where to go to see UFOs. And in early April 1967, this is a few months after the bomb went for sure, and prior to November, there were tons of people out in the TNT area because everybody got word, oh, the Mothman's out there, because everyone had heard what happened to Roger and Linda and Steve and Mary.
That's another thing I want to bring up quickly here. Yeah. This wasn't just isolated stories that people could have forgotten about it or about the last period. No, they brought in the state police, the National Guard were searching for this thing as if it were like a Frankenstein hunt.
Yeah, yeah, they were going in and out of the buildings. And he himself went in the building. Next Friday, 4 kids, but they didn't see anything. One of them saw something. And there's so many stories. We can't put them all in an episode. We're talking all night. Also, you should just get it's great. It's super entertaining. But there was one particular evening in April 1967, and Keel and Mary had decided to drive over to 5 Mile Creek Road, just below Gala Police Ferry. Sounds weird.
Or is it Gala Police?
No, it's not Gala.
No, the Gala Police are people that come when your party's too big. Or is it Gala Police?
Anyway, so they're in Gala Police Ferry on 5 Mile Creek Road, which is the summer. In fact, they went there 2 nights in a row. Both nights, John and Mary saw strange balls of light
and unidentified foreign companies. One of which looked to Keel like it had a window and a beam inside, although Mary thought it was just some kind of partition on it. And he quoted us, but this was the only thing about that encounter that the two of them disagreed on. And she later signed an affidavit saying that she personally witnessed what happened that night on his behalf, because they she was there.
Enjoy the show.
Right, and because he wanted to something that was witnessed by more than just him. And he said that the shapes of these crafts precluded them from being stars, and they all exhibited non-ballistic motion, darting in and out in the heart of trees near distance. And one was actually even stuff out of the garbage can, and then you left it. Now, at one point, Keel, who had an exceedingly bright spotlight that he carried around to try to communicate with UFOs, picked out the largest object, and he took the spotlight and he flashed in Morse code at the spotlight. Descent. Apparently, Mary watched this whole thing and she freaked out when it started dropping. And not only was it dropping in what they describe as kind of like a falling leaf motion, which Keel says is a common description of how UFOs descend, which I had heard before. But he seemed to say that it was a common thread.
One of our friends, Chris,
And she described it as
said
sort of like it was coming
when I was
downstairs, and
watching
he said
Frozen
it
by
was like a
myself.
falling leaf.
I said,
heard
"Dad,
this
you
exact
scared
pattern.
He said, I'm still never able to live that
We don't know
down.
how these things
One of my
fly.
kids worked for me at the time and told everybody.
But it's not a helicopter. Right. Yeah. And here's the interesting thing about this. You know what Keel woke up with the next day? Conjunctivitis. Sleep's conjunctivitis. So I'm going to posit a completely unsubstantiated theory here that I haven't seen anywhere else, but I'm going to go ahead and put it out there that the conjunctivitis is not a sign that you've seen a UFO. Maybe it's a sign you've been abducted. Now, for some you're going to have something to say about this. Maybe all of you, I don't know, because I feel like I need somebody else to point. I got it. So I'm pulling this out of the dark. Okay. Let's say all you can remember is seeing the craft, but the Cleek's conjunctivitis is a result of something more happening to you. This gets into the whole idea of these visitors being maybe some kind of time travelers or something. It lends some weight to whenever somebody does communicate with them. They always seem to be confused about when they are, and not just where they are. Where I love that phrase. Yeah, when is it? Now, they're asking everybody what time it is because their process of travel is imprecise. Maybe they're just us for the future.
There have been
stop it with that. Okay, all right. No, wait, here's the thing. I'm reading a Wrinkle in Time right now. That's a big theory on shadow people. Like, they're just us. So everybody who's capable of doing that comes here to strangle people in their bedroom. That's what they strangle people. A lot do. They strangle them. They come at you. They love your fear. They love your fear. Yeah. People mentions this. You know what, actually, it's Brad Steiger mentions this. He's a contemporary of Keel's and for a long time. Just voluminous writer, is very prolific and a huge name in the field. When he was asked this, is it scaring people? He said it's really maybe more about control. That they're able to control you and that there's some kind of thrill there or some kind of energy that they get from that in control. Fear is a large part of that, and I believe so too, because I've heard so many of these stories where it does seem like there's some kind of joy and pleasure and smiling and grinning out of sheer terror. And people who experience that, that's the only thing they can think of is that these things that really getting off on being paralyzed with fear. There's two things here I want to say.
When Rachel Crabtree last March was visiting Joshua Tree National Park,
not to give anything away,
after a snowstorm, she noticed a three-legged coyote darting back and forth across a road.
So she whips out her phone and videotapes the coyote.
Very bright. And
she would only learn later that this coyote had a name. It was Tripod, and it was a local legend.
A lot of people have been stopping to take pictures of Tripod. It's a bad thing. Good thing if you're a photographer, bad thing if you're a photographer, is that he's not afraid of humans. And their concern is that his lack of fear is eventually going to lead to his demise in some way, whether he's close to the road, by a car, it's traffic, it's poison, something is going to go wrong with the concern.
Sasha Travaglio is a volunteer program coordinator at the park. She says they're worried this will result in a coyote biting somebody and having to be euthanized, or will result in a coyote getting hit by a car.
And he and this friend of his will go into a destination.
I mean, I understand.
Ultimately, the result was that they both lost about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours of time.
Some of its fear of humans.
They unknowingly. They showed up. They showed up to an appointment. Both late. What? No, we left like an hour early. We really want to be on time.
No, but like in
No.
my
The person
neighborhood,
you're
the
here to meet has
coyotes
been
are
gone for
out
45
and
minutes.
about, and they
So
also
that's
are
kind of
not
the
scared
basics.
of
They
humans.
started to
And
piece
they'll
together
surprise
what
you.
happened
You know,
along
like
the way.
you're
We
going
were
out to your car
driving,
in the
both
morning.
of
Like I've
us.
seen
And we didn't notice
it being
anything, so
dark
we're counting
outside in
things
the
that they
morning,
saw.
and
Now,
somebody
this may not be
running
part of the
down
story.
like
There was actually
the
two
main
incidents
road,
that happened.
and a
These
coyote
people goes back
maybe
to
a
certain
block
things happening
later
to
on
certain
that same
people
path.
over and over and over again.
You didn't see that coyote.
But not all
You know what
throughout
I
your
mean?
life,
So
not like every
sometimes
other
they
week.
can
Is that what you're trying to say?
They don't
But a
announce
few
their
times,
presence to you.
just a lot more than the rest of
Excuse
us.
me, ma'am.
So one interesting thing that this person said, this friend of mine, said that he noticed something very strange on the side of the road, that a VW bus, microbus, the Etsy surfing bus, flipped over and was on fire.
I wasn't afraid.
I don't think the time he said anything to his friend that was sitting next to him. But he's like, geez, I hope they're okay. I mean, there's seems to be taken care of. It looks like he just worked in a car accident, except this thing's on fire.
Have seen
Kept
this,
driving.
you know,
They recounted the story later, and the person that he was driving with did not see that at all. Not that it didn't happen, or that he wasn't sure that he saw it. His conclusion, though, is if you look into like communion and things like that, sometimes these things, they're almost like tricks of
Coyotes
diversion
actually in my
being planted
neighborhood
into our
like
head,
that
things that we
rabies,
see
they're
and don't
mangy
see.
and stuff, but
or
not
how
tripod.
they're
He's got a
seen.
bright, lush coat,
And
no
so there
signs
were,
of infection
from
or
what's actually happening,
problems.
you'll hear that a
Now,
lot
the
about
other part about
teeth.
it is they
It's
said
like
that the
putting
leg
dissolve on
itself,
it.
part
Yeah,
of the
you're
mosquito
trying to hide the
part
end.
is
You're supposed to have saying this because I used to be in it. Yeah. Well,
They
as
say
we
the
used to say, if you can't
separation
solve
is
it,
so
dissolve it. If you
clean,
can't solve it,
and the
dissolve it. That's
gate
what the
is so
aliens are doing.
sure,
If you
and
hit the
they
nail on the
think
head,
the
well,
limb
no,
may
they
have been
snatch you away.
amputated when he was
And
a
when they
pup.
bring you back,
That's the amazing
they don't want
thing
you to
about
feel
those
it jump in
three-legged
your own time.
animals.
Right, so they
Your
set a car on
three-legged
fire on
cat
the side of the road.
or the
Which is
three-legged dog
probably
that I
when
saw
maybe
when
something
I saw
happened, like Walter Murray
is
says, in
they
a blink. In that blink of an eye, when you look over there at that moment and you see that
Well,
thing,
and
it covers up
couple
the
that
gap
with him
in
being a
time that you
coyote.
just lost. Exactly.
Coyotes
So
are the
that
ultimate
is something
survivors.
important here, and
They
I
eat
apologize if that
They're
sounds
squirrels.
trademark that theory.
I'm not some squirrels.
If you can't solve it, dissolve it. No, I don't know.
Yeah,
When it comes to
food,
yeah,
they adapt
it's a
to
big
whatever
idea here
opportunities
that
arise.
things are being
So,
stuck into your head as a way of
tripod
keeping
is,
you from
is this
knowing
a
what you really
survivor?
saw or
just for
experienced.
everybody's knowledge,
So
if
when
you're
you hear
planning
these
on going
stories
to
about
Joshua,
people,
Don't
you have to keep
be
that in mind too. They did see something.
That's one of the worst things
And I don't know if you want to talk about what
Don't
little
feed squirrels
Gary
either.
saw. I had this thought later, even
Deal
after
with the squirrels
recorded
feeding
part
my
one.
dick to get some
When
nuts
he
that
saw
I
the
don't even
road,
have to
he
feed
was
the
very
squirrels.
fast.
I'm
That's
a
quite a
scientist.
maneuver
I don't
from
have
swooping
nuts.
down. I believe the car that was ahead of it going very fast, that Woodrow said that the craft was
I started
following
getting
it, the one
squirrels
that
back in my
David Cole
yard.
was in. As soon as past, I believe they were
last
working
couple
together. They're
days.
probably part of the
They're
same.
aggressive.
I
They
don't
can be
know.
very
That's just
aggressive. If
speculation.
I
It
don't have
sounds
a dog
fun,
to
right?
take
Like a
care
men
of
in
them,
black
bark
teeth.
at them.
Yeah. The car zooms ahead, and the other one's like, we're going to talk to this guy here. So you should go in and talk to him for a little bit.
What do you mean?
The thing swoops down as a 180 on the road, goes about 6 inches off the
Is that the
ground.
animal?
You can pass your driving test if you can pull that off. That's a pretty good maneuver.
Bark at
This thing sounds like a creaky old
Clapping your
car
hands.
door opening and closing.
If my neighbor
Yeah,
sees
and
me
as Woody said,
barking
well,
like a
it's like
dog,
an old
that's not
miner's
very
lamp. It looked like the chimney end on it. You know, where the
Or your
smoke comes
walker.
out, and there's a little bit of a flange there, and a bulbous middle. It sounds pretty
Yeah,
retro,
just
I
me
think, as
timing,
you
that's
said.
not funny.
Now, we don't see rivets on it or anything kind of funky. There's no rust around the vents or anything. But my thinking was that maybe this is something more in tune with what Woody can handle seeing. Okay, so we might revisit a little bit of that more in the theories, but I just want to put that out there before I put that. When you hear these stories, keep in mind that, yes, we believe, I think in a lot of these cases, especially when people are back and freaked out, and certainly if you know or have friends or loved ones that have gone through that, and they tell you, no, don't tell me what I saw, I know what I saw. And with all due respect,
And
I
that's
don't
a
care if
huge
you believe
increase
me,
from
but
the
I have to
8.4
tell this
billion
because it's
gallons
right. That's
captured
why they
around
don't
the
want to
same
talk
time
about it at
last
all.
year.
Right, and it's
Officials say the amount of
conveniently
rainwater
just
from
strange
last
enough
month is enough
that
to
it makes
fill
the story less
20,000
believable.
Olympic-sized
Yeah,
swimming
you may be a
pools.
component of the whole
Stormwater
process as well. We
reaches
don't
the
know. So as
Pacific
we
is
go along
purified
through
and
part
reused
2
as
here,
one of
just
several water
realize
sources
that's
in
also, by
LA.
the way, classic
The LA
confirmation bias.
DWP estimates
what we are doing as we are rationalizing bizarre and unprovable stories by saying that they're bizarre and unprovable because they're trying to conceal the fact that they actually happened. There's no way to assail that. What we're not doing is I'm not really confirming. I'm saying that the only thing I know is that if you look at a person, and I've always said this, if they're that emotionally distraught, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt that they experienced something very abnormal, very strange, that shaken them to their core. I believe that they're telling the truth as far as what they saw. But is that really, really, really
what
crash
they saw.
just before 2
Is it a
a.m.
manipulation of their mind?
And
Or
LA
consciousness?
control
Something we
it.
see in our
Regulators
brains.
have
And so,
denied
like
Chiquita
Dr.
Canyon
Exponent
landfill
said,
operators
like your
request to
eyeballs are
expand
basically
its facility.
blobs of
Operators applied for
brain
an expansion in
on a
2022
stamp
were denied earlier this
that
month.
they just
The
receive the
landfill has
light.
been cited
It's
by
your
the
brain that
EPA
makes the
for
picture. So
violations as it's
is
been
that being
producing toxic
manipulated? So
chemicals
are they
polluting
really seeing
nearby
what's
air,
out there?
water,
Not that you
and
have to
lands.
down certain parts of it. It don't
EPA
make sense
said
to
in
you. Of course,
February
we
the
do that as
landfill
humans.
is
But
imminent
what I'm
and
saying is that
substantial.
some of the details may seem kind of
Members
crazy
of
or off, but
tribes in
it
Southern
may not be
California have
what's
graduated
actually
the first ever
out
Native
there.
American
So
Leadership Academy
here's
at
the other thing about that, though.
LAAD.
In terms of what you see or don't see,
The
what people
ceremony
believe
was
or
a
don't believe,
celebration of
again, the
partnership.
conjunctivitis seems like a little thing, but a lot of people are coming down with it. How do you hoax conjunctivitis? Right? I mean, who does that? I mean, I'm going to dirty sock in your eye. Yeah, exactly. That's all you thought that I'm going to go stare at the sun. Or rub a dirty sock in my eyeball. For that added air of authenticity, the conjunctivitis gives my story. That's not funny. No, it's not. All right, I've said this before, and Forrest just said it a minute ago, but it's totally true. The more you explore this kind of stuff, the more you start to see patterns. What the patterns mean, it's hard to say. Are they a condition of the human beings who are relaying them, or are they indicative of the inner workings of all this phenomena? I really want to say phenomenological there. Phenomenological, whatever that word is.
People will take note.
To this point, John Keel began to recognize repeatable experiments that can be conducted when certain things start happening. And that was what led him to signal that one craft in Morse code.
Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu
In January
says
of
his troops will go into
1968,
Rafah and
after
Gaza despite
all
a
this
warning
stuff
from
happened,
President
of course,
Biden that
not
it
too
would be
long
a
after,
red line.
a
Biden
woman
said over
from
the weekend was
California
against the
reached out to
escalation
John
of the
Keel.
conflict in
She's
Rafah
been having
and says
problems with her
Netanyahu is
telephone.
hurting
I want to
Israel
remind
more
our
than
audience
helping
that in
him.
1968, telephone was a device that was plugged into a wall. You could walk wherever you wanted or go in a car with it. And it was
Netanyahu
analog.
says
It
his
had a
red
rotary
line is
dial.
that
Yes,
October
it's
7th
made
never happens again. That's the day Hamas attacked Israel and
You
started the war.
watch MASH, you
And
see
Prince
radar
Escape has
crank up the
apologized
phone.
for a family
Nobody
photo
watches MASH.
released by the
On
palace.
reruns? No, hey, I watched it a lot, but we're old as time. Everybody's like around our same age. Yeah, it's a low voltage signal. 6 watts going through a wire. That's how you get
abdominal
the
surgery
sound.
in January
Yeah,
to
essentially.
celebrate Mother's Day.
Digital audio, much different. What you're saying is that it's more receptive to interference, maybe, that's direct. Of course, digital stuff is also very sensitive to signal interference. It is, but it's also, yeah, but it's a different animal. And it's one of the things about EVPs, and the same thing with film and cameras that film. If you're trying to film something unusual or bizarre, paranormal, and you're using real film, you're more likely to catch something than a chip is going to catch something in a digital camera. I don't know what the reason is. I'm just saying it's because of your rules. There's something about the way they interact with us is measured more easily in an analog format. It really depends. Now, you have spiritual rules.
From Metro LA to Valley's beaches and
Physical
the
rules that are just
I-50s
beyond
for the LA Valley.
understanding. What
Right now,
interesting to know is
60
tell you
in Seal Beach,
that
the
I
same
can
in
learn
Water
about
Park is 55 in Florida Hills and 58 Sherman Oaks. We're off to a crash on the 60
when you don't really
Diamond
hear
Bar.
anything, regular
60
recording,
westbound,
you go
right?
back and play
57
crank
is
the
off
volume.
of the carpool lane, and it's causing a backup
That
on that
sounds
60
like
westbound as you
sounds
slowing
like
from
words,
Ramona
especially
and
after you
also
ask the
60
question out
eastbound, right before
So,
you get Phillips
one
Range
interesting
Railroad. That
phenomenon,
accident clearing
what I
from
heard
the
is that
left
if you're
lane as
using
well.
analog
In
equipment,
Montclair,
like
10
old-fashioned
westbound of San
tape
Antonio
just
Avenue,
take
doing a break,
real
holding
something
lanes
like
and
that
filling some
that's
potholes.
being recorded
In
magnetically.
Bloomington, 10 westbound
To get an
before Sierra
EVP, you
had
need
an
to play
accident its way over the
some
right
kind
shoulder.
of bass sound. Early on, we'll talk about this. Right? It has to give it something to work with, like white noise, right? It needs putty, clay to form these words of something. You just can't do it out of thin air. So you have like running water sound playing, or you have fan noise, or TV, static snow.
Today, black folks
Yeah,
are still
yes, you have to be following us now. Oh, that's no, wait, that's not right.
no
We're
cure for
following her.
HIV.
That's right, she did tweet to us. Yeah, she acknowledged. Thank you very much. I don't know who you are. Please stop. She read call the police.
And get to
The point is that they need something to form the audio with onto analog tape. Now, what's interesting is they say you don't need that if you're recording digitally. You don't need
Learn
that
more at
white noise in the background.
treathivtoday.com.
Why? So I don't know. Maybe an audio engineer should tell me, but maybe they don't even know. But I'm guessing to me it just sounds like it's just the way that electromagnetic science rules the universe. So it's 1968. This woman's having all kinds of problems with the phone. She's picking up the phone, it's ringing, and she picks it up, and she's hearing beep,
and turn
like
$5
voice
into
going,
$150 instantly
great.
in
So
bonus
it's
bets.
happening enough. It's driving her and her
To
husband
celebrate
crazy.
college
The
basketball's
lights are
most
flickering
frenzied
on and
time
off
of
in the
year,
house. So
DraftKings
Keel
is
says to
giving
her,
new customers
look,
a
I
shot
think this
to
is going to
rack up
happen
some
again,
bonus
right?
bets.
Here's what I want you
Download
guys
the
to do. I
DraftKings
want you to get a
Sportsbook app
flashlight.
and and use
Pretty
promo
quiet
code
flashlight.
IHEART. New customers can
And
bet
the next time this
$5 to get
happens, I want you to go outside,
$150 instantly
take a
in
look
bonus
on this
bets
guy.
only with
And she's
DraftKings
like, okay,
Sportsbook.
if that's what we
Promo
need to do.
code
Her husband apparently
iHeart.
thought she was
That's
crazy.
promo
But there was a lot of
code
spouts of
iHeart.
the other things that was crazy. But they love them and they just let them like, oh, okay, if that's going to be
only. Bonus bets
right.
expire
So
168
she gets
hours
the
after
flashlight.
issuance.
She calls John
Eligibility and
back.
deposit restrictions apply.
Ecstatic. She's like, it happened. You won't believe what happened. And he's like, what? And she goes, the light started flickering. We were having issues with the TV.
Fraudulent tax returns due to
My husband and I both went outside, and sure enough, it was a bright, large speaker over the house.
LifeLock can help.
And she
Our
said,
U.S.-based restoration specialists and experts dedicated to helping solve your
Turn it on.
identity theft issues.
and back
All
off
LifeLock
3
plans are
times.
backed by the $1 million protection package, so we'll reimburse you up to the limit of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft.
We just sat there.
Protect your information
You guys waited,
with LifeLock.
and then it flew away.
Saving 25% the first year with promo code news at
So they go back inside the house.
Attention parents.
Her husband
Is
though
your
at least
child
had
struggling
seen
with
the orange sphere. Yeah, that's a big, big deal with that story. So they come back inside the house, the door closes behind them. They left the TV on from when they went outside. Things gone, and she's like, oh well.
No teaching
I guess it
experience
didn't
here,
work.
just 15 minutes a day. Guaranteed
And then,
results.
no
See
sooner
this
has the
one
door
grade level
closed,
improvement or your
3
money back. Get your
incredibly
first
loud
month for just
beeps
$1
came
with
out
free access to
of the
Bookdown app
television
and Bookdown
that
Phonics.
matched the
Visit
exact cadence of the
BookdownPhonics.com
3
now.
flashes she had
That's
done.
BookdownPhonics.com.
So they give a little goodbye message, I guess. Her husband, apparently, according to what she told Gilly, he no longer thought she was crazy. Well, when he get something out of it. Once he saw what was above the house, yeah, that's a big get. We'll come back to the trickster element of everything, by the way. Well, it's coming up. And I can't help but think that people are seeing, like you said, about Ingrid's ship, what we saw. People are seeing what works for them because everything is so different. It's so present and it seems so real to them.
Yeah.
But it's different. And, you know, it's like your Ghostbusters. Choose a four. That's
They've been working on the rocket plus the closure of Malibu, PCH Malibu, also Topanga Canyon, as well as North Lane, PCH Palisades, under duration, respect delays, avoid the area. It's going to be a mess. And here's the thing, as much as they can clean up right away, the rocks are still moving. That's the
you can easily
concern.
recognize
They're on
the amalgamation of the characters and the names, and
it's going to be
you start to see
sometimes
all the
be a
homages
driving
that
up
the
the coast there
screenwriter, which I don't
from
know how to
Malibu up
pronounce his last name, it's
towards
H-E-D,
Oxnard,
or Adam, I think it's
could be some issues over the next couple of
But
definitely over the next
he did a
few
really
hours,
amazing
but
job.
also
I mean, he
potentially over the
names
next
a lot
few
of these
days as
characters
well.
after the comedy that we were
Kate
just
Middleton
referring to.
has admitted
And
she
she was a
edited
police
the
officer
photo of her
in
with
the
her
scene,
kids
but in
on Mother's Day.
She's
real
apologized
story
for
for
it.
Teal,
She should not have
she
to
was a
apologize
journalist.
for editing
But a
a
lot of
photo
what
if
happened
that is in case
was true.
in
We're going to come
fact the
back to
story.
more
I mean,
of
yeah,
that.
very
It's
right.
in certain ways it was the way it was presented.
People should be apologizing to her for being
Because, again,
ridiculous
we'll
when
probably get
she's
some
recovering
comments
from
from
a
the other
surgery.
actors that, like, man, that was really hard to follow. I don't know what was going on. Yeah, it just seemed like a bunch of anecdotes. Well, that's what it is. Yeah, we told you all the chronological things. There's definitely a start point and kind of an end point to this story. But in the middle, it's a lot of fights now. And that's what we're doing with here. Yeah, it's just much anecdote. And you can go find a million shows, TV shows, and I'm sure probably even other podcasts that are going to talk about the Mothman prophecies. The Mothman story at Point Pleasant, and they're going to tell you a fictionalized, structured, dramatic version of it. And what we're trying to do is find a way to tell you what actually happened and have it still be entertaining. Exactly. Yes, it's always anecdotes because you know what? When they say based on a true story, you know what's really more interesting to me? It's always the true story. Yeah, we're used to hearing all these small stories and screenplays and. I don't care how many explosions or
what would they edit out? What would be the concern?
Really the human element that all the rest of us do. Pay attention to. Blaming Michael Bennett. That's exactly what I was thinking about. I don't care how much Graham's going on the screen. At some point, it's just noise. But there's a few interesting quotes, and one directly relating to what you said that I just read it again today. I had 6 or 7 years ago I got to see it again. One thing that stood out to me is it's when John Klein,
how up are you on treasure deer in the movie? He's
on the phone.
I'm not sure. I think I'm pretty good.
So,
and he asks him,
I have a scenario that I've never experienced
look like.
Here in Burbank, 5 lanes, the middle lane is the left turn, left-hand turn. Right? So, a bus
that's pretty
stops
interesting.
in the right lane
Right, it falls into
and
the
has
to
a
say.
red
That's
light
probably a
stop
line
sign
that Richard
out
had
the
to.
back of it.
Yeah, right here. wrote
I'm in this
in
lane,
there
so next
based on his
opposite
impression of the
blocking
book.
right lane, but I'm
But
next
the
to
thing
it.
is, it does follow
Do
a
I have to
philosophy
How many
that
school
Keel has,
children
that Brad
get
Steiger has,
Yeah,
that
zero, 'cause I
George
stopped.
Knapp
Yes,
has, that all these guys,
But guys
that
went
the
around
Godfrey has,
me
just about
and
there's something
almost
going on
clipped
here
the
that is
actual
beyond
stop
just,
sign that's
oh,
on
hey,
the
there's a
bus
thing
to
that I
get
can touch
past
and
me
hold
to
and
go
I can
to the
classify and
bus.
People
explain.
and the way they
It's more
drive is
about
the most selfish
control
I've
of
ever
our
seen it
perception
right now. It's
and a
starting
reactionary
with the pandemic,
perception.
and it's just
It's
continued
not always
to
to freak
freak
us out because
themselves out.
we see it
Weird.
weird Nuremberg
I mean,
stories
it's not
that
weird because
really
we're
don't want
dumb
to freak
animals,
you out. I want to
when
ask
I
you a
see
couple of
that,
things when it's really friendly. We'll
I
talk to you again.
at
Yeah,
the very
and
least,
that
I
alone
mean,
is going to freak you out. We understand
cautious.
that, but it's kind of a presentation in a
You
manner
can see
that
that I'm
is the
stopped because
most
there's a
And they're
bus
appealing
that
possibly
red
to
flashing lights.
a guy who's never seen
Maybe
anything
did the
like
right
this,
thing
will never
and
see
they're
anything
the
like this again in his life. Who's
Yeah.
not used to this, but anything,
Over the
maybe
weekend,
if they
George
showed you what their true
Stephanopoulos
nature
tried to have
is,
like a
you would
gotcha
just have a
moment
complete
with
psychotic
a
meltdown.
representative out of South Carolina, Nancy Mace. I think he was trying to have a
Scott,
gotcha
do you
moment
remember the
knowing
Tylenol
that
murders
she
of
was a rape
1982 where
survivor.
7 people were killed in
That,
Chicago with cyanide-laced
why did
medication?
she
I do
endorse
remember
Donald
that.
Trump
I mean,
if
I
she's
was
a
a
rape
wee lad then,
survivor?
but I remember it was a big deal. It was one of the main reasons we have all that tamper-proof packaging nowadays. Exactly. Not only that, but new laws were enacted making tampering a federal crime. And also, that's when you started to see more security cameras in stores. Another side effect is that it sparked a rash of 270 copycat attacks within the first month after the last death was reported. The FDA was able to confirm that at least 36 of those attacks actually involved tampering, which are basically a form of small-scale terrorism. It also led to reports of pins and needles found in Halloween candy, razor blades and nails found in hot dog packages, hoaxes, dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria. You've been watching the lecture series of forensic history, crimes, frauds, and scandals at the Great Courses Plus, haven't you? I have. Pretty much each one of those lectures in that series deals with the topic we talk about on the show, and certainly hoaxes and mass hysteria come up quite a bit in our research, as you can imagine. They really do. And with over 500 courses and 6,000 lectures on the site, and new ones being added all the time, you're bound to find something you can learn about that's fascinating. Whether it's heroes and legends, or Neil deGrasse Tyson on the inexplicable universe, to learning how to raise kids who thrive, mastering Tai Chi, or even the meaning of life. Yes, there's also a lecture series. The Great Courses Plus has something for everyone, and you can watch them whenever and wherever you are. You can stream these videos on your tablet, laptop, or phone, or stream them on your TV at home. Why not make yourself a smarter and more interesting human being in your spare time? You don't have to take our word for it, because you can check out any of these courses yourself with a month-long, unlimited, free trial membership just for our listeners. That's right, start your month-long, unlimited, free trial membership now by signing up at thegreatcoursesplus.com/legends. Again, that's thegreatcoursesplus.com/legends.
Well, and that to that point, I think it's weak because that's just statute of limitations. I mean, there was no one avenue, and it was through a civil trial.
So just before we started this series, we added a new member to the Astonishing Research Corps, which we mentioned in part one. His name's Michael Hyman. Michael is a forensic chemist and lifelong resident. Point blank, does a two-foul sock up there. Yeah. And he's already been participating a lot in our research. We got some good information out of the area. There was something very interesting that he told us, and I just wanted to share with you. He has a friend that has a theory that a lot of the movement that was amped up by the government as a distraction. Now, this sounds very conspiratorial.
We've got to hold not only the president accountable, but ensure that he doesn't hold office again in the future, but also leave all members of our Congress, even in my own party, accountable for the rhetoric and the actions that led up to Wednesday's events.
To me, that's a line of questions that the chair you said a few years ago. That guy should never hold office again. What changed your mind?
That's
better.
And then you avoid the whole rape landmine of a man questioning a woman about her teenage rape. And then also making that the judge didn't say rape, did he? Sexual assault, right?
Relies on their logistics. Drive out to Vegas.
And that to me is watering down what rape is.
That's also a point that Nancy Mace said, which is like you're taking this, you're using this against
apparently charged with
as a rape victim. You're also using it against E.G. Carroll because you're suggesting that hers was different than mine, and that somehow that has to color the way I make a decision about a crime.
manufacturing weapons in Point Pleasant in the TNT area right for World War II. And apparently, just 15 miles north of Point Pleasant is one of the last two plants in the U.S. that makes ferromanganese.
Saying after January 6th, this guy should
We
never
have
be
reason to
office.
believe that this
That to
material
me
has
is a
been
better
stored
question.
by the
Okay, what
DLA
changed your mind?
in Point Pleasant.
And
Whatever's really going on, we're not sure. What I can tell you is that Keel makes a reference to this facility in his book, but does not out it as what it is. He said that he was concerned about national defense secrets and that sort of thing. So he kept quiet about it, but he did say that he would like to lead and kick the butt of whatever general are putting something like this in a populated area. We're discussing it here because that was a long time ago, and I don't think that at this time it's an integral part of anything.
Airbus carrying 150 passengers, crew members cleared off course, and ending a successful test fire of domestically developed
Was that it was
missile.
possible that at
Officials
this
say
time,
it's
in
capable
the
of
late
carrying
60s,
multiple
they were moving
warheads. We're going to
enriched
stop at
uranium
55
in and out of
Costa
there
Mesa.
logistically, and that was a facility because there's a train going, trains were coming and going all the time. So the theory goes like this: something happens, whether it's Mothman or whatever in the area, and the government seizes on the opportunity to amp up the war around it to distract from the idea that they're moving nuclear fuel in and out of this little town. Now, you and I talked about this in our recorded. Very good point. The idea was that if you were amping up elements of chit-chat around going around town to amp up people's fear and cause a distraction, then you're actually basing it on something that actually happened. Right, there has to be a seed. There has to be a seed for them to like, okay, so we saw some strange Birdman things. Let's throw in some choppers and some fucking lights, buzz through town. I think today, with drones, you can probably do a lot better. But it would be back then pretty hard to make a flying humanoid with 10-foot wings. Well, they take 100 miles an hour. Yeah, fake UFOs, not that hard. You could have a helicopter with a cable and something hanging down under it with lights. You can fake Men in Black to put people in weird makeup. That's the easiest. Yeah, that's the easiest one. But this begs the question, this theory is not as crazy. I can see this happening because this is informational.
Oh, there's a EZ7, EZ4. Remember, there was an outbreak at Devil's Tower that they had to evacuate everybody. Right, and they were gassing with sleeping gas. They had to create a diversion. So you have to get everybody out of the outlying areas. What do? We fake a radiological or biological contaminant spill. Right, gotta get everybody out. Get them on the trains, get them out of the area, so nobody sees anything in the sky. Yeah, I just remember as a kid, like, let's take this one. Looks like a place to shop. He makes a reference to the truck that was the undercover. Right, they quickly manufactured, they get semis out, they cover up these government trucks with these brand names, so it looks like it's just a convoy. That's Southern Carolina. I don't know if they're still there. I don't think they might help be out. We never had any in our area, but they're new colors. You know, the tri-state Pacific Northwest area, including Montana, and sometimes Colorado. Never Oregon, though. Yeah, I can definitely see something being staged, even on a somewhat large scale like that, but for a very specific thing. Now, the problem I have, though, with uranium is that it's not semi-loads in a giant caravan that got to cover up. If they're moving uranium out, I think they would just do it. It's not like a giant earthquake truck that's coming to town. Everybody's like, what the heck is that? Right. You load it up on a semi, you plane around it, maybe it's lead line, and it's sealed, and then you got a couple of jeeps out in front of it. And that's all you need. Or you put it on a train. You have a train come in, it comes in the middle of the night, they offload it. So this is a daily thing, like, 4 to 5 shipments a day. People can start wondering why. We've got to create some kind of day. Well, there was apparently that much traffic, according to these guys. Well, you can do that, but you know what? I've seen government operations. I've been driving a road trip out in the middle of nowhere, and I'll come across a military convoy, not real fast, it's a couple of unmarked type semi-trucks, followed by some heavy armament. We're talking about Humvees with the Browning 50 cals up top. Yeah. Canvas, not ready to fire, but it's like, you don't want to create a diversion of the road to try and stop them, This is not Travolta in that broken arrow here. You and 20 of your henchmen are going to try and stop this thing.
I definitely will.
They're ready to go through you. If
they have to, I don't know what they're carrying. It's something important. Right. And they're just doing it. It's not like
Every
there's
step of their innovation services. Remember,
crash site out the side of the road. So in this case,
SNFhealth.com.
if possible, yeah, I believe that's a scenario that they would try and attempt, maybe some kind of diversionary tactic. But not kind of the way that this is unfolded. There's too many weird elements to this. All right, so as we said earlier, sadly, this area has a history of being involved in war, which in itself always seems to draw a certain kind of attention. When you're discussing the paranormal, you believe this at all. Then you're going to teach you other phrases. Before the TNT area was manufacturing munitions for World War II, the Ohio River Valley figured prominently in some much earlier conflicts, including the French and Indian War, and later the Battle of Point Pleasant, which was the only major action in a little war known as Dunmore's War in 1774. Now, Dunmore's War was a fight between the Shawnee and Mingo warriors against the governor of Virginia, John Murray, 4th Earl of Dunmore, or Lord Dunmore. He had negotiated with the Iroquois to take more of the land for the colony all the way to the Ohio River, which was to serve as a border on the Virginia side. The only problem was the land belonged to the Shawnee as well, and they were not part of those negotiations, so they fought against Dunmore's militia. The Battle of Point Pleasant lasted for hours and hours under the brave leadership of a Shawnee chief. He eventually was forced to retreat back across the river to Ohio after the militia was able to flank them. Ultimately, a treaty was negotiated. That chief was a man known as Forrest. I'm going to let you do this. Yeah, that translates to cornstalk. Yeah, we're going to say cornstalk. So Cornstalk was chief of the 20-tribe Northern Confederacy in the Ohio Valley and chief of the Shawnee Nation. And he'd been in that role during Dunmore's War, which, as we said, ended in a treaty after his warriors were defeated. However, another conflict was bubbling up now 3 years later in 1777. And Cornstalk was taken hostage after making a diplomatic visit in the interest of peace, possibly voluntarily at Fort Randolph, the very fort at the center of Dunmore's War, which is in Point Pleasant at the confluence of the Ohio River and the Kanawha River. He was taken hostage there by the fort commander after he admitted that if other tribes fought in this pending dispute, he would bring his men to fight as well. Apparently, this commander had decided to detain any Shawnee that fell into his hands, and ultimately he took Cornstalk's son, who had stopped by to visit his father, and 2 other Shawnee warriors hostage as well. Sadly, Cornstalk, his son, and the other 2 warriors were savagely murdered by the men at the fort after they got word that 2 soldiers who'd gone out to hunt and fish were ambushed by unknown Indians. The soldiers barged into his comfortable quarters, and according to the legend, they were startled at how stoic and brave he was as he stood his ground.
But the 3-legged dog went to the bar and asked the bartender, "Have you seen the man who shot my paw?"
He unloaded 8 muskets into him as he lay dying on the floor. He supposedly uttered these words: "I was the border man's friend. Many times have I seen him and his people from harm. I never warned you, but only to protect our wigwams and lands.
And some of them
I refused to join your pale-faced enemies in your records. I came to the fort as your friend, and you have burned by my side, my young son. For this, may the curse of the Great Spirit rest upon this land. May it be blighted by nature. May it even be blighted in its hopes. May the strength of its peoples be paralyzed by the stain of our blood." Well, maybe at this point, that will remind our listeners that Fort Randolph, where Cornstalk was gunned down, was nearly in the exact spot where William Derenberger encountered Andrew Cole on that rainy night in 1966. Only 8 days shy of exactly 189 years later. Many people believe that curse exists to this day and can point to dozens of events in the area attributed to it, one of which will be the last thing we'll talk about tonight. The rest we will save for our episode of the series. You cannot ignore Native American legend and origin story of all this. It's at the root of every story we cover that takes place in North America. Every story. And even the Kikowski intrigue. Exactly. And the Laughing Indian, right? Those are personal stories, but we find it in the personal stories we find it in the more famous, more than astonishing legends that we have heard. It's always there. One thing that Linda Godfrey mentioned in your interview with her that I thought was fascinating, I read this part of the book that the sightings of the Beast of Bray Road
reading
and different
Trump's
Wolfmen
Truth Social
of the southern
post late in the
Wisconsin
show.
area.
Oh,
If you
yeah.
take those sighting spots on a map and
Host than
overlay
Jimmy
that with Native American burial
It's
grounds,
unnecessary. I
they
mean,
match
it's
up
throwing
pretty
red
darn
meat
close.
to the audience.
Yeah.
I mean, look who's in front
So
of, and I'm sure
she's
that
convinced
was
that there's something going on
delighted in
with
it.
just the energy there. You want to say ley
One
lines
of the
again.
criticisms is that
Something
that show
has
becomes too
got to
political.
do
Yeah.
with
Why
geographical
inject even
location.
more in?
And that fort where Cornstalk was
President
killed
Biden
and where
unveiled
the
his
fort
budget
was,
proposal for the
and
coming
in
fiscal
fact,
year
Cornstalk
today calls for
fought
tax
for the
increases
French
on
in the
large
French Indian War.
corporations,
All of
calls
that
for
stuff all
billionaires
took place
to
when you
pay
talk
a
about
minimum
ley lines at the
25%
same
tax rate.
intersection.
President's
that what
budget
he saw
proposal for the
in
fiscal
Nicole.
year of 25
And also that's quite a
reduced the
curse,
deficit,
man.
they said, by about
Yeah,
$1
you're like
trillion
getting
over a 10-year period.
That last breath, that
Mostly
is,
by
well,
raising
I have you want to lay down.
Americans'
Maybe it's
businesses,
impossible. I don't know.
also
You know, maybe it's a great story.
profit
Yeah. As
sharing.
we said, we'll
Also
talk about it in
reforms
our
strengthen
episode on
Medicare and
theories,
Social
but
Security,
a lot of stuff has
contain
gone bad.
several
And we're the mining
funding
disasters, some of the most famous ones in
funding to
America.
combat climate
And a lot of
change
people
for small
try to
business
connect it
nationally
back to
being
that. But
rights and
it's time to move on to our next
one of
story.
the
This is
issues
one
we
of my
mentioned
personal
earlier in the
favorites
show
out of
from
the
State of the Union on Thursday
area.
was
Let's
that
say
President Biden was
Oh,
kind of heckled into
but it is Halloween.
It's Halloween.
This story has a few strange details. Phil points out in the Mothman prophecies that the Mothman seem to have a predilection for appearing around
and
women.
Marjorie Taylor Greene,
More
with
than men.
all decorum,
On top of
literally
that,
broke the
he
rules
recorded
of
an
the House of
unusually high number
Representatives
of
by wearing
incidents
a
of that
hat.
being
We knew she was
connected
going to do
to
something.
women's menstrual
And
cycles.
gave
There's no other way to
him
say it. Yeah,
a
there's something
kid
going
that
on
had
there.
Lincoln
though.
Riley's
Yeah, it's
name on it, and it
fascinating.
says,
Well, enough that he started asking it to everyone
as he
in
started
the area.
talking about the
That
border
really sounds good.
protection
Proper.
during
That's
the
back in the
United States
60s. Well,
Union,
yeah,
she
but
screamed
he
out,
said
saying
this is
saying
important because it's maybe some kind of
and
a
he
clue
said
out of something
Lincoln
with very
Riley
few.
was killed
In
by
March
an
of
illegal
1967,
So there's a
a
couple
story came
problems
to light
with
that
that.
took
Number
that
one, the fact
observation
that he
further
capitulated
than
to
he never
Marjorie
imagined.
Taylor
And
Greene, who
for
is
me,
one of
the
the
story
loudest
goes into
voices
Mars
and
Attacks
not
territory.
always
Yeah,
the most
I've seen that
rational.
with folks that we always talk about.
thought
It's funny
person.
and delightful and also
Number
really
two, he
disturbing.
screws up the girl's name.
On the night of
And number
March 5th,
three, he
1967,
says
the Red
illegal
Cross
in front of a room full of his
traveled
fellow
along the
Democrats.
Ohio
a bunch of people went on and said he shouldn't have said that.
When the
Somebody
driver
else said he
so
should
shook
have said
there was
undocumented.
a bright white light
He was asked
staring
about
out of
it.
the
They said
woods off the
You used
road
the word
and heading straight for the
when
truck,
talking
the
about the
nurse
man
van,
who allegedly
which
killed
was fully loaded
Riley.
with a fresh daily supply of donated blood. The nurse yelled, "My God, what is it?"
When I spoke about
Both
the
were
difference
hit.
between Trump and the
Now we all know
border
that a
was
1967
that he's the one who
Maryland,
talks about
because I'm a
vermin,
car
where he
guy,
talks about these
and
people
you don't have to
feeding
be a
the
car
blood.
guy to know this.
I told you
I'm
what
not saying
I'm
that
not
to
going
be
to do.
condescending.
What I won't do. I'm
A
not going to
1967 Palamon is not going to have a lot of get up and go. It's going to learn to be 8, but it's pushing a lot
This is
of
the
weight in
important
the air.
part.
It's going to take a while to get up and go. That sticker one's carrying a lot of blood. Yeah. Especially against a UFO. In my mind's eye, what I'm seeing here when I hear about this scene unfolding, it's kind of like the steamroller running over the security guard in Austin Powers. In slow motion. Yeah. I just don't think that I can hear the engine whining now. Probably only got 3 years. But nevertheless, they're flying down the road as fast as they can go. Bo, who's driving, is just 21. And he's getting pretty scared. The nurse is scared to death. I don't have her name. I don't believe.
Regardless of who
He rolls down the window and leans out to see if this thing is still above them. And not only is it still there, it's having clearly no difficulty keeping up with
statements
the
about that
automobile.
because it makes you
At this point, he notices a metal arm coming out from his craft and moving its way down towards
Looking
the
out
side
for the
of the
criminal
automobile.
instead of
The
looking out for
nurse,
the
like
victim
Bo, was in a
is
full-on
a
panic.
fight
She screamed,
that I
"It's
don't
trying to
understand
get
they
us!"
continue to win
Another
on the far
metal
right.
arm
I don't
appeared
get
on
it.
the other
Why
side
did it
now.
become
This is the
involved
Mars attack
to
part.
have
It's some kind of
criminals have a
claw
constituency?
trying to wrap itself around the
you can
bloodmobile.
say
The
that
claw knows all. Yeah. So it looked like it was going to be all over for them when some other cars appeared in front of them. The oncoming traffic must have startled the crowd. It broke off its attack.
Or
It
even all
vanished.
illegal aliens are
Bo and the
destroying the
nurse
country.
filed a police
But
report
you
that
can say
night
that
immediately.
guy,
And
and
according
he's
to
afraid
Keel,
to
who
even
was
say
mentioned on the
that.
radio,
It's
the
terrible.
but never picked up by
All
the
right,
paper.
coming up next, Steve Gregory will join us all about the Oscars and a special guest.
So it was scary. Bill said he just couldn't figure it
will
out.
continue
To him, it felt like a misdirect to
to
make people think these things were after blood. He didn't
Have
trust
moved
it.
85%
He said he contacted the Red Cross to ask them
2.5-mile oil sheen off the
And they
coast
told
of
him he was
Beach.
nuts.
2 birds were killed by the
He's
sheen.
not talking about the
First
one that was
reported
being driven
Thursday.
trying to get away. He's talking about just other cases. Yeah, just other generals. Yeah. But they apparently did not indulge his, no, he went with a puncture hole at the top and it's all been sucked dry. Well, this is the thing, like, and I think he said the other day when I first met him,
Source of the oil sheen
it's
has
coming
not
down
been
with a giant
determined.
straw. Well,
I
that's
also know that
the movie.
to ensure
That's the
public
movie.
safety.
Oh, right, yeah. But I
Super
mean,
balloon
or it's a UFO pilot by a vampire. But it's interesting to me what Keel's saying. I'm like, this is, I don't believe this. I feel like this is a misdirect. But why are there so many misdirects? Why are there so many red herrings? What is happening? This is a ridiculous story. Yeah. If you don't know what's herring and what's not, going back to another quote. Yeah. From the Montana Properties, the movie.
Alabama Senator Katie Britt is standing by the comments she made, suggesting a sex trafficking case happened under President Biden's time in office. Britt said on Fox News she spoke to a woman who told her about being trafficked as a kid.
So I didn't say any kind of yeah, okay. We're probably killed off.
She was trafficked when she was 12.
But he goes and asks, and he said, like, hey, if they're advanced beings, why don't they just tell us what they're up to? What's on their mind?
Britt said last week that she used the woman's story to criticize Biden's border policies during the public response to the State of the Union address. President Biden is releasing his 2025 fiscal year budget. He uses air traverse as a means in on his efforts to focus on
all these crazy things are happening. Well, he also says, why don't they just explain themselves to us? And he says, have you ever tried explaining yourself to a cockroach? Yeah, you're more advanced than him.
And reduce the deficit.
I think about that every time I walk my dog. I go past it out.
She says projections would come through adjustments to the tax code, cutting wasteful subsidies.
And I
She says
sometimes I think
Congress
about
ultimately
what's
says
their
the
perception.
budget is very unlikely Biden's budget
I
proposal
could kill
will pass
100 of
as
them in one step.
Southland weather from KFI
It just
Park
comes out of
County, high
nowhere.
60s for
They're
Metro
gone.
LA,
The
the valleys,
colonies
beaches,
gone.
Inland
It's a
Sea,
natural
and the
disaster for them, but
I-50s
we
for
had
the
a
Antelope
listener
Valley.
right
Right
on
now,
Facebook
60 in
and
both
say
Cypress
By
and
the way,
Brea,
I
moving
don't
over
know
to 5 in Boyle
Oh,
Lake.
that's very nice of you. Yeah. The point is that you and our listener was making is that our perception of them as just this greater force, this element, that our perception is much different than how they're seeing us. It's like the quote saying, you see a car accident on the road and the window washer gives up several stories. Sees it before you. It doesn't make him God, it doesn't make him clairvoyant or even advanced. He's just got a better vantage point.
And a diamond bar.
So that also ties in with the movie, like how is this person, this Ender Cole character, able to see these things? How are they able to do this? Are they all just psychic like that, or do they just have some perspective that, again, whatever process that they're going through, people
You
do
can
the things
get
they
in on the
are,
action with
be the
DraftKings
places they are.
Sportsbook, one
In
of
the
America's
times that they
top-rated
are.
sportsbook
They are
apps.
maybe not
New
themselves,
customers
but
bet
total
on any college basketball
It's a
national
little loose, it's a
tournament
little
game
wild.
and turn
Not quite sure
$5
where
into
they are, they're not sure what time it is
$150
locally.
instantly in
And
bonus
think about
bets.
this. Time
That's
is
right.
just a
To
perception.
celebrate
So
college
we live our
basketball's
lives.
most
So
friendly
everything
time
doesn't
of
happen
year,
at once.
DraftKings
If
is
you were
giving
living on
new
another
customers
planet
a
of a
shot
different
to
size,
rack up
time
some
would be
bonus
different.
bets.
If you
Download
notice
the
in the
DraftKings
Martian,
Sportsbook app
the
and
days
use
are kind of
promo
different.
code
Because
IHEART.
they're not Earth, yeah, they're not Earth
$5
days.
to
They
get
don't translate.
$150
Rotation
instantly in
around the
bonus
sun
bets.
moving from
Only
Mars.
with
Yes,
DraftKings
he's not syncing
Sportsbook
up
with
because the
promo
planets are
code
different sizes.
IHEART.
And they
That's
have
promo
different
code
rotations,
IHEART.
schedules around the sun. So
is yours.
whatever's
Must be
happening
21 or older.
is
Even
not
on
totally
bonus bets expire
definable, and we
168
may not
hours after
understand
issuance.
what's
Eligibility
going
and
on
deposit restrictions
completely
apply.
to
Terms
us
and
and our
conditions
ant perspective. It makes very little sense. But to someone in another perspective, they may know what's going on, but no hope
You might say,
of us ever understanding it. Not until you get there, as Forrest likes to say, folks, live with the question. You have no choice. Not to brag or anything, but we've had more than a few people tell us that our show has inspired them to do their own creative projects, which makes us feel good. Probably because they're thinking, if a couple of rambling knuckleheads can put out a show, why can't I start my own blog? And they're right. Whatever you're thinking of doing, from a blog to setting up an online store for your side business, you need a website. And that's where Squarespace comes in. You don't need weeks of training or thousands of dollars to build your own sweet-looking website. Squarespace lets you express yourself or promote your business with a plug-and-play functionality. You'll be on the web in days instead of months with a sleek, modern-looking website that works as soon as you launch. That's because Squarespace does all the heavy lifting for you. All you have to do is pick from a collection of professional-looking templates created by industry-leading designers. Then you just select what functions you want your site to have, and you're on your way.
It's that simple. And setting up e-commerce with Squarespace is also a snap. You don't have to worry about fixing and updating all your backend widgets and stuff either. Squarespace does that for you and can answer all of your questions with their award-winning 24/7 customer support. Next time you're online and you see a cool website that's sleek and modern looking, often it's a Squarespace design. See what we mean for yourself by checking them out at squarespace.com. You can register a domain name of your phone right there and start your free website or online store trial now. When you're ready to launch, use the offer code LEGENDS to save 10%. Squarespace.
I feel like the line is blurred between me and Elliot.
You seem extra relaxed and comfortable, especially for a recording day. What's going on with you? It's my underwear. Definitely underwear. Well, I agree. Good quality socks and underwear could put a spring in your step. So I'm guessing you're talking about your Mac Weldon underwear? Yep. Not only that, I recently got a compliment from my very special lady friend. She said my Mac Weldon underpants gave her teenage thoughts. Well, those teenage thoughts were probably about Sean Cassidy, but I see where you're going with this. And not that I want to come along, but I will agree that they're better than anything you've probably worn in the past. You can just tell by the stitching and the cuts that they're better designed and made with better quality fabrics than what you're used to. And not only do they make you feel good throughout the day, but you look good at the end of the day, if you know what I mean. I do, while trying to keep all the savory images out of my head. But Mac Weldon's not just about your nethers. They also carry the most comfortable socks, shirts, undershirts, hoodies, and sweatpants you'll ever wear. Give them a try and see what we're talking about. And if you don't like your first pair, you can keep them, and they will still refund you. No questions asked. They want you to be comfortable. Go to MacWeldon.com and get 20% off using the promo code LEGENDS. That's MacWeldon.com. Use the promo code LEGENDS to receive 20% off your order. Great looking, great performing, in the bed. We're done here. You can't talk about the Mothman prophecies or John Keel more specifically without talking about Men in Black. Everything's from religious to Men in Black throughout this series so far. But now we're going to get down to it because there's a lot of stories. There's a lot of them in the book.
On the weekends together, that's what we see when the people in our lives that we do the same thing.
But I picked out what was my.
Yo, what's going on, Gage?
We didn't go with the
As a side note here, was that idea first proffered by
Just one moment.
Ray Barker in one of his books due to a sighting that he was one of the first ones to mention that great idea that came out in 1975 years earlier than John Keel. It is my understanding, and I could be wrong on this, we'll have to check it out again. It's my understanding that
Yes, I'm here. Just for a moment.
these types of people showing up, but having to classify yes, exactly. Keel came up with the idea and the phrase Men in Black, but there were encounters with people who were showing up after sightings, yes, and making requests folks who had been witnesses inside the ride, and Barker reported on that, and Barker is a whole other story, and we'll cover him.
The judge didn't immediately rule. Of course, the former president said that he used the prosecution for conduct of
So based on just sincerity, I'm going to give this
during his tenure in office. If I'm not mistaken,
so all kinds of strange things are happening around Point Pleasant now in 1967. There was even a woman going around town telling everyone that she was John Keel's secretary. She would show up with a clipboard and she was questioning people.
Early 4
The
p.m.
locals trusted him,
tuned in for the
so they would
beginning,
always let
tuned
her
out
in.
after 3 dad
The only
jokes.
problem was Keel
It
didn't have a
popped back
secretary.
in
He
throughout
has
the
no
night.
idea
I
who
thought
that
it was
person
done
was.
well, and I saw
That's
the
when the Men in
first
Black
speech
started showing
by
up.
supporting
And this is
actress.
probably one of
Winner,
the
I
best Men in
loved
Black
that. I
stories
loved her
there
messaging.
is. Yeah. January 9th,
Emma Stone was a big
1967.
splash
Less
because
than 3
everyone
months
thought
after
that
the first
actress
sighting.
from
The
Killers of the Flower Moon
man
was
showed up
going
at
to
the
win.
Christensen
I thought
family
Carey
home.
Mulligan was
This
exceptional
man
and
was
maestro,
6
and I was
feet
kind of
6
sad
inches
that
tall. He
sometimes
was
you get sad
incredibly
that
broad
there can't be more
shoulders,
than one.
and they estimated that he probably weighed around 300 pounds.
Steve,
He's apparently wearing a fur Russian-style hat
$2 dozen.
and a long black coat. It was too thick for the
Last
weather.
name was 22.
Yeah.
He told them when he came
You
to
were
the
joined
door
this year
that he was from the
by
Missing Heirs Bureau.
helpful assistant Aaron
There might be
Goodman.
an variance
She held
available
her own. No, she was.
for the patriarch of the house. Well, Mr.
I
Christensen.
want to know.
He then
Did he
said,
ask you
"This will
or
only
did
take
you ask
40
him?
minutes."
He was very precise.
Oh,
I like that he's defined. It's going to take 40 minutes.
Yeah, no.
They invited him in, and they noted that when he took his hat off, his head was strangely large and appeared to be uneasily shaped.
I mean, even my family.
He had a normal-looking nose and mouth, but he had bulging eyes like someone with a thyroid condition, and they were far apart. And to make things weirder, only one of them moved. The other eye was stationary, and they speculated that it might be a glass eye.
Yeah,
When he took his coat off, there was a strange gold badge on his shirt that Connie, Mr. Christensen's wife, and a different Connie from the one you mentioned in the first part of the show. She saw this badge, and the man clearly didn't want her to see it. He'd been kind of sloppy about taking his coat off. As soon as it was revealed, he covered it up with his hand and handed it away. But Connie had time to see that it had a large, what looked like a K on it with a small X next to it. He'll later conjectured that the large K was actually a sigma. Something that he had heard other contactees say they had seen in visitations that they had had from several people. The man had no suit jacket under the big coat and was wearing only a short sleeve shirt. His pants didn't fit properly. When he sat down, the bottoms of them rose up to his calves. He was wearing shoes with thick rubber soles, another common theme with Men in Black. The strangest thing about it was that there was a long, thick, green wire attached to the inside of his leg. I could see it coming out of his sock
It's a very
and
dark,
vanishing
very
up under his pants.
intense question.
Connie Christensen said that it looked like it may have actually gone into his leg under a large brown spot or something.
The most important thing.
His skin was pale, almost as though he was sick.
The
He
entire
talked funny English phrases, quote, like a computer,
The best
not a quote, or a recording of some kind.
The best actress is just
When he first arrived, they had just been about to sit down and have dinner. Naturally, being polite Southern folks, they offered to let him sit down and have the meal with them. He declined, telling them he was on a diet, and then added that in about 10 minutes, he would need a glass of water. They also noted that he was wheezing, almost as though he had asthma. He proceeded to ask all kinds of probing, strange questions about Ed, the background, all the schools he had ever attended. Did he have any scars or birthmarks, and if so, specifically, where were they? He asked if they would be willing to fly anywhere in the United States to collect an inheritance. Connie noted that his face was getting redder and redder as he spoke until he finally asked for that glass of water.
Up next is
And
someone's
when he got it,
then people start putting the numbers.
took a giant yellow
101
pill
next, 321
that
second,
seemed to stabilize whatever was bothering him.
Is that
They didn't tell them his name,
this
but they
video
said it
right
was
here?
super plain, like Smith or Jones.
That's
So where do you find
KIA
But they noted that he also told
com
that
and
his friends called
it's
him Tight.
scroll down.
Family dog didn't like him when he first got there and growled and barked at him.
And see Aaron's.
But he was able to calm it by speaking to it for a
Big
moment.
voice followed by.
After about 40 minutes, Tight left. One of their daughters watched out the window of the kitchen as he went outside. And the family noted that his shoes made a swishing sound when they were wet as he left.
what Shannon mentioned that
When
everybody
he got to the street, he signaled with his hand, and a black 1963 Cadillac drove up out of the darkness with
surprise
its lights on.
expression on Emma Stone's
Tiny
face.
guy
and she even said
and
that
drove
backstage
off
as well. I
into the
think it
darkness
was
of night.
San Ruben.
Still, no
Oh
lights.
my gosh, it was. And then
So, Rothschild did not report this story to the Soul for 2
It's a
years
thanks
before
AP
people
for using my
being able
question.
to
Maybe
hoax
next time
it.
give me
And this was
credit
part
for
of
it.
his investigative method. He
Like,
kept
does
it
he pay
private.
attention?
Did not share
Stuff or
information,
something?
including
I
legally
know. I
partnered
did the same thing you
or
did.
with other
I'm like,
folks
what
about
are
the
you doing?
specifics of cases like this because he didn't want details to creep into other stories from other people.
Right.
You want to keep it separated and isolated to preserve the integrity of the facts. Yeah, exactly. And for him, he felt this was a particularly strong Men in Black case because there were 5 witnesses, the entire family, an intelligent, well-educated
Well,
family
because it's
by
going to be
Phil's
about
assessment.
him. See,
The day
you know
after
about that.
Tommy left, a woman called the house and told Tommy they found the heir they were
Did you
looking
catch
for. So there would be no need for them to
No.
fly and collecting the inheritance. So the visit
We'll
was over.
talk about that when we come back.
Well, it
Was he
only took
talk-
40 minutes.
was
So
he
the
yelling
squishy
at Mike
shoes,
Yeah,
I have
when
a
they
theory
were
on this
doing
guy.
it.
He's a
Is this
reptile.
1989?
I think he's either a reptile or he's amphibious.
Okay.
Oh, for some reason, Joe, he needs the water.
He referenced
He
it.
can't breathe. He's wearing some weird costume. He doesn't know how to act. He
Right.
doesn't know
With
how
John
to
Cena.
talk. There's
Did you
so
guys get a
many
chance to see what
references.
John
I don't know
Cena
if
was
remember in the Fifth Element, when the big ugly like warrior thing tries to appear like a person that has to concentrate really hard.
It's so precious of sit down and do this human form.
That's what this feels like. It's like these things are like struggling to interact.
Even closer to your Mars Attacks reference, you remember the scene with Mike Myers? It's the actress Tina Marie. She looks gorgeous, but she did it in a 50s way.
But she's chewing gum, of course. No spoiler here, but she pops out and turns out to be one of the three people getting brain. Yes. And she was chewing the gum, they figured out, because there's too much nitrogen in our atmosphere, but she needed the gum. Yeah, gotta keep her stabilized. Yeah. This is all the hallmarks of a great sci-fi. Yeah. But if you take it at their word, then yes, he is kind of just holding together in our realm, or whatever state he's got a hold. Or as long as he can, wire going up the leg, whatever mechanism he's using to keep it all together in that house. It's got her clothes. Yeah, it's like a ride hall that doesn't move. Right. Needing water every 10 minutes after the first day.
Yes, but he knew how long it would take.
Exactly how long. Yeah, how long it would be there.
Right. What if you just kept him around? Flumping like a fish out of water.
There's another thing about this. It doesn't feel threatening. It's really, really odd. Like the other sense that I had,
this is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. We're talking about lasting joint pain. No surgery,
if there's any kind of governmental collusion going on, then I would suggest that the men in black are non-human allies. They're allowed to make assessments with witnesses because they are trying to determine if these contactees have been in touch with something that is dangerous to humanity, and they represent a benevolent higher intelligence that is trying to protect us from the wrong kinds of encounters.
Wow. Use your tax refund, by the way. Call QC Kinetics for free consultation.
That's up there with the higher echelon.
No, I mean, you remember where I started out when we started this show 2 years ago.
Look, I'm not bashing any of that because that's right up there with the big ideas of alien, human harvest, the soul harvest, the reptilians. Yeah, I don't know. There's several major theories, or at least the people who do this kind of research write books about it. There's some things like, there's 4 races of aliens, some are indifferent, some are out to not really harm us, but they want our soul energy. There's some that just want to study us, but are very passionate about it. There's all these other things that are aliens out to help us. They're keeping the influence at bay. We'll kind of break this down to fun. It's taking a lot of research. What is it called? All these ideas. There are some that basically, like the Greys, they just grow. Kind of impartial, exactly, not fully the kind of aliens from where they're coming, but just kind of these created to and take the risks of traveling from time, space, dimension, blah, blah, blah. So your theory, though, that it's somehow kind of engineered to kind of gauge what people are seeing, because that's another thing that I think, why does it need to know about the scars of birth? Because we're going to say, again, this is in the movie Men in Black, which is based on some of the stuff that Keel wrote. Yeah, very loosely wrote. It's a humorous take on it. Yeah, of course, but like, so you have a scar where, and what is it, of course, you didn't talk as eloquently about talking now. Oh, I'd love to get a recording of that, too. Yeah, but you have a scar, and okay, would that be between your third rib and your fourth rib? Yeah, your third rib is the endurance. The fourth rib, third's got about 10 days. You know, like that's the kind of, and I know I'm really dumb. Well, that's a good idea. Several, 2 episodes in a row about this kind of stuff. But I'm gonna get back to some historical things. The Old West. I've got to do orbit. Yeah, I've got to do orbit personally. The first thing I thought about, like, wow, this has got to be the first instance of the Nigerian grid scale. What could we have done? Yeah, there's no flight, there's no grids. You don't want anything. But we want your information. It's not totally effective. They go around, they threaten people, and people just like freaked out. And I've heard lots of cases where they don't say anything. They're just a weird looking guy.
with a Stewie, from the Family Guy who tried to play football, had weird eyes. He just kind of stares at you or goes off into the distance and doesn't really say anything. To the ones which are more threatening, like we're going to get you, and they're not talking about this, you're crazy. Also, if you're arguing with your family, the more direct threats. But then again, people are telling me stories here and there. I'm sure a lot of them are just basically so weird, and that's the end of it. Now, a friend of a friend, this is the first time I've ever heard it happen to somebody I kind of knew about. He went out, took a road trip way out to Rachel, Nevada, in Area 51, was looking at Roswell and all that good stuff. And when he came back, I believe this was that Area 51, he drove up to Freedom Bridge, and it was the highest range where we could see things.
March 11th, 1964.
3 years after becoming the first Black Golden Globe Award government man. Now that I'm thinking about it, I really thought about it much since then, but the rest of the land, it's like that dark secret and so weird. You seem like government agent type. And his message though was, we know about you, we saw you out there, you'll never come back. And we're thinking like, well, we believe this guy, but like, really? Just a guy parked on a ridge with binoculars and they get a crappy camera? Like, what do they care? They followed this guy? Yeah, what do they know about him? That didn't make sense, but we believe that he was telling the truth about the story. So now that I think about it, yeah, that's a bit of why I think, but getting back to the earlier point, what are they doing and why is this really the best method to intimidate people? Could you just, use a little flash light? It doesn't sound like intimidation. It's information gathering. It is. The question is why? Yeah, it's why. And then is there a better way other than going door to door where this will take 40 minutes and let's explode into well, and I cut this story from our script, but there was another one like the tiny little guy who's just talking in Mary Iyer's office, and was asking her all kinds of weird questions, telling her that he was a friend of Gray Barker. Yes, and Gray Barker would be the other author who was actually proven to participate in house control. Right, but at the time, Keel and Barker were collaborating a little bit. As Keel was working on his book, Barker's working on yours now. Right, there's some people that theorize that Barker was pranking Keel in some cases. But there I had done that. He and the same partner had saved a letter to famous contact at Dansky. And saying like, we're very pleased with your work here. And get your tales about local stuff, of course. That's the part. We'll talk a little bit more about right. Yeah, it's kind of funny, but it's cool in a way. Yeah, it's cool, and I think it plays to Barker's personality, which, yeah, we'll get into more later. Well, he's another prankster, a human prankster. But there was so many things that happened to Keel that were not explained.
Awards that she received every year.
That. No, that's the other thing that is really fascinating stuff. Is like, well, he's just been
Oscars for KFI News online, KFIAmsTweet.com.
So that's what's really interesting.
Before the break,
Before we move on to the last section of this episode, I did want to say, first of all, there's a lot of other Men in Black stories in Keel's books. Like, say, there are no Men in Black in the movie.
It was interrupted, yeah. So very
somber
as far as I
can remember.
Holocaust movie about Berlin Sound and Auschwitz. And I mean, the 180 these guys took.
I think he kind of built himself more of a applause erupt after the best actress was announced. Yes, he's done a famous sketch, which I think we appropriated from one of the sketches of the Mothman based on an amalgamation of sightings.
Congratulations on your win.
So anyway,
It sounds like both of you were capturing sound
Before we
from
move on to the
completely
Men in Black,
different
I did want to mention that on
stage,
January
family
13th,
film, and the Holocaust horror, all using sound.
two very strange
What
looking
was it
men
like
were
rolling
caught on tape
and participating in
entering
something
a hotel
Auschwitz
lobby in
specifically,
Niagara Falls.
a rare
They had shown
place
up to
to
talk to
film
someone who
movies,
worked
but
at the
also a
hotel
place of
and
actual
saw
history.
UFO a few days earlier. He was off that day.
Yeah,
The clerk who was there
on us.
and the other people that saw these two
where we were filming
called the guy in question to let him know what had happened. You can find the video online. We have a link to it in the show notes.
We were all there.
Here's the audio from the phone call describing
the
event.
was right there.
This was January 2012.
We could see it every single day. We knew the meaning of the film.
And they kind of freaked everybody
There
out.
were days where the crew even
They
says,
were asking questions about you.
when are we going to
And
shoot
of
the real
course, now I'm
Holocaust
getting
movie?
a little
Because
bit
we were
nervous,
shooting
and I'm
this
like, what are you
in a
talking about?
suburban family
And he said,
drama.
well, they were, I don't know how to describe them except were extremely odd looking. They were the exact same height. They were wearing the exact same clothes, and they had the exact same faces, like they were twins. And he said that they were wearing black suits,
Any big surprises
trench
outside of
coats.
Emma
They
Stone?
were wearing like
And
old-fashioned
winning the Academy Awards
Panero
for Best
hats.
Actress.
They
The thing that was
had
surprising to
extremely,
me.
extremely pale
One thing
skin.
I was telling Aaron,
And he said they
he was
came
so
in
fixated
and they
on Barbie
asked for
winning
you.
and Oppenheimer
And I
winning. It's
said,
like, you know,
I'm sorry,
just
she's
because a movie's
actually
really
not working
popular
today.
doesn't mean it's going to win
And
an
it
Oscar.
seemed like they
But
didn't
there have
believe
been
me, so they
years
started
where
to
popularity has
walk
become
around the
enough.
hotel, and
And
shortly
you
after
know,
they went
the
to
Emma
the
Stone
tour
thing
desk,
really
but
surprised me
he
because
goes,
she's
they
already got
freaked
an
me
Oscar.
out, and I really
She's
wanted to tell
wonderful.
you
Because she went
that
for
there are
a
these
long
weird
time.
guys in here
So,
looking for you.
you know, sometimes the
Now,
Academy
I'm a
is
little
real
bit
fickle,
skeptical and a
and
little bit freaked out all
there
at
was
the same
such a
time.
push
The first
for
thing I do is I
diversity
run
over
into
the
my
years,
security
which is
office,
white and
and I rewound
making
the
sure
camera,
that the Board of
and
Governors
sure enough,
membership is
here
more
comes two gentlemen
inclusive.
through the
You
front
would
door
think
with
there would have been a
exactly
little
how he
more
described.
diversity.
Then the next
I
day,
think that
I
that
was
surprised me.
talking
I'm going to
with
tell you an
my
observation last night.
tour
That
desk,
it's just hit
and
me
one
really
of them
hard.
asked
You
to
had
talk to me.
Scorsese,
She came
you
in
had
the same
De Niro,
gentleman, and she
you had
said,
Pacino,
I heard that
you had
you
Spielberg,
heard that there were
Christopher
some men
Nolan.
looking for you.
Right, it's
And
going to
she
look
said,
but I mean,
they
you had all these
asked
guys
a few
sitting in the audience
questions
last
about you,
night,
and they said
everything that was
strange
going
things
on
that I didn't
is
understand.
so
That they were talking about governments and
you can
conspiracies,
tell
and
there is a
none of it
shift
made any
now
sense
in
to
the
me.
old guard.
But she goes,
I
you were
feel it.
very,
I can
very
see it and I
scary.
feel it.
She said
Those
they had no eyebrows,
pioneers
no
of filmmaking,
eyelashes, nothing.
they're gone.
Their hair
They're
looked
just about
like
gone.
they had a
You can
wig
tell.
on.
And Pacino
Like it was
screwed
attached to
up.
their hat, like it
There's
wasn't even
another
real.
there's another
And
one.
she said, and the scariest thing,
Just
their
any
eyes
surprises, or
were
in
so
terms of
big
what you were
and
saying,
so
this has always been
blue
a dream
that
to
they
be able to
almost
be there.
hypnotized me a
Did
little
it
bit.
live up to it?
And she
You're
goes,
saying a
you're
little
going
bit
to
too
think
much of
I'm
a
crazy when I tell you this,
No, I think
but I swear they knew what I was
you see the
thinking.
tweets and you
And
see
she
the
started
coverage
to cry,
and everybody
and she said one
is
more
so
thing
critical.
before she
But
left.
to be
She
in the
said,
room and to be the
these
press
men,
actually enjoying
they
the process, I mean,
blink.
it's like, oh, you're just like me.
Not
You
once
like
did I
it.
see
You
them
like
blink.
you've seen these movies, and it was nice.
All right, so
to
it's
sit
hard to
around
say
and
what happened there. Those guys are on tape.
just
I've seen the
talking
tape.
about
You guys can
which
look
movie
at
you
it
saw
and
through
decide
that
if it's some kind of
yeah,
hoax.
well,
But
that's
the
not how it is. It was just kind
guy
of
in the recording
nice
is clearly
experience
legit
to be
scared.
around somebody who
Yeah, falls into line.
It's nice.
But this is, again, as we said earlier,
Yeah.
women in black thing, not the hardest thing in the world. It might be, well, no, it's not even from a social thing standpoint, because all the bad make us bad. It look like something's wrong, so it's pretty much slap something together pretty quickly. That story is a little strange. It's a little harder to do if you're going to bulging fake guys that are set too far apart. The easiest thing for the amateur hoaxers to find a guy that looks like that. The guys in these videos, though, look pretty good. They just look a little off. They even have the hat, so
it was great that Aaron
you could fake that, and and I guess you get a little fame out of it. To what point? So that's interesting. But anyway, it's one of the few times I've seen it.
He was so
actually
good.
on tape.
He was
Somebody's claiming that is what this is. A couple of minutes.
What
One
are
of
you
my other
talking
favorite stories
about?
involving, which I did not know involves Men in Black, because it's an addendum to the story. It's always for astronauts. We talked about it. Yeah, we talked about it. You look that up. Apparently, that guy, after he took that go, was in a car ride in England by a couple of Men in Black, drove out something like 45 minutes, and then questioned him a lot, and then left him here. Again, I don't know if that's a simple prank or like, yeah, we're done. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, you'll find your way back. I'm sure. Well, they seem to be confused about the pleasantries and the interchanges and what's convenient for humanity.
Situations.
Well, they don't really care. All right, so this part of this episode brings us to an event that took place in
Well,
Point Pleasant
Golda too.
late
For
in
Halloween,
1967.
Golda Meir.
That is considered the bookend to the first sightings of the Mothman earlier in late
All right, guys,
1967.
great coverage. Appreciate it.
It's hard to explain how this all
We'll talk
boiled
trending when
over
we
and
come back to Gary
became
and Sharon.
so intrusive in John Kill's life as he describes in the book. He had a network of people that he calls contact teams, people that encountered any kind of people. There was a UFO or Men in Black or a Mothman or whatever, and he kept track of all these people and he kept them separate. And he kept their information private because he found, and he talked about this in the book, when he first started doing this kind of research,
before Sunny Beach
real
switch
names,
from at-large
people would get flooded
to district voting. claiming
lose,
voter
people coming
rights
to their house,
violations.
all that sort of thing. So he goes out of his way to protect his
City
sources.
Attorney
despite
Michael
the
Gates
fact
says
that
the
he
city's
finds
at-large
share.
system where everyone
But
votes
this
for each
network
council
of
member does not
contactees,
discriminate.
they all had his information. They knew how to get in touch with him because they were expected to update him whenever something strange happened. Sports Center or even show. A lot of times these things did happen more than once to people. Sometimes it happened their whole lives. But it might be spread apart by years.
She says in the last 20
He would
years,
occasionally
has
drop
helped
in
more
on
than
the
200 cities in
traveling
California to
throughout
switch
the
to district voting. In Orange
just to see how
County,
they were
Corbin,
doing, if
Carson,
they had any
and
updates.
The
And sometimes that
LADWP
would
has
be a
captured more than
spontaneous decision that he
13.5
did.
billion
Not only
gallons
because
of
it was
water
his
from
nature,
rainstorms in
but
the last
also
month.
an
That's enough to
effort
provide 165,000 homes
make it
water
hard
a
for
year.
somebody to
The
perpetrate a hoax
LADWP
with him
collected
or to
5
catch
billion
people off
gallons
guard,
more than
or
it
if
did
anyone
around the
was
same
watching
time
it,
last
for
year.
them also to
LA Mayor
be
Bass says the city will continue
unaware of
working
his
to capture,
plans.
clean, and
So late in
conserve stormwater
1967,
runoff.
he started to
A
receive
makeshift
a
memorial has
bunch
been
of
set up at Rancho
strange
Cucamonga for 2
communications
siblings killed in a
through
crash.
his network
17-year-old
that
Elias
we can
Cruz and
describe as
14-year-old
being
sister
similar
Sarah
to what the
were
Department
killed
of Homeland
Friday.
Security calls
Another
chatter.
teen
He
in
would
the
say
car
it was
did
chatter
survive.
because
Officials say
it was
Elias
sort of
was driving when he lost
specific
control of his
information that came
Mustang
in
and slammed
non-specific
into a
ways
power
from
pole
people.
in a tree.
He
The
would get
teen's
phone
father,
calls, he
Greg
would get
Cruz,
strange
says,
messages,
used
he
to
would
tell his
show up
kids
at a
to say, I
hotel
love you
that he had only
after they
decided
left the
to stay
house
at
and when they went to
5
bed.
or 10 minutes earlier.
Tomorrow's not
And
promised
when
for
he got to the front desk
take
and
it for
checked
granted.
in, they would say, oh, we have a bunch of messages for you. And the messages were getting stranger and stranger, and they were coming in all kinds of different ways to him.
The light of his life.
The
The
contactees
Secretary of Housing and
themselves
Urban
began to be
Development is stepping
manipulated in
down
ways
from
that
her
provide
cabinet
some
position later this
pattern
month.
of
President
control
Biden
or
said
that
in a
was
statement
beyond
that
his
Marshall budgets
imagination.
passion and
It's
focus
kind of like
on
what we were talking
increasing
about
economic
earlier
opportunity
about
and
trying to explain
assets
yourself
to
to
our
an
country.
insect or having
The
the
end is
insect
grateful for the
understand
contribution to a
difference between
housing
its
system
life
that
and a
quote
human being's
works
life.
for all Americans.
They were trading
Which is
information
relevant
with
for
each
next
other
chapter. ABC's Karen Travers
that
says
they were
Budge
then
is
told
only
to
the
share
second
with him,
cabinet
and in some
secretary to leave
cases,
the
these were
administration.
people
Budge
who
says she
didn't
looks
even
forward
know
to
each
being a
other.
private citizen.
At one point,
Ramadan
he
has
had been
started with no
advised
ceasefire
in this
agreement between
way
Israel and Hamas
that the
despite
Pope
U.S.
was going to be
negotiations.
assassinated
U.S. and Israeli
by a
officials
man
are
in
blaming
black,
Hamas, saying the terror
posing
group
as a
hardened
priest
its
with a
position.
black dagger
But U.S.
at an
efforts to
airport
reach a
in the
deal
Middle
are
East.
continuing. A
He
6-week
watched with
ceasefire
great
would see
angst as
40
the
of the
Pope lined up a trip
132
to
hostages
Istanbul.
free.
ABC's
He was
Jordana Miller
relieved,
says the
however,
ceasefire would
that
also
the Pope survived his
dramatically
visit
boost
there
land
unscathed.
deliveries of
Nothing happened.
humanitarian
He
aid
started
during
to lose his
Muslim
mind. He
Ramadan.
was trying to figure out why
Oppenheimer
he was
has
getting
won
what
7
seemed like
Academy Awards at the
misinformation.
96
Before
Oscars.
too long, he
Best
was getting
Picture
information on
went
strange
in
phone
with
calls
13
from his
nominations.
contactees that a
Christopher
great
Nolan won
disaster
Best Director.
was
Robert
coming
Downey Jr.
on
won
the
an Oscar
Ohio
for Best
River,
Supporting
and
Actor.
that many
Emma
people would
Stone
die.
won the award for
It
Best
got so
Actress in Poor
rattled
Things.
that on
The film
November
also won for
3rd of
production design, hair
1967,
and makeup, and costume
he actually
design.
wrote the
Dava
following
and Joy
letter to Mary
Randolph won
Hyde.
the
This
Oscar
is from
for
Peele's
Best
book,
Supporting
Lying
Actress for her
Promises.
role in The Holdovers.
I have reason to
The
suspect there
cafeteria
may soon
manager
be a
mourning the death
disaster
of
in
her
this
son.
unpleasant
Barbie
area
won
which will not be
Best
related to
Original
UFO
Song
mystery.
for What I
A
Was
plant
Made
along the
For.
river may either
The Red
blow up
Belt
or
was
burn
the
down.
dominating presence of the
Possibly the
Oscars
Navy
ice
installation
tea
will be the center for such a
Though there
disaster.
weren't any statements
A
made
lot
about
of
the
people
war in
believe that.
Gaza, there were
Don't
comments
even
about
hint to
war
anybody
overall.
anything about this.
So he was convinced something was going to happen based on the information that he was receiving. After nearly 45 days, when nothing happened, he figured it was like the story about the Pope. Misinformation, these things were toying with him. It probably slipped out of Mary's mind too, although Mary seemed to think that there was something strange in the air, unpleasant,
The red lapel pin
ominous,
is worn by many in the
foreboding
audience signifies supporting a
that all the
ceasefire in Gaza.
townspeople seemed to be
Steve
aware of.
Gregory, KFI
In
News.
addition
You
to
can see
all of
more of
this,
KFI's
that
Oscar
led to
coverage at
believe there was going to be a catastrophic
KFIAnswers40.com/Oscar.
blackout on the East
The
Coast.
KFI Financial
At the
Update
very
is sponsored
moment,
by Revive
President
Real
Johnson
Estate. Dow
Dow
was going
is
to
up
light the White House
37.
Christmas tree
S&P
on December
500 down
15,
3, NASDAQ
1967.
down 34.
He'll sat at
Five
home
Real Estate
with a
will
friend
buy your home,
named Joe,
then
someone
renovate
he'd
it,
known
then
for a long
sell
time,
it,
worked with
and
him,
pay
transit
you
authority.
again for the additional
He had
profits from the
candles and
renovation.
flashlights. He was all
Go
ready for the
to
power outages. He was
KFI.com
convinced
to
that
see
something
if
was going to
your
happen.
home qualifies.
Joe
High
and
weather for
John
KFI,
sat and watched
cloudy,
the
high
TV
60s
as
for
the
Metro
president
LA,
lit
the
the
Valley
tree.
Beaches, Inland
And
OC,
nothing
and
happened.
IE 50s in the
This was
Emerald Valley.
December 15,
Right now, 63 in Tustin,
1967.
it's 55 in Laguna Beach,
Joe looked at
57
John.
in Fontana, and
John
60
looked
in
at
Van
Joe.
Nuys. We're going to a
I
crash
guess that
on
was another case of
710 in
misinformation.
East LA.
Just after the tree was lit,
710 at southbound
A breaking news story
crash in the Santa
interrupted
area.
the ceremony
Royal
in the
Heights
White
on 5
House.
South right at Euclid.
The
Got an
information
accident
in the
clear into
story
the show
was
marker.
as
Sorry, slow
follows.
ride down to the
A
605.
bridge
Also
spanning the
downtown
Ohio
LA,
River
north to the
from
110
Point
north
Pleasant,
and
West
Vector. New
Virginia,
accident just
to
reported in the
Gallipolis,
lanes there. Then
Ohio,
past that,
that was
Silver Lake,
loaded with
101
rush
north
hour
of Vermont.
traffic,
Got a crash, a block
collapsed
through the middle
into the
lane.
Ohio
Already had
River.
a crawl coming away from the 110. In West LA, 405 south at Sunset, got some police activity in the block
This bridge, now is the Silver Bridge, took 31 vehicles
Winchester Road,
into the
still
river.
installed big rig
with
in its third
64
lane
people
from
in
your left. It is stacked up
44
now
of
from
them
Temecula
died.
Parkway. KFI
2
the
of them
Sky
were
helps
missing,
get you there
and
faster.
9 were
I'm
injured.
Jenny Harmon.
Every March,
The entire
Jersey
event
Mike's turns money into subs into
Tragedy residents to this day
And March
never been
27th
trying to
is
get
Jersey
messages
Mike's
to John
annual day
Keel
of giving,
and
where
told him
100% of
this
sales
would
from
happen,
every sub are
but
given
not
back
in
to
a way
the
that he had
community.
enough
and it
information
came off all that
to
giving.
prevent it.
Peter gave
The
me
story might end there,
I'm on.
except that Keel
Looking
points
good,
out
Danny.
that
We got
3
something
years
to make
later,
up.
on November
Why you
27th,
gave me the increase.
1970,
Join us Wednesday, March 27th,
Pope
for
Paul
Jersey Mike's
VI
Dave Giving. Be a
was nearly
celebrant.
assassinated
Fleas
by
and
a man
ticks
in
suck.
black robes,
Literally.
dressed as a priest
Stop fucking
at the
with the rest
airport in
of
Manila.
lasted protection for
A Bolivian painter named Benjamin Mendoza,
Stop
practitioner of black magic and witchcraft, who was carrying a long black knife. Witnesses said he seemed to be in some sort of trance during the attack. Security guards saved the Pope that day, and one of them described the look in the Pope's eyes as one of great import and almost peace and serenity.
Star Wars,
So
Rise
the
of
Pope
the
knew the
Resistance.
incident was
It's
coming.
every amazing feeling
What
ever.
did John Keel uncover?
It's
What did
that
he tap
feeling when
into?
you're at Disneyland Resort. There's no better time than now.
For decorating, it's a big thing. I'm going for mid-century that's rustic chic with a terracotta gallery wall and
That's gonna wrap it up for tonight. Join us
Free
in 2
wedding
weeks for
imagery and
part
home
3,
decor.
when we take a look at a few more of the
Whatever you're
crazy
into, it's
incidents
on
that
brand.
led up to the
College
collapse of the
hoops
Silver
fans,
Bridge.
it's
We'd like to
winning
thank
time.
Movement Watches,
Thrill
the
and
Great Horses
excitement
Plus,
of watching
Squarespace,
is
and
here.
Macworld.
And you
My
can
name is
get it on
Crystal
the
Burley.
DraftKings Sportsbook.
My name is Risha.
America's top-rated sportsbook apps.
My voice on this astonishing podcast for the show to use however they see fit wide and perpetuity.
Our show is edited by Sarah
That's
Porter,
right.
and
To
the theme
celebrate
is
college
by Justin
basketball's
Crane.
most
Sound design is by
time of
Brian
year,
McCullough.
DraftKings
Special
is
thanks to
giving
the
new
ARC and its
customers
lead
a shot to
researcher,
rack up
Tess
some
Bible.
bonus bets.
But most
Download the
importantly, we
DraftKings
want to thank our
Sportsbook app
listeners.
and use
Find us
promo
online
code
at astonishinglegends.com,
Customers can bet
as well as
$5 to
Facebook,
get
Patreon,
$150 instantly
Tumblr,
bonus bets
Google Plus,
with
and
DraftKings
Instagram.
Sportsbook.
Copyright
With
Scott
promo code
Pilgrim and Forrest
iHeart.
Burgess.
That's promo
Good
code
night.
iHeart. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Want more flexibility when you shop? With over 1,000 stores nationwide, you can get what you need now through Instacart. And with Klarna, you can pay now or later. All you do is add items to your cart in the Instacart app, and at checkout, select Pay With. Then select Klarna. Flexible shopping on Instacart. Flexible payments with Klarna. New customers get $50 off your first 2 orders of $60 or more when you pay with Klarna using code 15Klarna. Terms apply. See Instacart.com or download the app for more details as you start shopping.
Trevor Bauer's story before. Of course, Trevor was pitching for the Dodgers when he was suspended for 194 days for violating his last year. He was pitching in
EduStaff is America's #1 choice for substitute staffing, and we're hiring substitute teachers, support staff, and more in your local school districts. Make a difference in your community while earning great pay. Apply today at edustaff.org. That's edustaff.org.
Astonishing Legends is supported by the Great Horses Plus, Squarespace, Harrys.com, and Blue Apron. And we're back. Thank you for all the kind reviews tonight. We greatly appreciate them.
So I hear us make a request like this often, but the Astonishing Research Corps is seeking a theoretical physicist to join its ranks. We have an applied physicist already, thank you, Devin, and that's awesome, but now we'd like a theoretical one. And no, that doesn't mean someone who is theoretically a physicist. We're looking for the real deal. If you or someone you know might fit the bill, please reach out to us at our Facebook page, on Twitter, or via email at astonishinglegends@gmail.com. If you email us, please state clearly in the subject line what it's about.
Yeah.
Before we get into the show tonight, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge a woman who passed away a few days ago. It was instrumental in my career as a film and video editor. Without that career behind me,
former major
there would
leaguers
be
that
no
are
astonishing
associated
legends.
with a team like Jake
Her name was
Peavy
Beth
was
Lemire,
kind of
and
doing
she was
some
a
on-field
producer,
interviews for
writer,
them.
director, and friend who hired me to cut my very first music video way back in early 2001. Always loved her spirit, lust for life, and creative desire, and I was in awe of her for being a woman who at a young age had her own company, which became responsible for producing dozens upon dozens of the iconic music videos of the early 2000s. In fact, she hired me to edit the first music video I ever did, which was a big deal because as an editor, believe me, you can't get that first gig if the people that are producing it don't see something exactly like it already on your demo reel. It's the classic cliche that you can't get that first job without experience. The song was Rockin' the Suburbs by Ben Folds, and the music video was produced by Beth and directed by the amazingly talented Weird Al Yankovic. There's a link to it in the show notes tonight. I wouldn't change the experience of working with Beth on that project and many others after it for anything. They were defining moments in my career, and she was instrumental in helping me get to the next step, both in terms of my street cred and also just having more self-confidence in my work. She just finished shooting her very own independent film, which she wrote and directed, called Daisy Winters. I haven't seen it yet, but I know her heart and soul.
He says that it would collect
Beth, I will miss you a great deal.
$4.9 trillion
As for the rest of the world, which was far better off
about
when you were in it.
7% more than if
Plus,
they
you
don't
were
do
from Roswell, New Mexico.
the tax codes.
Now I'll have to be eternally forlorn about not having you on the show to share your experience growing up there.
Schools are going to get part of a $12
The
million
message from us here for you guys, our listeners, who we care about very much, is that if you find yourself in a dark place for any reason at all, reach out to your friends and family because they love you and they will bend over backwards to help you.
To the tune of
Every one of us is important to
here,
someone.
a few $100,000
Always remember
there. One of them in San Diego, by the way, is going to get a transmission electron microscope for $963,000.
Airbnb has banned the use of indoor security cameras. You've got till April 30th to remove them. Previously, they did allow investors to use indoor security cameras in common areas, as long as they were clearly disclosed on the listing page.
Those
placed
lousy
visible spots
bastards have
in
done
the
it again.
home. They were
They
never
knew this was going
allowed
to
in
happen.
sleeping areas
When?
and bathrooms.
And they gave me
Now
all
they're
that bilge
prohibited
about
in
power
any listing,
failure.
regardless
They
of
knew.
disclosure,
They just
location,
didn't
or
want me to be a
purpose.
little
Well, this obviously comes from
John H.
concern
the
that
Mothman
there would be
policies. Join us tonight for the third part of our series on the astonishing legend of the Mothman.
It looks like one lane has reopened after the rock slide that shut down
Halloween
PCH
may have come and
and
gone,
reopened
but
this
just like
morning,
the Mothman
but there's still
back
some
in
concern that those
1967,
rocks
this
are still
astonishing
moving.
legend
Caltrans
series
has
is
come in
gonna
and
stick
bring a
around
front
a little
loader to clear the
That's
highway
right,
this
he
morning, but
stuck
the
around all the
closure is
way
still in
till
place.
Christmas.
For the most part,
Well, he bailed out. Yeah, he did bail out.
people have been
for the
told to
holiday
take
after
alternate
a
routes to
tragic,
avoid the area this morning,
tragic
but they also said that
incident with
Topanga
the
is not
collapse
an
of
alternate
Silver
route, because Topanga also is
And not
closed
much more
because of
immediately
rock
after
slide.
that.
There's another place
Each part of this
farther
adds
south
to this whole
towards
mystery,
Palisades.
each little strange
They
twist and
also
turn. Yes, it does. And so let's recap a little bit what we talked about in the last
Well, you
episode.
could,
just 2
okay,
weeks
you
ago.
actually had the
We
benefit
took a look at a few
of
more
time
incidents
change
that took
going
place and
to
Point Pleasant
Arizona
and the
on
surrounding
Saturday,
areas.
so
We
you
talked
got to do it
about
a day early.
Connie Carpenter's encounter with
And
the
then you come
Mothman at
back.
the golf club
Did
in
you feel
Mason, where she
pressure
saw him in broad
yesterday?
daylight.
Or this morning?
We talked about her
Do you feel
ensuing
like
conjunctivitis
you're
or
not
pink
quite
eye,
sure is that
and other folks who had come down with that,
do you
including
feel
John
dizzy
Keel.
at all?
We
Were there
discussed the
times
distraction
where you laid
theory as it
awake
related
and
to
just
the
questioned
Defense
life
Logistics Agency
because
in
of
the
the time
area
change?
and
No,
the
I
possibility
had a
of
hard
a
time
theory
getting to
that
sleep
one
last
of our
night.
ARC members'
And I
friends
woke
has,
up a lot
that
during the
enriched
night.
uranium was being moved
That's-
to the area at the time. And
it
we
was-
also
I had
touched on
bizarre
Chief Cornstalk's
dreams.
death, his ensuing
happens
curse
when
on
Like
the
I
area.
dreamt that there was
And
this
one of my
elderly woman
favorites
who
of
had
the
fallen
anecdotal
into
stories,
my
Bo Schertzer's
bathtub,
Bloodmobile UFO story,
and
which
she
truly
hurt herself.
might
She
be one of the
was
greatest UFO
shaking
stories
her
I've ever
legs,
heard.
and
I
she
so
fell
wish there was a picture. I still,
And
you know, it's
I
funny
chalked
when
this
you
up
Google it, there's some
to
images that come up, but I still love what you said to me. It's like, was a giant straw?
Well,
there's certainly been in a few sci-fi
I just think
movies
it's
that
funny
Starship
because
Troopers where
I was
the
listening
large
to a
bug
Stephen
was sucking
King
the brains out of
book
people's
on
heads.
tape.
Yeah, the other one that it reminded me of,
And
this is a Toy Story,
I
was it the
always
stuff
associate
little
Elderly
guy ate
Women
in
in
the
bathtubs
toy
with
bin?
Stephen
Oh
King.
yes, the
That scene
Claw,
was showing.
yes, it goes
Oh,
in.
okay.
And I
Fucking
knew I needed to wake up
flushing
early and
it out, but
shower
this was far
and
more
shave my
sinister.
legs.
Yeah,
So I
and
combined
we'll
the
get
two,
this in
and I
the
got that
theories
nightmare.
section
house.
Part four, but
And you wouldn't have if
begs
you
the
had-
question
was
why.
a
What were they after? I don't think the answer is so easy. We
We
also talked about the Men in Black story. This is a particular one with Connie Christensen and her family.
are talking
With
about
the
the
gentleman who had
sunshine protection
the bug eyes,
plans
the bug eyes,
unanimously
which are
passed
only
in
one of which
2022.
moved, squishy
It would make
shoes,
daylight
green
saving
wires
time
coming out of his socks. He was very polite
The bill
though.
was
No,
reintroduced.
he's very polite. It is exact. I wish people come knocking at your door to tell you exactly how long this was going to take. Yeah, like you reach your door for the next 15 minutes. The description was, again, I go back to him, just whatever's underneath the facade. He's just barely holding it together for 40 minutes. Yeah, and sweating, I think, 10 his little yellow pill. 10 minutes in, yeah, a little strange. And then we finished last week with the tragic collapse of the Silver Bridge
That's what we've
just
always
before
done.
Christmas of
But there are
1967.
places
December
that don't
15th,
do it. Arizona's one of them.
That incident claimed the lives of
doing
46
Doing
people,
just fine.
2 of which
Do you
were
want your
never
Jeopardy
found.
question?
Yeah, and the whole
Okey
thing
dokey.
took only just 60 seconds. We're going
Surviving
to talk a little bit
prohibition for
or live about
$200.
what
The
exactly
answer,
happened to the
many
bridge later
breweries
tonight.
tried making this
And
rhyming
finally, we
product
told you
like
about the
Schlitz
experiences that
Bama
Phil was having with regard to
with less
receiving
than 0.5%
a form
alcohol
of
content.
paranormal chatter that seemed to be deliberate
Uh,
misinformation mixed with real information that slowly began to drive him completely crazy before he realized that some of it was real after all.
I know there's a
When the
bar
bridge collapsed and some other things happened in the ensuing months and years
when we come
that
back,
correlated with the
we'll
information
talk
he was
about
getting.
planes
It's really mind-blowing,
falling from the
actually.
sky.
The misinformation may not have been
lovely.
purposely
That's not
deceitful,
what they're supposed
just
to do.
not
Alex Stone
able
is
to
going to join
be
us for a guest
concretely
version of
interpreted
Terror
by
in the Sky.
those who
We
were
come
getting
back.
it. Yeah, it could be that the senders were having an
Derek,
issue.
Deborah Hart.
Derek keystrokes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's a matter of
transition
speaking.
there, and I apologize.
All right, we've covered a lot of anecdotes in the Mothman prophecies, but what I want to encourage people to do if they're into this story and if they're enjoying a lot of what we're talking about is to buy John Keel's book, The Mothman Prophecies. Yes, it's truly amazing, and there's stunning information on pretty much every page, and there's no way for us to include all of it in our show, and that's not what we wanted to. We're talking something about that book, we're talking about other events, and mixing it all together, but if you want to get, the Bible on what happened at Point Pleasant in 66 and 67, you have to get that book. Yeah, Lauren Coleman also wrote a pretty good book on it. Yes, his specialty is cryptids, which is interesting because he's coming at it from that angle. Yes, the Mothman is just an unknown beast.
Well, you know Bill and Kathleen's story by now.
We have a link to that for the last episode on our webpage for the show, so check that out as well. He actually has done a lot of work on that. He has a great website too. There's a whole ton of information there, and it's all very entertaining.
That's what they've created.
All right, so whenever we have to read a book for the show, I am always struck. Usually, there's one or two stories in it that really freak me out.
But also money saving
Jump out at you. Yeah, they jump out at you. Sometimes it's literally jumped out at somebody. The anecdote is about. Yeah, sometimes, yeah, exactly. In Monsters Among Us, and when the Godfrey's book, it was the two-dimensional wolf that came out of the corn. I had a problem with that. Well, there's a lot of things wrong with that from our standpoint of logic. It's an animation cell. Yeah, a wolf that came out of the corn. It just doesn't make sense. And then in Keel's book, The Mothman Prophecies, there was a little anecdote that really struck a chord with me, and I wanted to share it with our audience because it ties into an ongoing theme that we're going to introduce a little bit. So a theoretical discussion around this, even part 4 is going to be our primary discussion. But I think you might be able to call this incident the first significant UFO sighting that you connect to what MUFON would call a flap throughout 1966, 1967. Yeah, a rash or a hot spot of a lot of activity and sighting. Yes, and there was something about this story that really struck a chord with me. So in March of 1966, there was a woman who was sitting in her car waiting to pick her kids up from school in Point Pleasant. When she noticed a metal disc hovering in the sky above the playground. The altitude was not indicated, but this woman noticed something extremely strange about this craft. There was an opening in the side, like a doorway. Keel describes it as a kind of aperture. I love apertures. For those of you who don't know what they are, photographers will, of course, because it's one of the coolest things in the world without a camera lens. It's the opening made up of overlapping symmetrical moving parts that can be closed down or opened up to let more or less light through the lens. And technically, when you look up the word aperture, it's just an opening of any kind.
customers
that allows light to
instantly
pass through it,
bonus
so it doesn't
bets.
necessarily
That's
have to
right.
be
To
mechanical.
celebrate college
In most
basketball,
cases, that's what you think of when you say that word, and I think that's probably what you meant when you describe it that way in the book. You'll sometimes see them as doorway portals, I think, in spaceships. Well, no, that's exactly right. I know that's what we're getting to, but it made me flash on it was Alien. Yes, yeah, they're closing off dark portals to close down the monster. It's always an aperture. In fact, my favorite spaceship aperture was the one in the top of the Millennium Falcon. When Lando Calrissian pops up to rescue from falling to his death under the Cloud City. Yeah, it just looks cool. It does. It's amazing. And then there's also aperture laboratories, which is connected to the Cape Portal, which I'm sure many of our listeners have played. There you go. Came out a while ago. Where do you go now? I digress. So this woman's sitting in her car waiting for her kids, and this UFO is hovering over the playground with an open aperture inside of the crack.
Press pills.
Now, that alone would be enough to rattle most folks. But there was more to it than that.
You wouldn't be able to see.
There was a man standing outside the doorway
at cdc.gov
in the middle of the air, floating. So he's doing a spacewalk, but not in space. Yeah, and with no tether. Right. He's just floating outside. Yes, the door, like some sort of Norse god, I guess. But he's wearing some kind of shiny silver skin-tight outfit, and apparently had incredibly long silver hair. He sounded to me like a member of the Village People. Actually, they had a spaceman. Yeah. Although this was 1966 and the Village People didn't get together until 11 years ago. No, but it sounded like a storm for the mutants there. He probably showed up early for the Village People auditions because, they have a problem with time. Is it time? Is it time to audition? No. Well, no, but it's an odd sight, and as we've seen so long in these descriptions that we're playing here, something that seems like it's coming out of a comic book. Yeah, and a period comic book of the late 50s, early 60s type. Yeah, and she noticed that it was looking down into the schoolyard, and I guess at that point her kids came bounding up to the car, and they got in the car, she looked away as they were climbing in, and when she looked back, Disco UFO dude was gone. You know what, shiny silver suits are very common, so it's a very traded commodity textile elsewhere off this planet. Right, it's like the spice routes were in the days of yore. Some planet that's covered with the shiny silver suit. Yeah, merchandise. No, again, it comes up a lot. Now, what you don't hear, though, is the long, flowing silver hair. Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's superhero comic book stuff. Yeah. When everyone's had shiny silver suits. How? Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, there's something about metallic outfits in your cold have that very dark navy graphite colored metallic looking overcoat and pants. Yeah, they have much more advanced and breathable fabrics than we do. Yeah, well, they should. Yes, you would guess that. They can walk into there. So Keelan said that in the Ohio River Valley specifically, we're going to talk more about the world at large later, but he had said that a lot of people saw UFOs in the summer of '66, which was before everything was starting to really ramp up with the Mothman. But once the Mothman stories came out, then people started coming forward and saying, hey, you know what, a few months ago, X, Y, and Z happened, That happens a lot. People won't generally come forward if they're the first one because they don't want to be singled out as the crazy person. Yeah, they feel more comfortable once stories start emerging. Right, the climate changes. It's okay to talk about this. Exactly, especially in this close-knit town. Small town. The other thing I wanted to say is you have to consider that just because no one's reported it may not mean, of course, that no one saw anything. And also, it may not have been the start of UFO activity because no one has seen it. There's a lot of reports of cloaked things coming into the room until disappearing. That's true. And Gil wrote in his book when he and Mary Hyre were, I'm pretty sure it was Mary, might have been somebody else, but I'm pretty sure it was her. They witnessed an object go behind a cloud that was clearly a UFO. Or at least they thought it was right. And it was behind the cloud for an inordinately long amount of time, longer than it would have taken to traverse behind it. And then, while it was out of sight, suddenly there was the sound of a prop plane. And a little small Cessna-type plane emerged from the other side of the cloud. Excuse me while I change the costume. Yeah, it's a bit more appropriate for you folks. Yeah, it's bizarre. And in that whole culture of ridiculing people about what they've seen, you have to wonder how much that obscures the reality of what people are seeing all over the world. Because people are afraid to come forward. And this is across the case. You can say this about lots of crimes that people are unfortunate victims of or whatever. People don't report things. And so
flying
never
from
really
Sydney to
do
Auckland,
have
New
a
Zealand,
real view of
suddenly
what's
dropped
actually
on Monday,
happening
not from
in the world with
turbulence.
respect to
Alex
this and a
Stone,
lot of
ABC
things,
News,
because
is here
a
to
lot of
tell
people
us
just
what
don't
in the world
bother to report it.
Surely you
Well,
can't be
I
certain.
think there's two things. They don't bother or don't want to report it because they know that other people are going to ridicule them. Also, it's a self-censoring mechanism where it's like, that could have been real. I don't know what. No, that I didn't see what I saw when I was playing Tricks on. Right, so people do that themselves because they can't buy into that. That's a good point. Well, it just shows you that there's a lot of factors going on from keeping a lot of these stories from coming forward. Yeah, and then of course you consider the other side of it, that you have a lot of people who want to jump on the bandwagon for the notoriety and are running with things that aren't true. Right. This is what I like about this particular story. Because it's so crazy, it's either completely crazy and made up, or it's another example of that thing appearing that you can personally comprehend, that works for your mind. And I really love what you said. Actually, I can't remember if it was in the first part of the series or the second part, where we were talking about electronic voice phenomena. And you were saying that these things need a putty to work with, something to communicate with us. You know, to be able to form the sounds out of existing sound. If that's the case, and if you believe any of this at all, that's our subline. Yeah, that's going to be a t-shirt scenario. Then it's possible that UFO sightings, as funky in the truest definition of the word funky in this case, are every bit as real as the car in your driveway, but they're defined by what some otherworldly intelligent being thinks you can comprehend. Because after all, they're having to dumb themselves down several dimensions to even appear in the first place, and that's going to be an imprecise process. Thus, Disco Wizard floating outside of Oh, right. Well, that's it. You know that you start describing it, like Ziggy Stardust instead of orange hair, he's got just silver and but still the skin tight. I would love to David Bowie came back that way. Well, the man who fell from Earth, or this guy wearing a floating silver disc, or it's the village people, but it's their. You remember their 80s? Yeah, they were like, no, we're going to like this. We're going to develop the occupations. Yeah. But going off of that, it's an interesting thing that you bring up because is it them trying to this is going to freak them out. We better dress like just black suit instead of fedora like Darren Stevens were just business people here in order to not freak people out so much or maybe see something and pass it on. Or it's your own mind. My eye doctor just said, that your eyes are just blobs of brain on a stem. Right. The eyes are just receiving the light. It's your brain that's processing what this is. We'll talk a little bit more about this and the myth of Columbus's ships. Yes, later on. But basically, it's the whole idea of can you see something that you were just not prepared to see? It comes back to the whole thing that we mentioned before too about choose a form. And you're inadvertently or choosing a form. You're choosing a form to see, and you're not even doing it on purpose. And our parents are like, I want to take this a step further. Yeah. So on May 25th of 2007, Radio Lab, which is pretty much my favorite radio show of all time, and one of your favorites as well. Yeah, I think it's probably the best podcast. Yeah, even aside from our podcast, it's probably the best podcast. Yeah, it's an interest sauce. Yes, it does. And besides Car Talk, Unsolved Mysteries, and Search Of, it was a major influence for the creation of our show. And they did an episode called Sleep, which had a segment in it called Dreams, and we have a link to that segment in our show notes. In this episode, they talk about dreams and where does this stuff come from that makes this movie in your head, essentially. And it's a fascinating episode, but one thing that they talked about a lot in it was they figured out that at night, your brain is almost like a DJ at a party, right? He's starting the night out for you. This all takes place after you enter your REM state. He's starting the night out by playing songs that you heard that day. And that makes sense. He's playing them all the way through from start to finish. It's not such a big deal if you wake up during this phase and go, oh yeah, well, it's just a thing, doing that or whatever. So, however, as the night progresses, the DJ starts mixing and remixing everything, and the later it gets kind of crazy, almost like he's done a lot of cocaine. This
say that? No, they did not. Okay, that's okay. I'm not telling the story. I see. That's the reason we're not ready. So you're hearing just a little bit of each song at that point. Things are cutting back and forth and cross-fading. Next thing you know, you're wearing your pajamas at the grocery store and carrying a rattlesnake.
So you're saying that they're running out of simple material. You're throwing everything into the kitchen sink.
Yeah, your brain just starts to mash all this stuff together. So the leap I'm making here, and I'll readily admit that it is a leap, is that if people are seeing what works for them, like Woody Derenberger seeing Andrew Cole's Flying Lantern, and this mom seeing the UFO Disco Wizard, or the little girl in Monsters Among Us seeing the werewolf in Torrance, then what happens when a whole lot of people are involved in seeing something, running all their minds, getting feedback, and producing something either more common or crazy or frightening? And so I'm just trying to put out there this idea that if it is a reactionary appearance, what happens when you involve hundreds and hundreds of people? And why, for a lot of them, is it the same thing? That's what perplexes me. People in the comments so far saying like, well, it was mass hysteria. The government was spraying crazy juice on the people, right? And they're going bananas and they're just recording it all on MK Ultra. Then I would say, why are they then all seeing the same thing? It's relatively very similar. It's a very good point. Yeah, you could say like, well, they heard the description prior and then they're obsessing about it. That's what popped into their heads from this description. But a lot of them, keep in mind, are unrelated. They're not talking to each other, or didn't hear the story. But as far as we know, they're connected to each other. So kind of original for a lot of these folks. You know, I just realized I used to joke about letting you off the chain to touch the topic. Yeah, and I guess with this last round of episodes, I think not only am I like off the chain, I'm not just getting a chicken wire.
Well, I'm very interested to see where this goes.
All right, well, okay.
Proceed. Well, not just this episode, but in our entire career here, where what's really
custom made to grow. Yeah, that's another thing.
From the ocean is 800 pounds
of
mass.
They do the archive rock. We can make a fortune on 10
we're going to get sued. Somebody's going to get cut.
Just speaking of your point, I think when you come across these things, they're just so bizarre and they don't make sense. And they're really so far off the chain, as you would say, that it doesn't even sound made up. Right, that's where it crosses this line. Yeah, and so what if each sighting is custom tailored for the person who's seeing it? What if some intelligent, borderline omniscient beings are doing their best to send us messages? They come to us in these odd wrappers because there's that gigantic gap between not only our technology, but our very plane of existence. And it's like trying to place a phone call from one dimension to the next. Absolutely. Right. But this reminds me again of the scenario where it's maybe an outside influence acting upon your natural brain processes, especially when asleep. That's all very fascinating. And something that scientists don't really have a whole grasp on what happens when you sleep. Everybody the inception and one concept I really loved in that because it was kind of freaky is that when you enter into other people's dreams, you have to be careful not to notice too much because the people in the dreams will start to notice don't belong here. Right. And eventually they might turn on you. Yeah, and they become interested in what you do and you don't belong here. So in that person's brain, there's a subconscious part that realizes that this isn't right, even though it looks similar. This is outside forward material here. Right, so it causes distress. Yeah, these concepts are interesting because what they're bringing up is one part is going on is a combination of several different things. You can even take us back to crop circles. I know a lot of crop circles are out there, and I do not personally believe that they all are. And well, that's even a change from when I first. No, I never ever said that I thought all crop circles were opposites. I think a lot of them definitely are, but I don't think they all are.
No, I think what it was, I was teasing you about is that I think someone you said the more complex ones seem to be more man-made than the quick ones.
In some ways, the progression is, you know, I do feel a little bit like some guy sitting in his basement at an outside Stonehenge, continually mapping out, you know, using his GIS to, but the genetic modifications, whatever, that's for another episode. But the only thing we can discern from them is it seems to be some kind of communication, right? Some type of intelligent communication. It's definitely that, whether it's a hoax or not. Exactly. You're right, it's a message. Symbols are the most basic and efficient way of communicating complex thoughts. Right. If you're trying to communicate this information and you're going along with my completely unsubstantiated theory, then these messages might
might be, in a lot of ways, they might be like a message in a bottle that you put out to sea, and the sender never knows what happens after the message is gone. Who knows if these things are just projections, right? So again, like I was saying earlier, imagine that whatever is being presented to us or to these people in Point Pleasant has more than one target or witness. It's like, for me, I was thinking about this in the Terminator 2 with the T-1000, samples a person, usually by stabbing them to death, and to duplicate their, gets a sample of all their DNA, right? Clone that person or pretend to be that person or talk like that person. What if these things that these people are seeing are like highly sophisticated drones and they arrive and they just attempt to communicate by appearing materially in a comprehensible way? They're like really sophisticated technology or projections. As Coke, those lanterns coming down, and that's the thing that they knew that Woody needed to see in order for him to even listen to what was being said, as opposed to a little green man or whatever, although that might work too for me. No, that's totally what freaked him out even more. Yeah, he's terrified, of course, because just these circumstances are outrageous. You don't normally see that, right? But I'm going to quote again the quote from the Nine Prophecies, where Richard Gere asks Indrid, guess what you look like? He says, yeah. I just want to put all that out there to sort of frame the events that we've already discussed, and then we're going to talk tonight about the culmination of things that began to affect John Keel personally, leading up to the tragic collapse of the Silver Bridge.
Although we're marketing at a very broad scale, and that does include specific.
So did you start a new lecture series at the Great Courses Plus yet? Yes, and this was on a subject we both love, the Vikings. Oh, my people. Hey, everybody's your people. But I can't, if you look at my, okay, all right, well, I'm not a Viking. No, but anyway, the Vikings are cool, not only because they had such a huge impact on the history and cultures of Europe and Western Asia, but maybe even the United States too. That's one controversial line of thinking. But what's cool is that archaeologists are continuously finding new evidence of resettlements in places previously thought that they had access. So if you really want to know the whole story of the Vikings and their astonishing impact on history, you gotta check out this series called The Vikings, The Great Courses Plus. Now, you're just not gonna get the depth of information from a documentary or an article online as you're gonna get from a whole course of lectures on a topic taught by the top professors in that field. Documentaries and articles only have so much time and space to present their information, but with The Great Courses Plus, you get the bigger picture on a topic, especially the backstory, and all of the accuracy, which we find crucial. Like the term Viking itself, it comes from the Old Norse word vik, meaning a small cove or fjord, right? Typically, it would be a place where a band of pirates would hide out at night waiting to rob a merchant ship. So to the old Scandinavians, it specifically meant ne'er-do-wells who would go out a Viking or out robbing or raiding. Then later, it generally was a name for any Scandinavians who went overseas. Yes, initially to raid and plunder, but later also to trade and establish settlements, and even become kings of foreign lands like King Canute of Denmark, who conquered England in 1014, 1016. This series has 36 lectures, and each are only about 30 minutes long, so it's a really easy and entertaining way to find out more about a subject you're interested in. Plus, you can take them with you wherever you go, because you can watch these courses on any of your mobile devices, or stream them on your TV at home. You can watch a few minutes of one lecture while you're waiting for something, then pick right up where you left off later on. It really makes learning convenient and fun. See what we mean by taking advantage of a special offer for our listeners. Get one whole month of free, unlimited access to any one of their over 500 courses and 6,000 lectures. That's being added all the time. That's right. Start your month-long, unlimited, free trial membership now by signing up at thegreatcoursesplus.com/legends. Again, that's thegreatcoursesplus.com/legends.
Hi, I'm Miss Coleman in Australia, and you're listening to Astonishing Legends with Responsible Focus as far as legends. And now, back to the show.
One of the things that I love about John's book is, and I say John, he was a very friendly guy, though. Yes, he was. But one of the things that I love about his book is that investigatively, he was really quite sophisticated. He did a really good job of protecting his sources. As we mentioned in our earlier episodes, he didn't, when he heard a crazy story, he didn't share it because he didn't want to contaminate like a host. Well, exactly. That's really clever stuff to be doing, especially back then. when nobody was really paying super close attention to this kind of thing. Right, it's a little bit of a blind study. I try to isolate the sources, and again, so
some of the biggest stars actually were forced to abandon
hysteria, in that narrow definition, to keep it isolated so we can get more genuine data. Exactly. He took like an empirical approach to gathering evidence and conducting experiments. To that end, he actually took the 4 kids from the most detailed sighting of the Mothman, the one that we talked about, the 4 kids that were out in the car by the TNT plant. Roger and Linda Scarberry, Steve and Mary Millette, and then he also got his journalist friend Mary Heyer and her niece Connie Carpenter, who was the one that saw the Mothman on the golf course in the daytime in Mason, West Virginia, and a few others, including I think Connie's husband, Keith, and Linda Scarberry's mom, Mabel. Her married name was Akers, so it was Keith Akers. Yeah, I-K-E-R. Keel had assembled 10 folks, and they all decided to go out there. When they got there, Connie and her husband Keith were the only 2 who would agree to go inside the abandoned building. Especially for her, she was pretty traumatized. Yeah, but he said that night she was pretty upbeat. I think she had moved past it, and she feels that people have her back now. Yeah, and he had a lot of experience. He says this in the book, exploring abandoned places and spooky things. Whenever he was kind of used to it, and let it tripping. Yeah, I don't know if you've ever done any kind of urban exploration. I have. It's easy to get spooked. Well, and it's dangerous, by the way, kids. Don't do it often. It's private property, so don't go trespassing. You're gonna get hurt. And arrested. Yeah, and arrested. Like how just an added bonus. Yeah, because not only do you break your ankle on a faulty floorboard, then you get the mandatory tetanus shot. Yeah, and arrested. It's expensive. Most of the time, people do that, and they don't get permission from the owners. That's true. Somebody usually owns that property. Story out of the suburb of St. Louis. My question to you, there was teenagers that will not go someplace like great fires, but would you go to a place that had the hit UFO multiple times sightings during a campus high school? Sure. Yeah, I guess UFOs freak me out less. Maybe that's because the things that I've learned from doing our show, I'd be more freaked out than I used to like the power of these orbs. We're talking about a little bit more about. They never really scared me before, but it is a little more frightening. The mental manipulation part of that is scary. I don't even mind that part just for a little bit. I don't want the actinic conjunctivitis. No, I don't want any of these side effects, the bleeding ears. Yeah, well, and that's what we're going to talk about here. Actually, it's funny you should mention that because Connie and her husband Keith and Keel went into the building while everybody else waited outside. A safe distance away. Like I said, Keel noted that she was really upbeat, creeping around inside the building, looking into old boilers, looking for the Mothman, and they saw nothing. When they were just about to leave the building, and they were pretty much at the door where they would come back out to where everybody else was, Connie took one last look back over her shoulder and screamed bloody murder. Those eyes, he's there, she yelled. Keel goes on to explain that her upbeat mood had gone now in a matter of seconds to abject terror. They rushed her outside, and then Keel ran back into the building. While the larger group tried to calm Connie down. When Keel got back in there, he didn't see anything. He looked all around, couldn't see anything. He went back to the wall where she had seen the red eyes. He was examining it with his flashlight. There was nothing reflective on the wall that he felt she could have misconstrued as red eyes. So essentially, he saw nothing. He comes back out to the group, and Mary Heyer, who was there, as I said earlier, said to John, quote, "I thought we saw something back at the plant, a tall figure running into the end of the stage." John replied, "No, I was inside the whole time. I just came right back out to you." And then Linda Strawberry's mom said, "What was that loud noise?" And Keel hadn't heard this noise.
What is it?
They all described a loud, hollow, metallic noise that sounded like something metal falling possibly all the way from the top of the building. And Mary looked at John and said she felt like
Dude, you got a laptop.
out of there because there was an impressive. And at that moment, they noticed that Mary Millette was bleeding from her ear, which is what you just mentioned.
Can you hear me?
Say that the estate should be held in contempt.
Blockchain 10, how are you?
Deal, but a judge says
Can you hear me, Squirrely?
are free to move ahead. This not so secret $600 million sale of Michael Jackson's music assets to Sony. Subject of this hearing in an LA courtroom yesterday, lawyers for Catherine Jackson have argued that estate co-executors John
Squirrely, can you hear me?
should be held in contempt.
Squirrely, can you hear me?
While she's still appealing a ruling.
Squirrely, can you hear me?
The exact
Okay,
Terms of the
just a
deal are
moment.
still
Let me
sealed, but the estate would
get rid of one of those.
all critical
I just said that.
related to exploitation of minor state.
I noticed it.
Witness rights,
I'm like, what is he showing me?
his legacy,
Is this the person who didn't have a laptop? Yeah, it is. This is Squirrely.
for merchandising and monetization of the estate's trademarks and related rights. Catherine,
That's amazing.
the lawyer, I should
Good
say,
for you, dude.
Catherine Mom,
Dude, that's so good.
uh,
No way. Doing what?
orders